What's up, everybody? I've been home for like an hour and I still ain't ready, but hey, you know. How is the audio? That's the only thing I'm worried about. If I'm too loud, too quiet. Where's Ronnie at? I seen Ronnie in chat. Where's my co-host? My brother from another mother, my right hand man. Oh, but first off, I just want before we start, Mr. Bean and GW. Uh, Everybody get thoughts for him. He's in the hospital, kidney problems. So let's get him out, get him better and back home and out of the hospital. So with that, yeah, we have Citizen Man and we have uh, Chadwick, which his screen name is Forging Thought, and there's Citizen Man right here. What's up, CM?
Uh-oh.
Oh, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep.
What is going on? I heard you were stirring some shit up with the Glovers about the flat Earth, and you need my help.
I know it's funny. It's all by accident too, and then like right away, my mind starts thinking like, "Oh, I know this person. I know that person." Like, but
Yeah. Is he? What time is that? What time is he? My challenger supposed to be arriving. Is he here already, or?
nope. He just texted me. He said he's running like he's almost home. He's like 5 minutes late, so
Okay.
probably like maybe 5 more minutes from now. Yeah.
All right. All right. Well, give me a rundown of what happened, man. I missed the beef or the discussion, the initial discussion. How did it start? How did it end? How did it go?
You know
Give
what?
me the scoop.
I really don't even remember how it started, but somehow Flat came up. Shit, that's a good question. I'd have to go back and watch the video again. But Flat
So you
came up,
told
and then I was basically just saying, like, to me, it's like I'm not flat or round, but I lean, like, if I had to choose, I'd probably lean towards flat. But to me, it doesn't, it's an interesting subject to me, but it really
yeah.
doesn't bother me. Like, you know,
Yeah. It's not something that you concern yourself with. And I
right. But
totally
it's,
get that. I totally
it's
get that.
real interesting, though. But that's what I mean by from everything I've heard and watched and read. I would lean flat if I had to choose, but
Yeah.
still, and then
What really made me feel the importance of sharing the flat Earth with people, because a lot of people have the same view you have. Like, it doesn't matter either way, right? But
right,
the importance of it is once you learn how bad we've been deceived when it comes to something as simple as a flat Earth. Oh, I got my Heineken here too, by the way. With something as simple as the flat Earth, then that means nothing is off the table in terms of questioning what we've been told by the establishment. Because if they can sell us a lie that big and that monumental for this long and get it to stick as well as they got it to stick, what else are they lying about? Now we got to go back and question history. Now we got to go back and question dinosaurs. Now we got to go back and question the age of the earth. Now, you know what I'm saying? So that opens the door to question a lot of things that we actually have been lying about, and they've been proven to be lying about, like evolution, for example, using carbon dating to age these certain artifacts that they find, and come to find out carbon dating doesn't really work. You know,
right.
they aged a living snail to be 20,000 years old. So obviously there's some flaws in their equation there. Now, the same type of deception you see with the flat Earth, or you would notice in the flat Earth discussions, because they point out how NASA lies to us about what's up there in the sky, even down to how far away these stars and these celestial bodies are from the Earth. You know, when they tell us, oh, they found this planet so many light years away and light years away, all their calculations are based on the speed of light, right? So they calculate the distance of these stars by figuring out how long it takes for the light to reach the earth. So every time the light changes and it flickers, you know, they count the distance and calculate the speed, and based on the speed, they figure out how far away the stars are, whatever. But in that equation, you got variables and you got constants. and they use the speed of light as a constant, but other physical experiments that can be replicated and proven have shown that the speed of light is not constant. It actually changes depending on the medium that it's traveling through. So if you shine light through smoke, the speed changes. You shine it through air, the speed changes. You shine it through water, the speed changes. You shine it through oil, the speed changes. So if you have all these changes in the speed of light, and the speed of light is being used as a constant when it's obviously a variable, which has been proven, then the distance that they give us with all these stars and celestial bodies are now null and void. They're all false because they have one wrong variable. And with mathematical equations, it's garbage in, garbage out. So they've been putting garbage in, getting garbage out, and feeding us the garbage as if it's the truth. When the truth is, none of us really know what's up there. That's why every bit of science, quote unquote, that they have, that relates to what's up there in the cosmos, it's all considered theoretical science because it's not fact-based. It's all conjecture. It's all assumptions based on minimal observations. So a lot of the times they got to make shit up and feed it to us. But because they're the academia, because they're the quote unquote smart people, we now have to trust them and listen to them and take their word for it, which ultimately means everything that we know or we think we know about space and the earth is all belief. It's all a religion is all it is. Now, where the flat earth and globe earth conversation ends, I believe, is when a globe earther, holds the globe to be a fact, when in fact it's just a theory. So we can have the debate because as a flat earther, I'm willing to admit what I believe is a theory, but I have facts to support my theory. When you listen to a globe earther argue, they say the globe is a fact, and here's the theory of gravity that proves it. It doesn't work that way. So if all you have is a theory to support what you hold to be a fact, then that can't be a fact. It's still a theory.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
And I was like researching a bunch of shit last night too, and I was like, I never went that far into that rabbit hole as far as flat or round. But last night I was up to like 3 in the morning, and just like, holy shit, man! It's like 3 a.m. already.
What time is it over there where you're at?
Right now it's 4:02 p.m.
Oh, you still got daylight, you lucky bastard. It's 10 o'clock over here, man.
I know that's the hard part because the time change everywhere. It's like, like for Chadwick, it's like 7 o'clock, I believe, p.m. And then for Ronnie, it's like 9 p.m.
Yeah, he's an hour behind me.
What's up, Ronnie?
How's it going, guys? Oh man, that's great here. How about you two guys?
What's going on, Roddy?
Oh, not much. I couldn't get the link come up on my laptop for whatever reason, so I'm on my phone. However long this battery will work, I guess is how long I'll be on here. But
man, you better get that charger and plug that thing in because we're gonna be here for a while. If we're gonna be talking flat over.
When I can't get my charger, my earpiece plugs in right from my charger does, so I can't.
Oh, you got one of those goofy iPhones? Damn it, I hate those.
Yeah, man, that's what I got.
Android, bro.
Yep, Android. I got all three my Androids. 2 phones, 1 tablet, all plugged in.
I'm not as uptown as you guys, though. I mean, hell, I'm old. I'm catching up. Are we ready for a big debate tonight, or is everybody going to show up?
Yep. Yeah. Chadwick just texted me. He said he's on his way home, and he's gonna be about 5 minutes late. So should be any minute. Should be popping up.
Yeah, I'm excited, man, because every time I get into a flat Earth, globe Earth debate, I use that as an opportunity to simply educate the other side about the flat Earth. Because most people that choose the side of the globe, they only do so out of default because that's what they've been taught their whole lives. That's what everybody thinks. And they don't know much about the flat Earth because when you try to search flat Earth on YouTube, all you get is the shill groups, the agents there to continue selling you the lies. And it's like if the globe is the truth, then why do they have to use so many lies to support it? Right. That's kind of weird to me. Why did YouTube start censoring flat Earth before anything else?
Damn good question. I'll tell you what, I'm going to be sitting back tonight and just enjoying the hell out of this conversation. I mean, I am, man. I'm really looking forward to it. Debate, conversation, however you want to look at it.
Yeah, I'm stoked, man.
Because I know that's the truth, though. Because why is YouTube anytime you talk about something they don't want you to talk about, they put that blue box
Yeah.
underneath. So every time I see that blue box, I'm like, all right, well, this has got to be mostly true, because
Yep.
why they only try to silence the truth, right?
Right. Exactly. Nobody. The only people who have an interest in controlling the flow of information are people who intend on deceiving you. And the information that they focus their control on is normally the truth. It's normally the information that would make you aware of their deception, that would prevent them from being able to deceive you. So the only way they can continue to deceive you is to suppress the opposing opinions. And we all know that. I mean, that's something I don't even have to get into.
Oh, we
That's
know they're
common
all
knowledge.
liars. That's for sure. Hey, could you right quick go over that, because we were talking about this last week on the bucket of water at the ocean. I mean, because I don't know how that went. When you
Okay,
comparing the tides.
Steve, hold your
Yep.
beer up to the camera and hold it to where the level of that beer is level, right? Now
Right.
tilt that bottle and watch that beer lean inside that bottle.
Right.
Okay. Now you notice how the level is off now of the water. Like it's still level, but compared to the top of the bottle, it's at an angle now, right?
Right.
Okay. Keep that picture in your mind. Now imagine a bucket of water on the beach. When the moon comes out and high tide comes in, the water in that bucket should behave the same way, where the bucket remains straight and the water becomes unleveled, and one side of the bucket is higher than the other side, maybe slightly higher, but higher. But that doesn't happen. Or people who have swimming pools near the beach. When high tide comes in, if the moon is responsible for the movement of that water, the water in the pool should behave exactly the way the water in the ocean behaves. But it doesn't. So it's obviously not an outside force controlling the tides of the water. It's something within the water itself. Um, there's many different theories on what controls the tides and whatnot, but the fact of the matter is, it ain't the moon and it ain't gravity, because gravity doesn't exist. Um,
What do you
but
think
before,
controls the tides, CM?
one theory that I heard is that there's some sort of whirlpool at the North Pole, and that's why ships aren't allowed to sail in that region. And the militaries have their bases set up there, and they got their treaty to prevent people from entering the Arctic, without special permission. Just like in Antarctica with the south, the southern regions. And that whirlpool, it sucks the water in and then it pushes the water back out, which creates the tides. That's what they say. It's kind of like the ocean's breathing almost. That's one theory. The other theory is that the water is just not settled and is just constantly moving all the time because of seismic activity under the ground, tectonic movements that happen, certain times of day and whatnot. So there's several different theories on it. I've never really got into it, but I've only gotten as far as proving that the moon is not responsible for the tides, because gravity is bullshit.
What do you
I
think magnetics have
just
anything to do
got
with it? I'm sorry,
I
Steve.
just got word from Chadwick. He just got home. He's setting up his camera, so
Great.
All right.
Excellent.
coming in.
Yeah, sure.
Other hat, aloha.
Now, people ask me all the time, like, Citizen Man, you're such a smart guy. Why do you believe in flat Earth? Well, the answer is very simple. I don't believe liars, and NASA's been caught lying too many times for me to take anything they say as fact. So I have to question everything they put out. Period. Um, they've been caught staging the scenes inside of the ISS. They've been caught with wires and being suspended and hanging from wires and pretending to be in zero gravity. They've been caught with green screens and augmented reality. The so-called astronauts, when they do their spacewalk, they've been, in the footage, you see bubbles coming from the spacesuits, which means they're underwater. We just recently had an incident where they canceled the spacewalk because one of the astronauts' helmets filled with water. How does that happen in space?
Oh, it's a
Why?
damn good question, man. I have no idea. Yeah, if anything, I thought in outer space they'd have an antifreeze in them. Not water.
Another question to consider is Earth has a pressurized atmosphere, as we're all existing in it, so we know it's there. Then they tell us space is the most powerful vacuum known to man. So how is it that this pressurized atmosphere exists next to a vacuum and the gases in the atmosphere aren't getting sucked out into the vacuum? Then the answer for that would be gravity, the theoretical force of gravity. But that doesn't explain how the second law of thermodynamics is being violated, because there's gravity here on Earth and we can't replicate that experiment. So obviously that's not what's going on. So when they tell us space is a vacuum, based on the fact that we exist in a pressurized atmosphere, that lets us know that that's not true. So whether you believe the earth is round or the earth is flat, you have to admit now that we've been sold a bunch of lies by the very same science class that tells us earth is round. So if they're telling us earth is round and they're getting caught in these obvious lies, well, it's only logical that we now question what they tell us the shape of the earth is. And that's where I'm at.
Yeah, that's why I question it. Because look, just in the past couple of years, how much they've been caught lying on just everything. So it's like, yeah, why wouldn't they be lying about that too?
Yeah, they've been forced to admit that the pictures that they put out of the satellites, the pictures of the planets, the pictures of Earth, they're all CGI. They're all fake. They're all cartoons. There are no real photographs at all. And the only real images of Earth we have are high altitude balloons and high altitude cameras, which show a flat, straight horizon. The best one is the Red Bull jump with Felix Baumgartner when he was inside his capsule at 120,000 feet. And when he opened when you see the shot from inside the capsule, the moment he opens the door, you see a straight, flat horizon, no curvature. Being that high up, you should be able to see curvature if the Earth was curved, but you don't.
So the great points he makes. I mean, goddamn, man, what else could you want? But we gotta have what's his name again? Chadwick.
Yeah.
Come on, Chadwick. Come on, Chadwick.
No, I really want to hear what he has to say. And I'm gonna when he gets on, I'm gonna stay quiet and I'm gonna give him the floor. I'm gonna let him speak and I'm gonna just take notes of all the points that he's making, and then I'll rebuttal his points.
Oh, I'm just saying, man, I'm looking forward to it, because I do want to hear both sides, And I've heard that.
Me too.
Yeah, because
Chadwick's
I'm sorry,
a great guy. He's a smart guy. Citizen Man's a great guy. Smart. I've known both you guys for a while. So yeah, I want to hear what Oh, that's Too Tall. We're waiting. Too Tall. Hold on one sec. We're waiting for Chadwick.
Because you see, the thing is, by now with all the flat Earth debates that have been had, every globe Earth point is almost every globe Earth point has been addressed. I haven't heard anything new that I haven't heard before, but I'm hoping Chadwick's got something new that I can address tonight that wouldn't require me to repeat myself over and over. But I think, is that him right there, or is that someone else? Too Tall Rob.
That's Too Tall.
All right.
How you doing? Greetings.
He said he's setting up his camera, so hopefully he's not having problems with it.
What you need a camera for? You're gonna show his pretty face like I normally don't.
Let me get my other device fired up. Microphone's crackly on this piece of shit.
What's going on, Too Tall?
Coffee going. How you doing, y'all?
Whoa, great, man.
Shit. What a day in America. All right.
Damn, brother, you sound like you got a cold there.
Social. I just woke up from my nap.
Oh, okay, I got you.
I hope he's not having problems.
Yeah, connecting his camera and stuff, right?
Everybody's listening. Chadwick, I could drop the link again in the chat if you, because I've had a problem going on other people's streams from the link that they sent me.
You drop it in the chat, Steve?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that real quick right now.
Okay, well, I'm gonna get off my phone and hit that and see if it'll work. Well, I'll hit it first. I don't want two Ronnie Yorks on there though. So.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna let's see, copy. Yeah, I'm gonna drop it right now, Ronnie. So.
Okay. Well, I'll bounce out and try to bounce right back on.
Okay, cool.
So Too Tall, where do you stand on the whole flat Earth, globe Earth debate? What's your position?
I'm gonna need some more coffee on that one. Hey, I was going to mention where you posted your StreamYard link. You'll have to go to your YouTube page. But if you will pop those 3 buttons next to it, it'll pin that message up top so you don't have to continually repost it when people come back. Make it easy to find.
Oh yeah, okay.
Success.
Actually,
Yeah,
no.
give me just a minute here. Let me get myself situated.
Can y'all hear me?
Yep, I can hear you, Ronnie.
Yeah, we
I
can.
ain't got no audio.
Oh, those 3 buttons don't let me pin it.
What the
Oh yeah,
hell's
I guess I
wrong?
did do it on my YouTube though. That's what he said. Duh. Yeah, no. So what's up with you, Citizen Man? You still same business? Still running the same
Yep,
business?
yep, yep. Never gonna quit, man.
Because for a while it was like you disappeared, and I was like, oh shit. And then
Nah, they took. I was on the Citizen Man business channel. Then they took my damn channel down. I mean, I took it down, but they flagged my damn channel, so I got suspended for 1 week. And then during the 1 week suspension, like 3 days into it, they flagged a video that I already deleted. So then they hit me with another 2 week suspension. So I ended up being suspended for like 20 days or something like that.
But that's common
So
occurrence for him.
while I was suspended on the business channel, I was streaming over on the Citizen Man channel, but it took some folks a while to realize what was happening and get over there.
no, yeah, exactly. Because Red Dawn's actually the one that told me, and that's how I found you again.
Yeah, I never left. I just switched channels is all.
Right.
That's why I keep telling everybody, man, you got to subscribe to both channels because one night you're gonna see me on one channel, then the next night I might be on the other channel. So you got to check both. Be subscribed to both. Because if they suspend me, I can't let you. There's no way for me to let anybody know. You know what I'm saying? So I just got to fire it up on the other channel.
Right. Plus, for me, it got hard too because once I started going live, and plus with my plumbing company, it's like, man, just nonstop. It's like before I just go to work, come home, and then watch everybody I watch. But then once we started going live, it's like, oh shit, man, it's hard to even
Yeah,
find
it's
time.
work, isn't it?
It is, man. It's a lot
Yeah, because
more.
I noticed I've been missing you on my lives a lot, and I thought maybe you couldn't find the channel, but then I realized like he's got his own show. That's what's happening. YouTube's kicking his ass now.
Yeah. It's like I'm working doing the plumbing and thinking about this, and then I get home, I'm setting this up, and then I still want to put videos out, and the editing takes forever.
Yeah, it's easier to do lives. I found lives to be more productive than putting out videos. Plus, you get more views when you go live.
Yep. Yeah. Oh,
Well, Steve, what was that video you put out? Where'd you take that video out that I seen today of the clouds that looked like eyes and a mouth and then this whatever it was shooting through it? When was that and where was it?
when did I record it?
Yeah, and where?
Oh, that was right here. Right. I was walking my dog.
Oh, really?
So yeah, it was like on. Cause my house is weird. Like the garage is on in the back that connects to the alley,
Mm-hmm.
and then so I was on the alley side, and I just looked up and I noticed that cloud, and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, that looks crazy as hell. So then I recorded it, and then when I went to, because I know Sunday, I said I got to put that video, got to put it out. And when I was watching it, then I noticed that like orb looking shit or that thing that was in there that I put in slow motion. But oh, here you go. Here's Chadwick, Thought Forge, everybody. This is Chadwick. What's up, brother?
I was having some camera issues, but I can hear you all right. I don't know what that's about.
Okay, that's cool. Right on, yeah. Thanks for coming, brother.
Yeah, no worries. Sorry I'm late. I got stuck in California traffic.
That's no
Oh yeah,
excuse.
just like
Oh, it's an excuse, and I'm using it. What's happening, everybody?
Not much, man. Not much. I'm curious to hear your thoughts. I heard that you had a challenge for me about the globe versus flat Earth, and Steve had this debate set up for me and you to exchange some thoughts and whatnot. So I wanted to basically
Right.
let's just get into it, man. Let's get your opening argument, and then I guess we'll get the thing rolling. Steve and Ronnie, you guys can moderate or whatever, and so at least we'll have two different moderators, and take all the time you need for your opening statements, and then I guess we can go back and forth. You make your point, I make my point, and
Right. I'll be simple about my stance on it is that through all the physics that can be quoted on stuff and all the math and whatnot, there's simple observational things that I've seen in my life and others have seen that demonstrated to me that they make a lot of sense as to why the Earth would be a globe, and it's not compatible with a flat Earth model. Just things that I've seen myself. And then on top of that, when you take into account all the things that the information that is out there, it kind of squashes the flat Earth model. And I'm curious to know what it is that makes you believe that the Earth is flat, particularly.
Okay, I can answer that pretty simply. A lot of that math that you reference, right? Math is theoretical, so you can get it to say one thing on paper, but to translate it to reality, it doesn't work. I'll give you an example. The curvature math, it's 8 inches per mile squared. So wherever you stand, every mile out that you go in every direction, you should have a drop of 8 inches in curvature. Long distance photography has proven that 8 inches per mile squared curvature math isn't accurate because objects that should be hidden behind the curvature based on the distance that they are away from the photographer are clearly visible from top to bottom once you zoom in with a high powered lens. So the curvature math is off, but in theory, on paper, it works just fine. So that, to me, that kind of pokes a hole in the whole, using math to prove the globe thing. As far as the phenomena that we witness, the explanations that are given to us through mainstream science, sure, they probably don't apply on the flat Earth, but flat earthers do have explanations of their own that most people aren't really aware of because flat Earth information has been heavily censored and suppressed. So I make it a point.
And that's what I'm curious about.
Yeah. So I make it a point to just share the information. I'm not here to argue and fight with people about it. It's you believe what you want to believe. I believe what I want to believe, but I just want people to understand why I believe what I believe. And that's why, I'm glad you started out with that question. That was an excellent question.
Yeah. My thing is, when you come into a discussion thinking it's going to be an argument, or you come into a discussion thinking that there's going to be a conclusion, like we're going to reach a goal, that's already preempting that, okay, they're going to see it my way. And frankly, I think, am I allowed to cuss on here? Because I cuss a lot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can.
Okay, so I think that kind of mindset is bullshit, because if you come in with a predetermined, like, oh, I'm going to win, or oh, this person's going to see it my way, there's no way of winning that argument because you've already lost yourself. You just need to give somebody enough information to think about, and they'll do the research on their own and come to the right decisions. At least I hope.
You see, for me, belief is it's a personal thing. So I have no right to tell you what to believe. All I can do is share with you why I believe what I believe. Exactly. Now, as far as the globe, people who believe in the globe, I understand why people believe in the globe because I was taught the same thing, my whole life. But it wasn't until I was in, my late 20s, early 30s that I started to notice very prominent people who I hold in high esteem, were subscribing to this flat Earth notion and sharing thoughts on why the Earth is flat and why it's not a ball. And it sparked my curiosity and it made me want to disprove them. So my research actually started with trying to prove that flat Earth was not real and the globe was. And ultimately, I had no choice but to conclude that the globe was nothing more than a theory, because the one thing that supports it is gravity, which is admitted to be a theory. So to say that the globe is a fact, but the heliocentric model is supported by a theory, it kind of made me question that, because now I can't say it's a fact because facts aren't upheld by theories. You know what I'm saying? Theories are upheld by facts, sure.
And I would argue that a lot of the theory that's out there is theory, or they say gravitational force is a law, and because it's a force. However, I would say there is actual observational stuff that you can do in your own backyard, or demonstrate in the real world that shows that the Earth is a globe. One of which I would say is the 8 mile per square math is actually an incorrect notion to work off of, because that's coming from the zetetic astronomy book, which is what flat earthers say is like basically like their Bible. But that is presuming that the world is working off of a parabolic curve, and the Earth is not parabolic. That's not something that we say. So 8 miles, 8 miles or 8 inches.
8 inches per square mile, per mile square.
Right. Yeah, that's working up a parabolic, and that's not what the globe is. You actually need trigonometry to get the real height, radius of Earth, and the arc length, which is h equal r dash r cos s dash 2r. It's a different reference, and when you plug in that math, which I'd be happy to email you or whatever, it works out to be, you know, like a lot of people bring up the Statue of Liberty thing, like, oh, we can see the Statue of Liberty from 60 miles away. If you plug in the right formula, that actually works quite well, because the globe isn't shaped like the A and W brand symbol. It's shaped like oblate spheroid. So,
well, I have one point of contention with what you said there, because the 8 inches per mile squared is accepted by NASA, and that is what NASA gave us. So the book that you referenced, that you say flat earthers use as their Bible, I'm a flat earther and I've never heard of it. So so I can't accept that statement as being true. But the 8 inches per mile squared is accepted by mainstream science. It is accepted by NASA, and that's what they give us. So I'm going off of what the people who sold us the idea of the globe, sold us the idea of space, that's what they gave us. And I'm just showing that what they gave us is not accurate. And I think you just proved my point, because you also concur that 8 inches per mile squared is not accurate. So thank you.
well, no, it's because it's the wrong formula to use. It's going off the base that the world is shaped like it's not.
Right.
That being said, so I can email you that formula afterwards if you like. But what is it exactly that you see in the world that's observational, that beyond that formula makes you think it's flat?
The surface of the earth is 70% water. Water always stays level at the surface. And the horizon is flat no matter how high you go. If you stand on the beach and you look out at the horizon, it's flat. You go up in an airplane, you look out at the horizon, it's at eye level and it's flat. You look at, video footage from high altitude balloons. I referenced earlier the Red Bull jump, which is confirmed to be 120,000 feet up. The camera lens from inside the capsule was a true lens with no distortion, and when he swung the door open, you can see a straight flat horizon, just like you would see from ground level, from airplane level, etc.
You're talking about the Stratus jump?
Yeah. So there's some empirical observational evidence that I would reference to say that's what I would go with.
Okay. I watched the Stratus jump and I thought you could see a curve, but I'll go back and watch it again. But
the outside cameras did have somewhat of a distorted lens, so the entire state of New Mexico took up the entirety of the curve. So we know that curve wasn't accurate. But there's a split second when he went from inside, right? The camera's like right behind the left side of his head, and the shot only lasts about a second and a half, maybe. And the door swings open, and you can pause it right at that moment, and you can see the straight, flat horizon with no indication of a curve whatsoever.
Okay, I'll go back and look at it. So about water finding its own level, one thing I heard argued a lot from people who believe in the heliocentric model is that flat is not, or level is not, a real thing. Let me ask you this. If you put a water droplet on a piece of wax paper, like you just drop some water on there, what shape does it come up when you put it on the paper?
Okay, so we're going to go with the water droplet argument. Well, of course, it stays in a globular shape, but the ocean is a lot more than a water droplet. So that argument would be, I would have to
consider it's made up of trillions and trillions of little water droplets.
Right, and if you take a few water droplets and you put them together in a medicine cup, the water stays level. It finds its level. I mean, there's a tool called a level which has water in it.
Right, it has a spherical bubble because water curves.
We're back.
But the oceans do not curve.
That's one of the things I was watching last night about that.
Because here's the thing, ThoughtForge. The explanation that's given to us by mainstream science about why the oceans curve and the water sticks to the outside of a ball is gravity, which is, again, that theory. So again, if you say the water hugging the ball Earth is a fact, you cannot support that fact with a theory. And I mean, any intellectual would know this. So to say that, the water curving around the ball earth is a fact, well, I can't say it's a fact. And this is why I reference the water, because if I fill up a bucket of water, I fill up a bathtub, I fill up a swimming pool, the oceans are much larger than those containers. And the surface of that water is level. That's why we call it sea level.
So if gravity's not a thing, and how come water comes out of a cup when you go out of the Earth's gravity?
We don't know that. We don't know that for a fact. We don't.
Are you under the assumption that the videos that we see from NASA are
Absolutely.
Or is it just coming through on my end like that?
I won't call it an assumption, because it's been proven that their videos are fake. It's been proven over and over again. And if you want a good source of reference for the fake videos and to see the fakery, there's a fellow by the name of Jeranism with a J, Jeranism, and he does the debunking NASA thing. And he's
write
another
that down real quick.
Yeah.
How do you spell it again?
Jeranism. Jeranism.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, NASA's been caught several times with the fakery, man. So whatever they tell us about space and what they show us about space, I got to take that off the table completely.
Okay, and is it the same thing with the SR-71 Blackbird and the U-2 and things like that?
No, because those are physical aircraft that we can see. We know they exist and they're here. So I can't take that off the table. We could see videos of them being built, videos of them being constructed, videos of them being test flown, videos of them crashing in test flights. So I can't take that off the table, but we've never seen any of that with the ISS. We've never seen any of that with any satellites. We've never seen any of that with the space shuttles. We've seen some footage with the rockets, but even that's been called into question.
Yeah, I don't watch much of the ISS stuff just because it's cringe as all hell. But
yeah, yeah, I'm glad you see it too.
And not for any point of discounting science, just the fact that they're like, "Hey, look at us, we're up in space." I'm like, great.
Yeah, it's kind of goofy.
Nobody cares. Well, let me ask you this then about the horizon and whatnot. So, a horizontal plane, we're way too small and insignificant to be able to see the curvature of the Earth from the Earth's surface because we're just so tiny compared to the Earth. You can't see it on the horizontal plane, but what about the vertical plane when you see boats going over the horizon and people say, oh, you can bring it into focus again with a long-range telescopic lens, but beyond that, that might be so because the human eye can only see about 3 miles, but why do boats then disappear from the bottom up? Because that displays... Go ahead.
Finish your point. I want to get the.
Because I was going to say, because then that displays that even bringing it, into focus with beyond the human eye, it's still disappearing from the bottom up, meaning it's going over the curve on the straightforward plane versus the horizontal plane, which we can't see.
Okay, that argument actually has been abandoned by mainstream science. Bill Nye tried it, and he got shut down for it because what happens, there's a phenomenon that happens on the surface of water where there's a layer of water vapor that stays right near the surface of the water. And what happens is when you look at objects far away on the water, they start to disappear behind that water vapor layer, which creates a mirage. So even if you look at the ship with the naked eye, it disappears. You zoom in with the camera, you see it again, but if it continues going, it's still going to disappear because your eye cannot see infinitely, right? So it's going to disappear from the bottom up because as it goes farther and farther and it becomes smaller and smaller, that water vapor layer seems to appear larger and larger in comparison to the object that's disappearing behind it. So it's simply a mirage because when you see ships go to the left and to the right of you, you don't see that happen. You only see that when they go straight out in front of you.
So you're claiming it's due to visual
yes. Atmospheric interference.
Atmospheric interference?
I think that's the word for it. I'm not 100% sure, but it's got to do with the layer of water vapor that's right on the surface of the water, creating a mirage.
Because I would think that would be visual infraction.
Well, if that's the term for it, then that'll be it. Then I'll stand corrected.
Okay. I would disagree, but that's no. Well, then how about this? So I used to live in Oregon, and in Oregon and a couple of different large bays, the bottom of the lighthouses there are painted with big white and black checkerboard. They're 6 by 6 squares. so you can see them from pretty far away. With a set of cheap binoculars, you can see, like, I'd be on one side of the bay and you could see 4 squares on the thing, and then you would take a drone and send it directly straight up in your exact position, or go up to, there's a place called Rooster Rock, you can do the same thing and go up in the exact same position in the exact same foot space and go up vertically, and you can see all 6 of the squares that are on the bottom of the lighthouse versus the 4. How is that a thing if the light refraction, because that's at sea level, and
it's the same. It's the same phenomenon. It's the same phenomenon. But if it's on land, then it's dust obstructing your vision. If it's on water, then it's the water vapor. It's the same thing.
And see, that I feel like that's kind of a fallacy to argue, because once it's water vapor, then it's dust. How is it dust if it's a developed paved road?
Because the air isn't pure, it isn't 100% clean, and heavier particles that float in the air tend to stay closer to the ground as the lighter particles rise higher. So when you look at objects far away, you're seeing a thicker layer of obstruction in the air, which obstructs your vision of the bottom of the object that you're looking at. But if you go up into the thinner layer of particles in the air and you look down, which would be, you know, what you referenced with sending the drone up in the same foot space, then you can see clearer, because now you're looking through clearer air with less particles, smaller particles, lighter particles, and thus you have a longer field of vision.
Even if it's only 40 feet from the vertical position and the lighthouse is still at the water's height? It seems like 40 feet wouldn't make that much of a difference if there's, you know, in the middle of a redwood forest.
Well, I mean, a 40-foot distance doesn't prove curvature either. I mean, that's not, if the earth is so big that you can't see curvature, then using a 40-foot distance for reference is kind of asinine. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, if your argument is that 40 feet of something would be gone because of the curvature of the earth, and then you go up 40 feet and it never changed, that would be something. But if it does change a little bit, then that's something.
I mean, of course, your view of it is going to change if you change your point of view. I mean, that's obvious. And the higher you go, is the farther you can see, and the more you can see, the lower you are, is the less you can see.
Because of the curvature of the earth.
It could be because of the curvature of the earth. It could be because of atmospheres. What's that word you said? Visual impairment or obstruction? Visual obstruction.
It's light bending and fraction.
Well, that's what they say. But again, here we have 2 different explanations for both of us seeing the same thing. Because if we both stand side by side and we observe the same thing, we're looking at the same thing, but we can come up with 2 completely different explanations for it, and both can be just as valid.
Well, I gave you something to look at, and I gave you something to look at, hopefully. Not infract. What the hell am I thinking? It's called refraction. God, I'm an idiot.
Refraction. Yeah.
Refraction. I'm a freaking retard. Sorry, it's been a long day.
Can I ask a question both y'all to answer?
Shoot.
Yeah, go ahead, Ronnie.
What holds the atmosphere inside the earth? Either one go first. I don't care.
Gravity.
Density.
Okay. If space is a vacuum, then how does the atmosphere keep from being sucked out?
Because space is not a vacuum.
It's not?
Either space is not a vacuum, or if it is a vacuum, there has to be a solid barrier up there. It's got to be one of the 2.
Okay. What happened to Chadwick?
Well,
I don't know. I want to hear his answer. Oh, here he comes.
Sorry about that.
He just accidentally dropped out.
I was trying to figure out my camera, and it kicked me out. I'm sorry. I only heard the first part of your question.
For Ronnie's question.
Yeah,
I was asking what keeps the atmosphere on the earth if space is a vacuum.
So my response to that would be that it's not a vacuum like a vacuum cleaner. That's not what a vacuum is. A vacuum just means it's devoid of air, atmosphere, or anything. It doesn't have anything to it. It's not actually like a vacuum cleaner that just sucks in one direction. You know, a vacuum means it's devoid of matter.
But you do know that space is assigned a torr measurement, which is the unit measurement for vacuum pressure for a vacuum, and it's said to be the most powerful vacuum known to man. So to say there is no sucking action that happens in space would be in direct contradiction to what NASA tells us by assigning space a torr measurement.
The only reason we observe a quote sucking is because we're coming from something with an atmosphere. If we were coming from something without it, like, if you're in a space shuttle and a big hole gets poked in it, you get sucked towards the window. That's even though that thing has been kind of it's because we're in a positively pressured atmospheric, thing, and we're getting blown out because it's not necessarily a vacuum cleaner. It's not sucking us in one direction. It just is a vacuum. It's devoid of anything. So it's explosive decompression. If the gravity of the Earth is that it's so strong that it keeps the atmosphere in, just as the same way you go to one of the gas giant planets and the gravity is big enough in that it keeps the rocks and everything else that's floating around them. Like Saturn exists because of its own gravity. It's gas. It's what sucks it all together. Over billions of years, that gas can become certain things. That's what I would say, is that the gravity of the Earth is what keeps the atmosphere in.
Well, that's a theoretical explanation. Here's the factual explanation. The atmosphere is pressurized, and the higher up you go, is the lower the pressure becomes. The higher you go, so low that the pressure becomes, quote unquote, a vacuum, according to NASA. They even assign it a torr measurement, which means there is a sucking action that takes place, but never mind that. The density factor plays in, where the heavier molecules like oxygen, carbon dioxide, and so on remain closer to the ground, and the lighter molecules like or atoms, I should say, like helium and hydrogen and so on, they float up on into the stratosphere or the atmosphere or high altitudes or whatever the case may be. So the layers that we have in our atmosphere are simply due to density, where the denser particles remain close to the ground and the lighter particles fly higher up. Now, the thing about gravity and density, here's why I think density trumps gravity. Because gravity can explain why the atmosphere is stuck to the Earth. Gravity can explain why water sticks to a ball. Gravity can explain why the moon revolves around us and the Earth revolves around the sun, et cetera, et cetera. But what gravity cannot explain is why is it that trillions of gallons of water can be stuck to a spinning ball spinning 1,000 miles an hour, but it can't stop a hummingbird from taking off. Density can though, because water, finds its level. So let's assume the Earth is a flat level plane. The water would find its level. The heavier particles in the air, like oxygen, carbon dioxide, so on, would remain lower to the ground. The lighter particles would float higher up. That hummingbird that takes off, well, his bones are less dense than the ground, so he doesn't sink into the earth when he lands. And when he flaps his wings, he condenses the air underneath his wings, which creates lift due to the density of the air underneath his wings with every flap. So density
you
not
generate
only
lift by having the air molecules move faster under than over.
Yes, he's condensing them. He's making them more dense underneath him so he can push himself up. A helium balloon. You let go, you release a helium balloon. There's no gravitational explanation for that helium balloon floating up into the sky. But when you consider density, well, that's because helium is less dense than the air around, so the balloon is going to go up into the sky. It's going to float up.
Then why do we find helium in the atmosphere?
Because there's still small amounts of helium low to the ground, and there's majority of it higher up in the sky.
In your model, wouldn't that get sucked out into space by the vacuum?
Well, in my model, the vacuum doesn't exist. That's the point. But
you've been arguing that it's a vacuum.
No, I've been arguing that NASA says it's a vacuum. That's the whole point. The whole point is NASA says it's a vacuum, and NASA is not being honest. They're not telling the truth.
So within your atmosphere, even you say there's an atmosphere, though. Within the atmospheric, having an atmosphere, how can a hummingbird not take off, but water, which is denser, in your words, stick to the globe, but a hummingbird can take off? I don't understand that argument, because if a hummingbird can generate lift...
You kind of cut me off and you never let me finish, so that's perhaps why
continue.
You don't understand. You take that helium balloon in the air where you're standing on the ground, you let it go, it'll go up in the sky. Gravity can't explain that. Density explains that because the helium is less dense than the medium that it's in. It's very simple. The hummingbird taking off, again, when it flaps its wings, it creates more dense air underneath it so it can create lift and push itself up. When the hummingbird stops flapping its wings, its body is more dense than the air that it's in because it's no longer condensing that air beneath its wings with the flap, so it will fall out of the sky. So density actually not only explains why things fall, but it also explains why things fly and float. Gravity only explains why things fall.
I'm still not getting the hummingbird thing.
If billions of gallons, trillions of gallons of water can be held down by gravity on a spinning ball. I don't know if you ever soaked a tennis ball and spun it and saw what happened. But if gravity can prevent that from happening, prevent the water from flying off the globe at the equator, spinning 1,000 miles an hour, it can't stop it can't keep a hummingbird stuck to the ground. That's an inconsistency. That's what I'm saying. That is inconsistent.
But spinning with the globe, you realize that like continuation of motion is a thing, and it's like driving in a car. If you throw a tennis ball up in the air while you're inside of a car going 60 miles an hour, the tennis ball isn't going to all of a sudden come and smack you in the face because you're going 60 miles an hour. It's going to continue its motion with you. So the inertia is going to continue moving forward. It's why you can walk forward on a bus going down the road.
And you know what the difference is between a car, a bus, and the globe?
What's that?
The car and the bus are enclosed spaces. The globe is supposed to be this ball just floating out in the middle of what we call space. There is no enclosed barrier around the globe according to the globe model. So to compare the motion to the globe to the motion inside of a moving vehicle, again, is a false equivalency. So now you're grasping at straws, my friend.
No, I'm not grasping at straws. That's what the atmosphere is. If it wasn't for the atmosphere, which I think...
So you're telling me the atmosphere is a solid barrier?
I'm telling you the atmosphere is a barrier. It's not a solid barrier.
Well, in physics, it requires a solid barrier because, again, that is the fundamental difference between the globe and that moving car. The moving car is because if you roll down the windows in that car and let the air flow through that car as you're driving, that ball will smack you in the face.
We're also comparing a tennis ball spinning to the globe, which is so huge that it's one rotation per day. I mean, it's perceived by us.
Now you're moving the goalpost because the tennis ball, it's a spherical object, and I'm saying soak the surface of it in water and spin it and see what happens. The globe is 70% water and it spins, and what happens when you spin that wet tennis ball is not happening when the globe spins.
But what happens if the tennis ball spins one time in one day?
Well, if you scale it down, it'll be a much faster rotation than one time, one day. If you scale it up, it'll be one time, one day. But still, it's still 1,000 miles an hour.
No, it's not 1,000 miles an hour. It's perceived across the way as 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, but that's perceived because it's one rotation per day. The Earth only spins one time per day. So if you change the gear ratio on a machine with a larger pulley, it makes the rotation slower. This puts less direct force on the rotational motion of the part.
But even
you can't say we're moving forward at 1,000 miles an hour.
Well, that's what
and just say that that's what we're doing. It's the same as a tennis ball spinning 1,000 miles an hour because that's not a proper representation.
It's not the same as a tennis ball spinning 1,000 miles an hour. The tennis ball would be spinning a little bit slower than 1,000 miles an hour once you scale it down. Now, I'm not an expert in gear ratios and gear reduction and whatnot, but what I do know is if the globe is spinning, the water would behave much differently than what we observe. That's the point of what I'm saying.
Do you agree that the sun is from more or less in one spot?
No.
So one rotation of the Earth. You don't think that
when I look up in the sky and I see the sun moving, that's what I see. I see the sun moving.
And what do you think the sun is?
I think the sun is a light of some sort that generates heat and gives off and radiates some sort of energy. I don't know what it is because the people who taught me about the sun lied to me. So I don't know what it is.
If that's the case, why when you go up in elevation does the temperature get lower?
Because the sunlight is somewhat of a spotlight, and the farther up you go is the further out of that spotlight you go. It's a
I
concentrated
thought you just said that the spotlight is above us and it creates heat.
Yes, but it's a spotlight, sir. And if you go up, you're not going up direct. If you go up directly towards the sun, it gets warmer. But when you go up in the sky, you don't move towards the sun, do you?
Well, where is it coming from if it's not coming from up?
It's coming from up, but it's coming at an angle. Hence, we have crepuscular rays coming from the sun.
But if it's coming from up, then why, when you go up in elevation, does it get colder?
I have to draw you a picture to illustrate this for you. Anybody got a pen and paper? Steve or Ronnie? Any of you guys got a pen and paper?
I can find
Yeah,
one.
dude.
You
Yeah,
got one?
give me
Okay.
one sec.
You got something, Steve?
Yeah, give me one sec. It's at my
Because
other
it's really difficult to explain Thought Forge. I'm not trying to be condescending or anything. I really have to illustrate what I'm explaining to you so you can grasp the understanding of it. These discussions, when it comes to flat Earth, it does require visuals. It really does.
Okay.
And that's why I'm not trying to argue with you. If it sounds like I'm arguing, and that's not my intent. I apologize.
No. You're challenging my point, and I'm trying to prove to you what I'm saying. So I have to show you what I'm actually saying. So it's all right. You're good. You're cool.
It's not a full shot sheet of paper, but
yeah, I just need something that you can draw. Draw me a triangle on that sheet of paper, and then hold it up to the camera with the triangle, with the wide part of the triangle pointing down, the apex pointing up.
So like a pyramid.
Yes.
you know what?
I'm
That's
doing the same
weird.
thing here.
I'm gonna do that too, but that you said it because I said last night I was kind of going down a rabbit hole on both sides. Because to me, it's. But anyway, what the hell? I thought I wrote it down, but something about if you walk a certain amount of distance and then turn right and then walk the same amount of distance and then turn right again and walk the same amount of distance, you'll end up where you were to begin with, which basically you walked in
a circle
triangle
or a square
instead of a square because you only turned right twice.
You covered 360 degrees, yeah.
So I couldn't figure that, but then again, like I said, it was 3 a.m. and I was. But okay, I'm gonna draw this. So.
This is the longest triangle I've ever waited to be drawn.
Well, I had to say my part when I.
All right,
mine was done a minute ago. Fuck, I already made the dinner.
All right, Thought Forward, check this out, right? So the apex of that triangle would be where your sun is. The sides of the triangle coming down would be the crepuscular rays coming down from the sun, illuminating whatever portion of the earth it's illuminating, right? Now, imagine that being a conical shape, like a circle. You start at the bottom and you go straight up. So now, Steve, here's what I want you to do. I want you to start maybe just left of center of the base of that triangle and draw a straight line going all the way up to the same height of the apex of that triangle.
So like,
it's just one
like
from right there, draw straight up parallel to the side of the paper, all the way up. No, not up to the apex, a straight line.
Straight up? Okay.
Yeah, straight up cutting through the side of that triangle.
Well, I'm glad Steve's doing this.
He's a great artist, man. Look at that. That's a Picasso.
I got some.
All right,
that shit on eBay.
You see what's happening there, Thought Forge? At some point,
I drew the sun on mine, but I'm creative, so
we should have used yours then. At some point, you're gonna exit the direct rays of the sunlight, which means you're now going to encounter colder temperatures. So the higher you go, the colder it gets, because the higher you go is the further out of the rays of that hot lamp that we call the sun that you'll be going out of. You get what I'm saying? That you'll be exiting.
I do, but I have a challenge for that.
Go for it, man. Go for it.
So if that's true, then why can you, if the sun is a spotlight and it only shines in one direction, how come you move your hand, like if you're holding a pen in your hand, the shadow goes from every single angle. If you spin around in a circle in front of you and you're holding the pen in front of you and you spin around a circle, the thing goes from every angle, meaning that light comes from every angle because of different reasons. That still doesn't explain why, if you go up in elevation, as you get closer to the spotlight, why it would get colder, because it does get colder when you go up in elevation.
We're so small that when we're under the sunlight, we're in the midst of the light. So no matter which way you go, you're going to catch that light at any angle, no matter what angle you look at. So you're going to get the shadows, right? But your assumption with the globe Earth is that the sun is millions of miles away. What is it, 93 million miles away? But you see, with the flat Earth model, our assumption is the sun is local. It's much closer than that. And so the spotlight is more concentrated. So you'll have a more extreme change in temperatures as you exit the cone of the sunlight. You get what I'm saying? So your assumption with the sun being far away wouldn't allow for, my explanation to hold water, but my assumption with the sun being close and local actually does. So in a sense, your belief, you have your explanation for your belief. I have my explanation for my belief. So here we have once again, two guys looking at the exact same thing, but we have two completely different explanations.
Right. We're gonna have an impasse because of the differences. And I believe that if you go up towards the light source, if it is the source of warmth, then that's what's going to be. You're going to get hotter than hell if you go up a mountain. But that's not what we see when we go up a mountain.
Right. Now you also got to consider this too. The lower down, the higher up you go, is the thinner the air becomes, and it's the particles and the atoms and the molecules in the air that actually radiate the heat, right? So if there's thinner air, which means there's less particles, there's less heat being radiated from the sun. So that light could go right past that region, and when it gets down to the lower regions, like the valleys, the lowlands, the water, and so on, you'll get more of the heat because there's more particles in the air to radiate that heat at a faster rate, and there's more particles in the ground to radiate that heat at a faster rate.
However,
it's kind of like
there's snow on mountains.
Let me give you this example. It's like if you stick your hand in the oven, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can stick your hand inside that oven and you can feel that heat, but try to touch the bottom of that oven. What happens? It burns you.
Mm-hmm.
Because the bottom of that oven is denser than the air within that oven, so it radiates and it traps more heat.
Right, but that doesn't explain as to why then snow would stick to upper elevations when all the light would be hitting matter at a much higher level. So snow on a mountain peak would obliterate that argument, because that would mean that snow, which is much higher than the ground, it would be melted quick because that's the closer part to the light. That's the closer distance to the light than the ground, which would be the particles that would be, energized by the radiation of the sun.
Well, that sounds like a mystery both globe earthers and flat earthers need to explain, because that doesn't prove the earth is round in the least bit.
Well, I was just talking about the sun theory being a spotlight. Because I was getting back to the argument of, on heliocentric Earth model, the globe rotates one time per day. The sun doesn't rotate around us. So you rotate one time per day. It doesn't matter how big the ball is. It's not going to be a very big change. It's not like, if the Earth were to stop spinning right now, yes, that would be a catastrophe. Everything would be wrecked.
So your point is the movement of the Earth doesn't allow for enough sunlight to hit the tops of these mountains to melt the snow. Is what you're saying?
No. The movement. Okay. No. That's not what I said at all. That's not even close to what I said. The movement of the Earth was to just prove the point of the sun, and the movement of the Earth was your tennis ball discussion. You're saying that if you spin a tennis ball at 10,000 miles an hour, that's not relative to the Earth spinning one time per day. It's just not. If you spin a tennis ball one time per day, water that's sticking to the surface isn't going to come flying off.
But the tennis ball wouldn't spin at one time per day like the Earth would. You'd have to scale it down. And the tennis ball would definitely spin at a faster rate than one time per day to mimic the Earth spinning at one time per day.
If the Earth only spins one time per day, that argument doesn't make sense. Because the Earth only spins one time per day.
Again, that's assuming that the Earth even spins, which is what flat earthers do not believe. We do not believe the Earth spins at all. And the reason why we don't believe the Earth spins at all is because based on the tennis ball example with the movement and the behavior of the water. So even if the Earth moved at one time per day and you said it's too slow for the water to rush to the equator and fly off the edge, I don't agree with that, because the water would still move differently than it's moving. There would still be more water near the equator than there would be towards the poles. But that's not the case. So if your argument is 1 time per
Well,
day
the
is too
art-
slow to make the water fly off, I would have to
the Earth
disagree.
is at a surface level. The Earth is spinning faster at the equator, but that's not relative because it's a sphere that spins once per day. That's not really spinning at a miles per hour ratio because that's not really a good way to look at it. But yes, because there's more ground to cover, there's more area to cover on the equator. It does spin, quote, faster than the poles because that's just one rotation per day. It's not a miles per hour thing.
Which would prove my point. There would be no land at the equator if that were the case.
Wait, Chadwick, is this better?
Kinda. I have the sun directly above though, like the Luxor is shining on it. You know what I mean? You'll still make money on eBay though. I like it. I like where you're going with that.
Steve, did you take art in school, in grade school? Good
In
job.
grade school, when they gave him the circle of paper and the safety pencils.
Hey, once I bust my crayons out, man, better watch out.
Oh man, don't get me started on crayons. What flavor do you have? So let me Marine Corps joke, but let me ask you this then: what's keeping if the Earth is flat? What's keeping it where it's at?
The Antarctic coastline. What do you mean, keeping the water in or keeping the Earth where it's at?
Keeping the actual Earth where it's at in orbit and whatnot, or just in space.
Well, that's an interesting question because flat earthers do not believe in space. Some believe Earth is a flat plane that's covered under a dome. Some believe it's a flat infinite plane that goes on forever with infinite lands and infinite oceans, which is kind of the notion that I believe. And the whole concept of space doesn't exist, but there definitely is something up there. But we don't know what it is because everything that we know about, everything we think we know about what it is all based in theory, hence theoretical science. So it's all a mystery to us.
But what about those of us who have direct knowledge of missile systems and aircraft that go higher than most aircraft could, and what you need to do to counteract the atmosphere and space and all that?
Well, again, that would have to be me believing what someone else said, which is not what I do.
Are you in the military by chance?
The military tells the truth all the time. Is that what you're telling me? The military's honest.
No, I'm asking if you were in. I'm asking if you were in the military. The military does not tell the truth all the time. I have firsthand knowledge of that, but I'm just asking if you were in the military.
No, I wasn't in the military.
Okay, I was just going to ask because missile systems and stuff that people, normal people interact with in certain areas, it explains a lot of this stuff. So, all right, let me see what my next one wants to be, because that's something that I'll look at, and I'm kind of flabbergasted by the dome thing still. So do you believe Antarctica is like a ice wall? Or are you one of those flat earthers? The ice wall exists, or are you one of the people that thinks it just keeps going?
I believe that I don't believe in the dome thing, and I don't believe that it's a limited space. I do believe it keeps going, but I believe that Antarctica is a ring of ice that surrounds the known world that we're familiar with. If you look at the Antarctic coastline, it's consistently 200 feet or more above sea level. There's hardly any beaches whatsoever. So there is, pictures of what we can call a container. There's Captain Cook's records of sailing around the Antarctic coastline thinking it was going to be, I think it was like 16 or 20,000 miles or something. And it ended up being 64,000 miles, which is consistent with what the flat earth model would dictate the Antarctic coastline would be. And then we also have to consider the Antarctic Treaty, which prevents average people from traveling freely to Antarctica to explore it for themselves. Because
you can travel to Antarctica whenever you want. There's no visa required.
Negative, sir. There's a video on YouTube called Antarctica, Sorry We're Closed. And in
IntrepidTravel.com.
In that video, hold on, let me finish. You keep cutting me off.
Okay. Man. Yeah, well, that's an incorrect statement.
In that video, the narrator goes through all the forms that you have to fill out, all the different countries that you have to submit these applications to, the cost, the process, and everything that you have to go through just to get permission to go down there. Then he goes over the cost of what it costs to actually travel there. Then when you get there, then he goes through the rules that you have to abide by once you get there. And it all amounts to making it impossible for average folks like me and you to just freely go down there. So no, you cannot freely travel to Antarctica. And that's a well-known fact, and anybody trying to argue against that is lying.
Well, I had some points, but I guess I'm a liar. So, intrepidtravel.com, polardreamland.com, herdigan.com, backroads.com, nationalgeographic.com, all websites where you can book different trips, different types of trips to Antarctica. Average trip costs in between $5,000 to $15,000 all inclusive, including travel. You don't need a visa. And there is landedtravel.com, Camp Witchaway, Union Glacier Camp, Tented Camp, Gould Bay Camp. These are all locations you can stay as a hotel or lodging options on Antarctica.
Have you looked at the rules once you get there?
Yeah, my friends who honeymooned there actually showed me.
Now, are there limits on where you can go and where you can't go?
As part of a guided tour, you are requested to stay with them, but you can just go there and do stuff.
Right. So when you actually go out to look at the place, you have to follow where they lead you. You can't just freely go explore it on your own.
No, if you're not part of a tour and you're not part of a group, you can do what you want. It's just not recommended you do because it's a not hospitable environment for certain reasons.
Because according to that video, he looked at the list of the rules and all that, and one of the rules were you can't bring food with you if you're going to travel across Antarctica. You're
supposed to scoop up your ashes too.
You can't use snowmobiles. Like everything just made it impossible to explore that place on your own, which proves my point. So, and you even admitted that they do guided tours. Now the travel agencies,
they do have guided tours, yes, just like every other location on the globe.
The travel agencies and the trips to get there and whatnot, that's all part of the process. But the application process still exists, and you still have to get approved. There was actually a guy that he was from, I think, Sweden or Norway. And he actually sailed his yacht down there with 3 other guys by himself. 2 guys went missing, and he got captured by some military, and he got shipped back to Sweden, and he's currently sitting in prison doing a 20-year sentence. So you can't.
I don't know if I believe that.
Well, it's a well-known story, and it's been all over. It's been on the news. It's actually.
Then how can people just sail to Antarctica on their own and not get busted by they?
Because all the stories of those people sailing to Antarctica on their own are lies. They're all staged. It's bullshit. There was one guy that claimed he flew across Antarctica from one coast to the other, crossing over the South Pole, and it turns out that he worked directly for the Queen of England. So again, we're forced to believe what people are telling us, and I don't play that game. I don't.
I definitely support. Shoot.
I got a question. Is if there's no space, what is there?
We don't know. All we can do is theorize and make assumptions. We can look through telescopes and assume what it is that we're seeing. That's it. We don't know. Maybe somebody knows, but we don't know. And whatever they're telling us, that ain't the truth.
And then the other thing is, last night when I was watching all different kinds of stuff, there was something, 16 emergency landings that proves the Earth is flat. But the guy had such a deep accent, I could not follow. I don't know if you've heard of that or read it or.
I've never heard of that one.
So. No, I haven't.
Yeah, he was kind of hard to understand, and like I said, it was the middle of the night, so I got to look into that and read it.
So if Antarctica is an ice wall, though, what about all the footage that we see of people just pulling right up to it and walking on the land?
Well, obviously not all of it is an ice wall. Obviously, they have beaches and lower areas.
But then I don't understand if there's lower areas to land on and there's beaches, how could it be such a huge conspiracy that everybody's, keeping up? And, people do walk around on the Antarctic continent. You'd think somebody would see an ice wall or military presence or something like that.
Well, there obviously is a military presence. They have several bases set up there by different countries. I mean, that's
Antarctic Treaty is actually a leave no footprint treaty. It's to make sure that no nation puts a military force there and doesn't leave crap behind. That's why you have to scoop up your ashes when you make a fire.
And you believe that they don't have any military there. So they have all these rules, but nobody there to enforce them. That's what you're saying?
There is no military base on the Antarctic continent. That's what's in the treaty if you read the treaty.
No public military bases.
There's no military bases. That's what's in the treaty. Have you read the treaty?
No. Yeah, I have. No public military bases, sure, but there's military presence there. Who's enforcing the rules?
Who's military?
They have different. All the NATO nations. Every single NATO nation has an installation there. Maybe they're not official military bases, but they could be black sites. There's several black sites that are military installations that the military use. So just because the treaty says no military bases are allowed, well, they can still set up black sites and have personnel there. Again, who enforces the rules?
So I guess we're going to have impasses on some of this stuff because it just comes to I don't think that's a real thing, or I don't see that.
Yeah,
let me ask you this then. Why? Let me ask the greatest question. Why? Why it costs so much time, money, effort, resources, manpower to keep up the charade? Why? There's no benefit to it. Why would they do that?
All right, this is going to require a pretty long explanation, so I'm going to need you to be patient with me, and I'm going to have to ask you a few questions to help me get to where I'm going.
Absolutely, because this is the one question that I come back to, and I'm like, why?
Yes, this is the golden question. Have we not witnessed in the last few years the elites who control this world carry out artificial scarcity operations where they withhold resources and then make us believe that we're running out and have us fighting over scraps, right? Now imagine this. Let's say I'm right. Maybe you don't believe me. I don't care. But let's say I'm correct. Let's say Earth is an infinite flat plane with more land and more water beyond Antarctica, beyond the Antarctic ice ring, right? That would mean more land would mean more resources. If they make us believe that we're on a globe with limited land and limited resources, they will have all the time and money they need to keep us believing that we live on this ball with finite resources, keep us fighting over the scraps while they enjoy the spoils of the rest of the world. So it's all about control at the end of the day. Why make us believe that we're in this prison? Because if we believe that we're trapped here, we're going to operate as if we're trapped here, and we're going to depend on the people who are keeping us trapped here to sustain us. I mean, we depend on the power companies to make sure those lights come on when we flip the switch. We depend on the oil companies to make sure there's gas to put in our cars and our trucks. We depend on the retail companies to make sure we can buy our clothes and buy all the little gadgets that we own. So we're totally dependent. So why make us believe that? Because they can keep us dependent as long as we believe that resources are finite.
I guess I'm unsure as to why a flat Earth would be necessary for that, because the flat Earth model seems like it wouldn't benefit any of that. They got enough schemy stuff to do on the land that we know about and, on a globe.
Well, why? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, I was gonna say why would they lie about the entire space program? Why would they lie about Antarctica? That doesn't make any sense for a keeping control aspect.
Well, part of keeping control is controlling the money, right? They print the money, they give us the money, but as long as they keep the strings on the money, then they keep the strings on the resources, as long as we believe that money is necessary for the resources. Why create the space programs? Because the space programs help support their lie. And the space program, NASA, if you look up how much money they make per day, they take in per day, it's upwards of $50 to $90 million a day. And that's a lot of freaking money. And a lot of that money is actually funneled to black operations, secret military operations, CIA operations, and so on. All the black money is funneled to NASA.
No,
so you don't know?
Well, no. There's black operations that are just named other stuff. It's not specifically through NASA. They don't just disguise it. The government's very good about hiding stuff in plain sight, and they have different names for different things that just don't exist.
Okay, well, I mean, if you're going to contend that point, that's fine. That's not the overall point that I'm making.
Right. Yeah, I don't understand though. I don't understand why Antarctica would play into that.
Well, Antarctica would play into that because Antarctica would be the deciding factor as to whether Earth is a globe like they tell us, or it's a flat plane like some of us believe. Because if we can freely travel there, we can freely measure the coastline ourselves. We can do the math and figure out if it's this continent at the bottom of the globe, or if it's this big expansive ring that surrounds the entire, the other 6 continents. So Antarctica would be the deciding factor in whether Earth is a globe or a flat plane, because it's right here with us and we can touch it if we were allowed to go there.
So if Antarctica, or excuse me, if the Earth is flat, wouldn't it actually wouldn't they just come up with a way to make that their money making scheme if it was all a contained dome or a contained thing, like a deli tray with a lid on it? Wouldn't it be in their favor to just figure out how to make that make more money for them instead of trying to make?
I don't believe it's a container, because I believe there's infinite land and infinite resources. So I can't really answer that question, because that question is not consistent with my belief.
Even going off of that, if we were inside of an ice wall, wouldn't it be in their favor to be like, haha, we got you, you fuckers, you can't go over the ice, pay up, and just find a way to make the flat Earth work? Wouldn't that be more? Wouldn't that make more sense than spending all the time and resources and money to keep up the charade?
It wouldn't, because there's too many of us and there's too few of them. So they got to keep the lie up. They got to keep us believing what they need us to believe in order to get us to move the way they want us to move. There's too many of us. If the people revolted on that level, it'll be over for them.
I would argue that they got enough dirty fingers and enough dirty pies, and they're misleading the people enough about a lot of things that they don't need flat Earth. But I guess that's just something we'll have to agree to disagree on.
Yeah. And you make a fair point. You do make a fair point, but still,
it's a lot of resources to keep something like that up.
And you know what the main resource is, ThoughtForge? The main resource is you believing it. That's their main staple. As long as they keep us believing it, they don't have to do much more, because we'll start selling the lie for them. And I believe that's why Flat Earth was the first genre to be censored off YouTube, because Flat Earthers were the first ones to actually question these people who claim that they're scientists and they know more about Earth than we do, and they know this and they're the smart people. The Flat Earthers were the first ones questioning these guys, and this was the same class of quote unquote scientists that were the experts in that whole propaganda line. Believe the experts when it came to the put the gags on your face to stop the virus and all that bullshit. I don't want to say too much.
Don't get me started on that shit. I was warning people about stuff in November of 2019 and nobody believed me.
You know what? We might disagree on Flat Earth, but I think we agree on a hell of a lot more.
Probably.
I feel exactly the way you feel about that shit. But what I'm saying is,
I got some stuff. Let me tell you.
what I'm saying is, Flat Earthers were viewed as a threat to this class of scientists who feed us this information pertaining to space and the globe and everything. So it seemed like people were starting to wake up to the lie, and it would have cost them a lot more time, effort, and resources to keep the lie up. So censoring the people who were exposing the lie helped them perpetuate the lie. And, it's hard for me to, like, let's say I decided, Flat Earth is bullshit, and I agree with ThoughtForge. It's a globe, right? It's going to be hard for me to take that position knowing what I know when it comes to the censorship. Like, that was a big deciding factor for me, because I was on the fence for a long time. But when I saw YouTube and Twitter and all these other platforms come out and say they were going to actively start censoring this stuff, I was like, yeah, this has got to be it.
Let me ask you this then. What about the flat earthers that did come onto YouTube, and like the one guy who got the fundraiser and he spent the money on that, I forget what the gyroscope is called, but it's a super accurate gyroscope that costs like $25,000. How come when he hooked that thing up and he discovered there is a drift to the Earth and it was correct with the model that heliocentric Earth displays, what is that? Because that's on YouTube.
Well, again, I don't know who this guy is. I don't know what his deal is or what his connections are, but what I do know is the Flat Earth Society was actually an entire organization created to discredit flat earthers, true flat earth researchers. And they started having people, infiltrators, come out publicly claiming to be flat earthers, and then carrying out these deliberately flawed experiments to give the globe proponents some ammunition to use against flat earthers, just like you just used with that experiment. And a lot of flat earth researchers, especially Bro Sanchez, one in particular, had expressed that they believe that experiment was a shill experiment designed to give globe earthers ammunition. And we've seen a lot of that, like the images of the floating disc in space with the dome over it and the ice hanging over the edge and shit. No true flat earth researcher believes that at all.
But what do they believe in?
We believe that Earth is a flat, well, I believe, and the flat earthers that I subscribe to, they believe that Earth is a flat, infinite plane. There is a barrier above us. It's either a solid barrier or in some sort of energy field. And above that energy field are the higher spiritual realms where they get the concept of heaven from. And below us, below the earth, are the deep waters that described as described in the Hebrew cosmology, and beneath those deep waters are more realms of, more spiritual realms, which is where the concept of hell comes from. It's more consistent with the ancient cosmology. You know how they say ancient people believed the earth was flat and they were primitive and it's archaic and this and that. Well, if you really take a look at what the ancient people believed in terms of the earth's cosmology, they were very similar, even though these were civilizations that had little to no contact with each other. And I believe that's because they were looking at the same thing and making the same observations. But as far as what we believe, it's a flat, infinite plane. What's above us, the spiritual realms. What's below us, more spiritual realms. And we're here in Middle Earth.
So you believe in a supernatural entity and world and things like that?
Yeah, there's a lot of spirituality that goes along with the flat Earth belief too, but it's more tied into the ancient cosmology. Now, if you want to learn more about the flat Earth and how it pertains to the ancient cosmology, Bro Sanchez, BroSanchez, is a good resource for that. I think he's got a whole flat Earth playlist on his channel, Bro Sanchez TV. So
yeah, I got to be honest. If it references the supernatural, I'm probably liable to dismiss it outright. That's just me.
Well, like I said, there's a spiritual aspect to it. Some people choose to follow that route. Some people choose to ignore it and stick to the science and stick to the physics, and that's fine too. That's fine too. I have no problem with that. You believe what you want to believe. So, like I said, man.
Let me ask you one more question that I forgot to ask you earlier.
Yeah,
one of the first, this is BC times, like 300 BC or something, like 325 BC or something like that. One of the first instances of somebody saying, I think the Earth is round, is during a lunar eclipse. The shadow of the Earth is projected onto the moon and it's round. How does that happen on a flat Earth?
Well, in the flat Earth belief, we believe that we subscribe to what the Eastern culture subscribe to, which is more celestial bodies up in the sky than we can visibly see with our eyes or telescopes or any devices. And there's two in particular that follow the sun and the moon, called Rahu and Ketu. And those two celestial bodies are referred to as the black moon and the black sun. And both of those bodies are responsible for solar and lunar eclipses. Now, the lunar eclipses on the globe model is all dependent on the idea that the moon is illuminated by the sun's light. But that concept has been debunked because the moonlight and the sunlight have inverse properties, whereas when you stand in direct sunlight, you get a warmer temperature reading than when you go into the sun shade. You go under a tree where there's shade, you get a cooler temperature. In the moonlight, it's the inverse. When you go into the direct moonlight, you get a cooler temperature. And then when you go into the moon shade underneath that same tree in the moonlight, you get a warmer temperature. So that, to me, proves that the moon does not directly reflect the sunlight. Thus, lunar eclipses cannot happen by the Earth's shadow being cast on the moon.
And see, I've seen examples and done the example myself, done the experiment myself, where that theory has been debunked because people are putting a thermometer, like a visual or a laser thermometer, on parts of the Earth that get direct sunlight during the day and parts that are shaded. So the ground is going to have residual warmth from the day. Like if you blast a laser thermometer onto concrete in a spot that was in the shade, it's going to be colder than a spot that was in the direct sunlight during the day because the concrete is warmed up during the day. So residual heat is still a thing. And the experiments I've seen have been kind of flipped on their head because of that. People end up doing it in the wrong spots. And I don't know if they're doing it intentionally with bad faith or if it's just a, circumstance, but it's.
Well, that's a fair argument because we can call that into question because I've done the experiment myself and got a different result, and I have a different explanation as you do because I believe that the moonlight is cold and the sunlight is warm. But here's another thing. If the phases of the moon are dependent on the shadow of the Earth, the half moon debunks that as well because a globular object does not cast a straight line shadow. But the half moon is a straight line. So how do we explain that?
Well, it's just the angle of the light reflection and refraction. It's the way it works.
And based on
It's the position of the sun. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, and based on the orientation of the sun, moon, and the earth at half moon, that's an experiment that we can conduct for ourselves with a scaled down model, and the result is much different. You never get that straight line because it is physically impossible and accepted by mainstream science that a round object cannot cast a shadow in a straight line. So again, the half moon debunks, along with I subscribe to the temperature experiment, you don't, but with my temperature experiment and the half moon, that totally debunks the Earth's shadow causing the phases of the moon based on the moon reflecting the sun's light. It just doesn't happen.
You know what? I tell you what, I got a little one of those little solar system models from the 8th grade. I'll pull that out later and do that experiment myself and check it out.
I'll film it, post the video. I'm gonna go check it out.
You got it.
I want to see it. I need to see it.
And I'll do the half moon. I'll do the sun from different locations and see what kind of shadow it casts. Because one of those little cool ones that does the proper rotation and whatnot. So you said that the two objects that are in space that are floating there that we can't see, they're following the sun, right? The other two objects, whatever they are.
Yeah, the black sun and the black moon. The Nazis actually wore that symbol. It's the circle with the little zigzag lines all around it that look like a sun, but it's black. It's
called a sun wheel. It's a binary symbol from the Nordic culture.
Yeah, from the Nordic culture, but in Asian cultures, they recognize that as the black sun. And the Asian cultures actually predate the Asian cultures using that symbol actually predate the Nordic cultures using it.
Right. It's just the one that Hitler used was the Nordic one. But so if those objects are following the sun, are we following the sun?
I don't believe so. No, I don't believe Earth is moving. I believe Earth is a flat, stationary plane, and the movement of the sun and moon in the sky proves the movement of the sun and moon in the sky, not the movement of the Earth.
So the sun is moving, and these objects are just trailing behind it, but we can't see them.
Right.
Okay. I'm having trouble with that, but that's one of those things. I guess we'll have to agree to disagree.
Again, it's belief, man. It's what I believe. You can feel free to disagree because I can't tell you that flat Earth is a fact, and
I'm writing stuff down. You're giving me things to think about. I'm gonna do these experiments later and see if I can come up with something.
And I appreciate that because most people would just write it off and say, he's nuts. I
want to. I want to. Let me tell you, it's hard, but I'm trying to be an adult about it. You know, you don't get any. You know, it's like you don't get anywhere from arguing about stuff. You never get anywhere from arguing about stuff. You don't give anybody anything to think about. So.
Right. You can believe what you want to believe about me and think what you want to think about me, but if your intention is to investigate what I'm telling you, then I strongly recommend that, and I highly respect it.
You've come across very respectful, and you're presenting your side. I'm trying to present my side, and you're giving me some stuff to look up on, and hopefully I've given you a couple things to look at. And I don't think that anybody who comes in just attacking another person, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, no.
And as far as you've treated me straight, so I'm not trying to feel like anything's wrong. So,
yeah,
like you said, we might agree on everything else.
Yeah, exactly. And it's an intellectual debate. So why let this one subject that we disagree on divide us when we still have the same enemy to fight? We still got the same political battle. We're still on the same political side. We're still under attack by the same enemy. So. Hey, fuck it, man.
Yeah, I'm very much on the page that unfortunately we live. I'm proud of my country. I'm happy with my country. However, what this country represents and what it should represent is a couple of different things. And I think it doesn't matter if you're red or blue. They only care about the green at the moment, and that's a problem.
That is the problem. I totally agree with you, sir. Absolutely.
So yeah, that's pretty much what I got. There's a couple more things, but I came kind of unprepared, unfortunately. So. As apparent by my camera situation.
I'm kind of winging it myself, man. So
I got another question that I was last night thinking about, like the lunar eclipse. What's the whole thing about that whole?
So the lunar eclipse is when the Earth is in between the sun and the moon, and the Earth casts a shadow on the moon. It's round, and on a flat Earth, that wouldn't be able to be a thing because a round shadow would not be cast by a disc.
Oh, see that? I get okay.
Especially if the sun is over us, like they claim. So.
Right. That's why
there's other things.
That's why the incorporation of other celestial bodies has to be added to the equation in order to make that model work. So, yeah,
we can't see them if they're following the sun, though. That's kind of what I'm stuck up on. How come we can't see them if they're following the sun?
Listen, man, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, I couldn't.
There's a lot of people believe in Planet X. So
here's what I'm gonna look into, because I'm gonna have to look into that a little more. But write these two down: Rahu, Rahu, and Ketu. I think it's Ketu or Kehtu or something like that.
Yeah, that sounds like some Scientology shit.
No. These are celestial bodies that are mentioned in ancient Chinese writings, ancient Chinese astronomy, and so on.
Ancient Chinese secret, huh?
Ancient
what was it again?
Chinese
I'm sorry.
secret,
I didn't have my pen out. What was it again?
Rahu, Rahu.
Mm-hmm.
It comes out of China, India, Vietnam, Korea, all those regions. Okay. But you know what? They have the best historical documents, and their historical documents predate ours, and they're a lot more accurate. But never mind. I like to go on what people.
I wasn't saying nothing.
Yeah, I believe more what people researched back in the day before we had this whole ruling class thing going on, and
But there was a lot of woo-woo bullshit.
There was. Rahu, Rahu, and the next one is Ketu, Ketu.
Ketu.
Hey everyone.
I believe that's what it was.
Hello. Hey Steve, how you doing, Steve?
What's up,
Ronnie.
Jason?
How you doing, Ronnie York?
Fine, Jason. How are you doing that?
Hey, how you doing, Steve Harlow, and Citizen Man?
What's up?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Top Board.
How's it going?
Good evening, Citizen Man. Oh, I was just coming on to say hi. I don't really have much to say. You guys can say what you need to say. How was it?
Well, howdy.
Just yeah, I've seen Steve and Ronnie's chat before. So, cool guy.
I guess the only other thing I would think to bring up right now, but unfortunately I came kind of unprepared, was the 24-hour sun in Antarctica and things like that. But I guess that'd be another discussion for another time.
Yeah, you know what, Thought Forge? We're gonna have to do this again, and I'm gonna have to bring some visuals, because the flat Earth model.
I'm gonna do the same. I'm gonna come more prepared next time.
Yeah.
All right, next Tuesday, same time.
Yep. Sounds like a plan.
Hey, if you're down to do Tuesday, I can make that work.
We'll do next Tuesday, same time. It's done deal.
Yeah, and I'll pull out the little model solar system and get those shadows visuals going.
All right. Actually,
I'll pull out the flat Earth model, and I'll show you guys how the seasons work and how we get the 24-hour sun and all that good stuff. So it was a good conversation. I really appreciate you challenging me on my beliefs and everything. That's great.
Hey,
I appreciate both of you guys for being respectful and open-minded, and
so do I. They were great.
Not like most people get, angry and all that. But,
it's easy to get fired up. It's easy to get fired up about this stuff, and people do the ad hominem attacks, and it doesn't get anywhere. It's like honestly, it's like a bar fight. You don't get anywhere from beating the crap out of somebody. You get somewhere by just kind of putting them in the place and then saying, this is what you did wrong, or let's talk about this. You don't get anywhere from just attacking someone on something that has nothing to do with the subject, or coming at it angry, because then if you come in at a 10 and the other person's at a 3, where the hell are you going to go? So
let me ask you a question right quick. Can I ask a question right quick?
Go ahead, Ronnie.
Shoot.
Okay. Both of you guys have been up in jets, right?
Yes.
Okay. What does is there a curvature of the Earth from up there? And can you see it?
No, you're far too low to see the curvature.
Okay. How about you, Sam?
I'm glad you said that, Thought Forge, because there's a lot of people that try to insult me and say, you never been in an airplane and you never been up in the sky, and you could. Thank you for confirming that, Thought Forge.
In order to be up high enough,
you can't see any curvature from an aircraft window.
In order to be high enough to see the curvature of the Earth, you would be in a plane that would, first of all, a 747 or a 757 would just stall out because it's too high for their motors. But you would also need oxygen. If you went up that high in a regular jet that most commuters go on, you'd be dead. There's a reason you can only see the curvature of the Earth from planes like the U-2, and it's because you're so high up, and that's a place where you need oxygen, you need atmospheric pressure.
Let me ask you this, Thought Forge. How high does the U-2 go?
I don't have the numbers on that right now. I'd have to tell you on Tuesday.
Is it above 100,000?
Like I said, I don't know if I don't have the numbers right next to me. I'd have to look it up.
All right. Yeah.
And I'm afraid to click on anything because last time I clicked on something, I lost the window, so I don't want to do that again.
Yeah, no, that's all right. I'll look it up myself. No problem.
Yeah, it's. I know that you need a spacesuit. So
yeah, because the Red Bull guy needed a spacesuit when he jumped. So yeah,
he needed a hell of a lot more than a spacesuit. He needed a spacesuit and a interior atmospheric weather system as well, because he would have froze to death otherwise.
But I want to watch that video again because I've seen it before, but now I want to watch it and like pay attention to detail.
Pay attention to when the camera shot shows him from inside the capsule and that door swings open. That's the part you got to pay attention to.
Yeah, I've seen it too.
See, I thought I remember seeing it's slight, but it's a definite curve. But that's what I thought I remember. I'll check it out again.
Yeah, even the globe earthers had to come out and admit to their audience, like, look, this picture of curvature that you're seeing is not an accurate picture because it's a fisheye lens, it's a bubble lens, whatever the case is, and this is the entire state of New Mexico you're looking at. So
and I've heard people saying the same thing about Gary Sinise's video when he did a GoPro video of the globe, and then there was a video crew that put a camera in the cockpit as well when he went up in the U2. The guy who played Lieutenant Dan, he went up in a U2 and he got pictures on a GoPro and a TV camera, and everybody was saying like, "Oh, it's a bubble lens" and all this shit. So
yeah, well, I mean, that's the guy that played Lieutenant Dan. I mean, he's an actor, so.
But he's an actor. The reason he got to do that is he does so much for veterans and all that kind of stuff. But that's another one of those things. It's another one of those impasses you're going to get where people who believe the flat Earth are going to say one thing, and the people that believe in the globe Earth are going to say it's always a conspiracy this way, it's always a conspiracy that way. You know what I mean?
And again, ThoughtForge, I don't like to reference other people's videos and other people's footage, but I have to sometimes. But if I was left to my own devices, just like the ancient people all over the world who all had flat Earth cosmology, they were left to their own devices. There were no YouTube planes. There were no rockets. There was no NASA. There was no, no big science, academia and whatnot. They were left to their own devices to observe the Earth and figure out what it was. And they came up with what they came up with. And I choose to go that route because, again, these people have been caught in too many lies for me to believe anything they say. So I don't subscribe to what they're doing.
Yeah, I can definitely understand where you're going with that, but at the same time, I would say that certain people, like different creators and different scientists, the reason science exists is because it gives us things to think about that we can test on our own and test these hypotheses and see if we can come up with experiments to confirm it. Because that's what science is either confirming or denying a hypothesis.
Right, it's part of the human condition, exactly.
Right, and so I've definitely gotten things from other people's videos and other creators and other scientists and things like that when I see it, I'm like, that's kind of weird. I'll test it myself. And then when I test it, I'm like, son of a bitch. All right. So, if nothing else, it gives you something to test. Unfortunately, a lot of the stuff that the government tells you, you're not able to test because it just costs so much money or resources or whatever.
Right. And that can serve as a barrier to force you to have to believe them and have to take their word for it because there's no way for you to disprove them. And that's where I have my problem.
And see, with all the stuff that they got going on, I don't know. I just don't see how the flat Earth would be something that would be beneficial for them to hide with the other crap.
I definitely believe what the Bible says, and that's. I definitely don't believe in flat Earth. I believe in the circular Earth, the round Earth, anyways. Yep, that's what I believe.
The Bible don't say the Earth is circular.
Funny that you mentioned the Bible because there's a biblical flat earther by the name of Rob Skiba that did extensive research on the language used in the Bible, and he came to the conclusion that the Bible, and many other people, came to the conclusion that the Bible actually described a flat Earth, not a globe Earth. So, I would take issue with using the Bible to represent.
That's not true. That's not true. Well, maybe it is true. I don't mean, it might be. I don't
know how good off the cuff you are, brother, but can you quote me a verse that supports the globe in the Bible? Because I mean, like I said, man, I've followed the biblical flat earthers.
You're not asking me that one because that Bible conversation is a whole other conversation for another day. I could fill up a whole day with that.
I mean, the brother that mentioned the Bible being a source for confirmation of the globe, because flat earthers seem to take issue with that and say it's confirmation for flat Earth. So I want to know where in the Bible it says that Earth is a globe. Because it does say a circle and a sphere are two different things. And that's what
I'd like to hear this one as well.
Kind of hinge on.
Jason, you there?
You
He's
good,
asking a question.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm here. Oh no, I'm here. I just honestly, citizen man, I mean, like I said, I'm a Bible believer, but I haven't read much of the Bible recently. To be honest, but
Yeah.
there is somewhere in the Bible, I don't remember exactly where, but it does talk about the Earth being round. I've never ever seen the Bible mention anything about flat Earth, but that's just
Because Darlene McGee in the chat says it doesn't say if it's round or flat, and that's kind of the position I take because again, I've heard people say what you said, and then I've heard flat earthers say the Bible says it's flat. So I have to take that off the table now because that's a point of contention that we can never seem to solve. You know,
the Bible also
it's
endorses slavery, murder, and incest, so I'm not going to go off of that.
Thank you, Thoughtforge. I think we agree on that too.
It does mention a firmament. It does mention a firmament, though.
Yeah, that's another point that flat earthers hinge on. That was one of Rob Skiba's biggest arguments. And funny enough, Werner von Braun, the founder of NASA, actually put Psalm 19 on his headstone. And Psalm 19 is the particular verse that mentions the firmament.
That good old Nazi.
Yeah.
Yep.
Operation Paperclip. Gotta love it.
Wait a minute. Nazi. It all makes sense.
Means the hidden truth or something like that.
Oh man, it was just like I said, man. It's just a lot of deceit and a lot of things to call into question when it comes to these space agencies. So it's hard for me to believe what they put out.
Well, if this could open up a whole rabbit hole into Operation Paperclip and all kinds of shit, so we might want to end it there because you're getting into so much stuff.
It might be a bit extreme of me, but again, a lot of shit that these space agencies are into, I call into question so much that it makes me believe Earth is flat. And I think
agree to disagree on this one. We can do it again next Tuesday.
Absolutely. I look forward to it, bro.
Yeah, me too.
Great. Both of you guys great. I'm telling you, that was a good discussion, debate.
We can do next week on July 5th. If you want to do an hour earlier or the same time. I mean, because I know
same time preferable for me.
Yeah, same time pretty good for me too. Yep. Yeah, I agree.
Because I'm on the West Coast. I'm on the West Coast. It's about 9 o'clock for me right now. So.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll do for the same exact time then, July 5th, next Tuesday.
Cool. Hopefully, I don't have my hands blown off.
Hey, I just threw a link in the private chat. His name's Brian Schul. He's an SR-71 pilot. He talks about the A-12 and SR-71. He actually took his private camera up there when he's about 75,000 feet up there, and actually shows some of the curvature.
And see, I've seen those pictures too, and I know what you're talking about. And unfortunately, every person who believes in flat Earth that I've shown those to, they say it's either the lens or it's modified by the government or something like that.
No. Here's the biggest argument against the view from the airplane windows. You're looking through glass and you're looking out at reality, and that glass is not giving you a true view of what you're looking at. So there is room to argue that there's distortion that you're seeing. So the curvature could be because you're looking through curved glass.
I understand in their passenger airplane, like a 747 or whatnot, how the window's round and oval and how it bows. Yeah, I understand that because I've been up in a plane myself. But the cockpit glass of the SR-71 and A-12 is totally different.
Is it completely flat, or does it have any like curvature to it at all?
Well,
the A-12 and the SR-71 do have flat glass, and beyond that, none of the instruments or anything like that are obscured or curved in the pictures either.
Right.
Okay.
Eniac Jack.
Yeah, the flat glass was a feature of planes that are ridiculously over-engineered, and I love it. That's why the Uncanny X-Men shows it, because it was such a badass plane.
Still don't trust it, though, but that's all right.
That's okay.
You don't trust the plane?
No, I don't trust what these people are saying because, again,
I don't.
they're all connected to the government.
Hey,
I don't trust the government, but I don't think flat Earth is
Oh
one
boy,
of the
that
things they're
comment
lying
says
about.
something about cats.
And that's fair. And that's fair
That
thought,
comment
George.
says cats would
I
have
guess
knocked
I'm a
it
little
off.
bit more extreme than you in my mistrust of the government, so much so that I believe Earth is flat.
I don't know about that, but flat Earth isn't one of them.
I had a great uncle that worked on that project with Lockheed. So
You had an uncle that worked at the Skunk Works?
a great uncle, yes.
Nice.
He lived in Palmdale.
Cool.
I'll tell you guys a funny story. I had a client. I built a
He's
patio.
still-
Oh
for.
shit!
still-
Here we go.
And no. He actually I live in Florida. He actually works for NASA. He's one of their engineers.
You're from Florida?
Yeah, no, I'm from New York, but I live in Florida.
Oh, that explains it. All right, good.
I don't know what that means, but all right.
I'm fucking with you anyway.
That's cool, man. I got thick skin. It's all right. But he works for NASA, and I asked him what he thought about it because I didn't tell him what my belief was or anything. And he thinks it's flat too, which I thought was weird because he worked for NASA. But I don't know. I just thought that was
Well, they used the Men in Black thing and wiped it out, so that's why.
Ah.
Fake
Could
news.
be one reason. Could be one reason.
Yeah, I look forward to next Tuesday. That'll be fun.
Yeah, man. Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna check out some of those videos you talked about. And
Yeah, I'm gonna pull out that solar system model and see if I can't get some visuals going for the next one.
yeah, for sure, definitely. Still not gonna make me believe Earth is round, though. I'll never believe that.
And I'm telling you, you're still not gonna make me believe it's flat, but at least you give me something to think about, and hopefully I give you something to think about.
Hey Ronnie, did you say you think did you say you think it's flat, Ronnie, or did you say it's round? What you said? What's your?
I said I'll
Ronnie's
lean.
in the middle.
Yeah, I'll lean toward the flat part, but I'm not totally convinced on either one. But I do lean toward the flat model. And thanks to Citizen Man, he's the one that got me there.
I'm the same way.
I agree with what he said that they've lied to us so damn much that I don't believe anything they say. That's just me. So.
And see, I would even taking out all of the everything with the flat Earth and globe Earth models, everything, taking all that out of context. I think the government has so much going on and so much they are hiding here at home. I don't see flat Earth being one of the things that they would be able to hide. I think some government somewhere would have done something to make it slip or fuck it up. It's painfully obvious some of the crap they're doing here. I think they got their fingers in too many dirty pies to keep flat Earth a secret. If it was real.
Well, they don't have, like I said, they don't have to do much to keep it a secret now, man, because they got so many people believing it that they'll argue for them. So
I've heard more about flat Earth in the last 10 years than I've heard in my whole life. I would argue that now would be the time they would have to invest the most time into it if that was the case.
Well, hence the censorship. I mean, the flat Earth debate never ended. It just went silent because one side was completely silenced. I mean, think back to like the late 90s, early 2000s. Think back to the late 90s, early 2000s before social media became a thing. Flat earthers would have been dependent on the mainstream media to get their information out. Mainstream media,
just like everybody else.
Right. And that's why we didn't start hearing about a lot of the shit that we know about now until recent years. So flat Earth.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I never heard of the Exploited, which is one of my favorite punk bands, until Napster was a thing. So I mean, it's a sign of the times when the information gets out there.
Yeah, exactly.
I personally believe that I hate social media with a passion. I think that social media is like one of the things that is destroying our world, and it's because as communication has gotten more convenient and easy, people have forgotten how to talk to each other one-on-one, and interpersonal communication isn't a thing anymore. Everybody's more concerned about likes and people approving that they've never met than anything else. However, because of that, it's created echo chambers and it's created little think tanks where people fortunately and unfortunately can share ideas on a much more available level and much more convenient level. So you get certain theories and ideas that, I'll give the example of Scientology. Is anybody here a Scientologist?
Yeah, I heard of that nonsense.
Yeah, okay, so then you know what I'm getting at then.
Yeah.
It takes I might be wearing my Nikes, but I wasn't part of Heaven's Gate. certain things certain ideas just need to kind of be questioned and been like, You really think that? So, but anyway, I don't even know what I was getting at with that, but I think you got it.
All I'm saying, man, is there's a lot of lies. There's a lot of bullshit being circulated, and it's being parroted and repeated and supported and backed up. I got a video that I'm gonna play the audio for.
You still there? Check.
Yeah, like
in South Carolina. You know what I mean?
I think you cut out for a good while there. We only heard you got a video and then South Carolina.
I got a video of this Democrat lady talking to a prison inmate in South Carolina, and she's telling him we need people to run as Republicans so we can get political power in South Carolina. So this infiltration thing is nothing new. It's something that they do all the time. They do it politically. They infiltrate the medical system all the time. They infiltrate everything, man. And I believe that the flat Earth.
Now you're getting into false flags and all kinds of stuff that you don't want to get me started on. We'll be here all night.
Man, listen, you must not have seen my channel.
I haven't seen your channel. This is the first time I've even checked out, like, you've done anything with your channel. So
I don't believe the Buffalo shooting happened. I don't believe Uvalde shooting happened. I believe they were all staged events and they were all acted.
There's no such thing as false flags.
But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, we'll get called Alex Jones if we keep going on that. But
well, Alex was right, wasn't he?
A little bit. Everything that he's been right about keeps coming out, and everybody's like, "Oh, that can't be real." I tell you what, though, where he loses people is when he starts going off and he gets real excited. He's like, "They're literally eating lizard baby children." And like when he goes off on shit like that, it gets a little out there. It's like, bro, you had him at shooting. Calm down.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I lose my shit sometimes too, bro, because the information that you come across, it's enraging and it's infuriating. And I totally understand.
The things I was sharing in November of 2019 about masks and all kinds of shit that was coming and nobody believed me, and then a year later when I showed them like, hey, remember this, they're just like, shut up. You get me going on something, I'll definitely go off, but it takes a bit for me to lose my composure.
And you see, here's the thing, Thought Forge, when it comes to the flat earth, globe earth thing, that is my personal belief, and I try to keep that, out of my content. I do have a couple of videos talking about it in depth. But when it comes to my, the main genre of my content is mainly political, geopolitical, conspiracy, quote unquote theories type of stuff. So
when somebody takes it off of their own opinion and makes it something they need to project out, and they have to, or else it becomes them with a bomb on their chest running in somewhere yelling "Aloha snack bar." So
no, I'm not one of those guys at all.
Yeah. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, definitely. I try to be, because I'm trying to be as well-rounded as I possibly can, and in sharing my personal beliefs, I feel is a part of that, is a necessary part of that. And I also feel like, this is a belief that's really controversial, even in conservative circles. And a lot of conservatives follow me, and I don't want people to agree with me on everything. So I welcome the disagreements, and I don't mind holding this controversial belief that a lot of people disagree with, because at least it shows that we are free thinkers and we think for ourselves, because in my flat earth belief, that's literally me thinking for myself, what I see, what I observe, what I experience, and the conclusions that I draw. Like every question you asked me about, how the flat earth model operates, what did I say before I even gave an answer? I said, in the flat earth theory, this is what they believe, right? And then I ended it with saying, and I also subscribe to this belief for this reason. So it ain't like some cult following where
I'm definitely aware that a lot of flat earthers believe in different things.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't want people to start thinking that, or I'm some sort of cult leader or some shit like that, because I'm just a regular guy that just happens to think for himself, and maybe I'm a bit more extreme than most.
Not me, man. I want everybody to think like me. Who run Boncher Town? Master Blaster run Boncher Town.
You be one bored motherfucker. You have nothing to talk about.
I know. Shit, I wouldn't want that shit. I appreciate challenging opinions and getting your ideas out there. That's something that needs to happen. Otherwise, you're going to end up in an echo chamber, and then you can't evolve.
Yeah.
Hey, Shazbats, nanu. Here's one thing about it. We do know that God made flat asses and round asses. I mean, come on.
Yeah, ain't that the truth?
I mean, if ass is our point of reference, then we both can be right.
And what do people gravitate more around? The big ones, right?
Mm-hmm.
Aha!
Even me. I like a round ass. I don't like the round
ones.
earth, but I like a round ass. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie about that.
Gotcha, bitch.
Hey, Sir Mix-a-Lot said it best. You know, he likes big round things in his face.
Baby got globe.
Now, but here's the thing: the whole point of me sharing my personal belief, aside from, you know, being well-rounded, is to illustrate for the people who believe the globe to be a fact that it's just as much a belief as flat Earth is. Because if the theory is what supports the heliocentric model, then it's a theoretical, it's belief, it's theoretical. And that's, you know, if one can admit that, then you are now on a path to intellectual honesty. Because if you believe that the earth being round is a fact, then you're sadly mistaken. Because again, somebody knows, but we don't know for sure. So I say the globe is nothing more than a belief, no more than flat earth is.
I think everybody's unique in their own special way, just like everybody else. I think thinking anything is a fact without looking into it yourself is a logical fallacy. You need to anything you're presented with, whether it's your hands are attached to your body or the sky is blue, you need to question yourself and come up with your own conclusions to it. That's why I believe if you give a child every single piece of information you possibly can, or every single piece of information they ask for without hiding anything, they're going to come up to the right decisions themselves. You know, it's one of the reasons I don't believe in like locking your guns away and keeping them secret from your kids, because then they're going to want to play with dad's secret closet of mystery. You know, if they know about stuff and they know like, okay, this is what it is, I respect it, and I'm gonna you know, do what I want with it, then they're gonna know, okay, this is what I do, this is the proper thing. So if you get all the information and you make up your own minds, it's hard to fault somebody for coming up with their own conclusions. I think in a world where you're expecting someone to take your word for it is not a good world.
Right.
So I definitely appreciate it.
And another thing that I want people to consider, I mean, I see people throwing a lot of shit sandwiches at me in the chat, and that's okay.
I'm not even looking at the chat. Fuck them.
We all were taught the globe earth. I was taught the globe earth just like you were, but somewhere along the line, I decided to investigate a different idea. And in investigating that different idea, I found more what I presume to be more factual evidence to support that idea. Thus, I now subscribe to that new idea. So that's how I got to where I'm at. You know what I mean? So it's you know, it's been a great conversation though, Thought Forge. I really appreciate it.
And see where I'm at, I feel like I can't clown on you. Obviously, if you've seen information that you think is correct or it makes sense to you, I would say that you've been tragically misinformed, but that's just my own opinion, like you said.
Yeah, I mean that has no bearing on where I stand politically and what I want for this country and what I want for the American people. So, I mean, it doesn't make me an enemy. It doesn't make me a bad guy. It just makes me a guy who believes something different than most people believe. That's it.
It makes you a free thinker, which is what this country was based on.
Bingo. Thank you.
Yeah.
For me, the reason I'm like in the middle and don't really care, but I'm so interested in it is because just finding out in the last couple of years how much we've been lied to about so many other things. It's like, well, you know, and there's not that many people that are in the middle. It's usually flat earth or round.
Well, that's right, Steve. And you know, the thing about it is that if they've lied to us about this, if let's say, for instance, the earth is flat, if we've been lied to about that, then they've lied to us about everything. So, you know, when you take into the fact that well, go on. I'll let Monty go on.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm finished, man. I lost my train of thought.
So, what about the representative or senator, whatever the hell he was, who thinks that if everybody was on Guam, the island, was on one end, it would flip over?
The guy's an idiot.
Yeah, do you remember that?
Geology.
That's what I'm thinking.
What the fuck?
What did he say?
Yeah, his name was Hank Johnson. His name was Hank Johnson, and he's a Democratic congressman from the state of Georgia. The guy's a complete idiot. Yeah, he looks senile.
Mother dick. I can't believe anybody would.
Yeah,
Holy
that's what he
shit.
Yeah,
said.
seriously.
He says
That
When I
dude, that
first
dude
heard
should
that,
be at home. Anybody who believes that should not be in government, they should be at home coloring.
Thank you. And again, people think flat earthers
Inside
are
the
crazy.
lines.
Hence, I will never run for office, and I'll never want to be a part of government. I will
Well, Ronnie,
advocate
I'm
for
going to head out.
candidates,
Have a
but I
good night,
can't run.
man. Good night, Ronnie. Good night, Lonnie. Good night, Thought Horse. Good night, Steve
Have a
Harmon.
good.
Good
I'm
night.
heading out,
Jason.
guys. I'm going to take my
Night,
meds.
night, John Boy. Night, Mary
Got to take my
Ellen.
old med. So,
Night,
you guys have a good night.
Good
Have a
night.
good night, brother.
Good
Yeah,
night,
I
guys.
don't know about an island flipping over. That seems like some dumbass shit. But
Good night, you adorable cat.
Yeah,
That was creepy, but,
complete nonsense.
what year was this that this person said this?
Oh,
Bro,
just
that
a
had to
couple
be like 2 or 3 years ago. It
You're
wasn't that
fucking
long
kidding
ago.
me.
It was not that
when I
long
first
ago.
when I first heard about it,
Oh,
I was
God.
like, "You've got to be fucking kidding."
And he got reelected in 2018. He said it was 2017 when he said it, and he got reelected in 2018. So
This
imagine
just in,
this
Guam is a
guy-
fucking raft.
this guy represents an entire district in the state of Georgia, and this entire district voted for this man again. And if he's that stupid, what does that say about the people in his district?
It had to be a troll. Like one person voted for him, like the ugly prom queen. One person voted and said like, "Oh yeah, look what I did," and then everybody's like, "Yeah, but it's going out like that." That's a new kind of stupid. I don't think I've ever heard that one. I'm gonna look into it though.
Yeah, I agree
Holy
with what
crap.
Howard County Observer said here. Come on up on the panel if you want to hear, want your voice heard. Come on up,
Yeah, man.
whoever.
To tell you the truth, I forgot this whole time that we even had a chat going. I haven't been looking at it. I haven't had that part open.
Right. Yeah, no,
Well,
that's
you
what
guys,
makes it hard.
y'all been so damn interesting. I don't know why anybody else,
Yeah, it
but
makes
I
it
mean, I
hard
understand the chat.
when you're trying to listen to everyone talk, and then we lost Chadwick again.
Well, I'll be darned.
Listening to
shit.
this and then paying attention to chat, and it's hard to do.
Who's the dog? Oh, that's Monty. Okay.
Oh, here we go. He came back. Yeah, he
Weapons
just
back.
dropped out again.
God damn it! See, I think about chat. I click the button and then I disappear. I don't like it. It's the they kicking me out.
Everyone's mad, Chadwick, because when you said I've been reading the chat, fuck them. They're all taking it personal. He wasn't saying it in a
Well,
bad
I
way.
haven't. The thing is I can't see what anybody's saying because I don't have the chat open. And
Really? He wasn't saying
if
that.
anybody's
He
been,
wasn't- he wasn't that.
I'm saying if somebody's worried about what the people are saying about him in the chat, it's me and him talking right now. Fuck what anybody else is saying. Like, just stay with the conversation. That's what I was saying.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at the chat, but I'm used to looking at the chat and live streaming, so that's that's nothing to me.
Everyone in chat, he's
Might have
not,
missed a bunch of questions though.
Chadwick's a great
Yeah,
guy.
you did, but
He's not saying it in a bad way.
No. I'm not trying to say fuck everybody in the chat. They're all dumbasses or something like that. I'm just
Right,
I was just
exactly.
saying, like, don't worry about what
We're
people are
not
saying.
focused on that. Yeah, we're not focused on that. We're focused on the conversation.
Right.
that's
Yeah,
right.
honestly,
That's exactly right. It's between you two guys.
till-
and that's what
Till you said something about the chat, I didn't even know that there was a chat going. I've been sitting here making party favors for the 4th.
No, I just want anybody, if they got something to add.
Hey guys, I got a question. I got a question for y'all, right? So my mom lives 3 hours away from me, and she invited me to a barbecue for my birthday. But I feel a little slighted though, because it's my birthday and she invites me to somebody else's shit for my birthday. Is that fucked
Keller.
up of her to do? Am I right to feel some type of way about that, or am I overthinking it?
Was this pre-planned? Was she already going to something else?
Yes, it was pre-planned, and she's like, "You can come on over. It's your birthday, so come on." It's like it wasn't for me; it was somebody else's shit, and she just
And it's
invited
your mom?
me to it. Yes.
I feel a
that's a
little weird
tough one.
about that. Yeah.
Well, when you
I'm
ask
Italian.
for permission,
I'm Italian. The most important things in the world to us are our matriarchs, and I'd have trouble saying no to mom. But at the same time, that's kind
I
of.
mean,
fucked up.
I didn't say no, but I still feel slighted though, because I feel like it should have been my barbecue.
You should go and make it about yourself. Just be selfish as hell.
Just go and just make a splash, huh?
Just wear a hat and pretend like you're not wearing it. Wear like a party hat.
You know what?
buy
Carry
yourself
one
a
single
good
balloon.
drink.
I didn't even think of that. You know what? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna fucking do that.
Bring yourself a cake. Like, hey, I brought this.
I got cake, everybody. It
I
says
brought
happy
cake.
birthday to me.
That's like the quiet slap.
I'll bring you cake and sell slices for $5.
Just serve small slices to everybody else. Like, hey, I brought this for dessert. Nice barbecue. Nice barbecue. Anyway.
Well, so are you going to the birthday party?
Damn right I'm going.
I figured you would.
Yo, hey, bring a present for yourself. Like, bring a wrapped present for somebody else and bring one for yourself and open it at the same time.
Party hat and a present. Yes. Yes.
I'd bring both of them for me.
Order yourself a stripper and a cake to have her jump out of the cake and be
Nah,
like,
I can't do a stripper, man. Can't do the stripper. I might have a lady friend come with me. I can't do the stripper. She's not gonna.
Yeah, you open a present yourself or a slice of cake yourself. That's throwing them a curveball they didn't expect.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna do that, and I'm turning 35 too, so that's perfect. Because I should be.
Oh, you're a youngster, eh?
Huh?
You're a youngster, eh?
35. If you call that young, my daughter calls me old, so I don't know. I'm in the middle. It's like my dick size. I don't know.
She needs to wise up. I'm 37. I ain't old. Little jerk. Who she thinks she is?
I'm 25.
I was gonna say my body's young. I'm 60, and I think I'm 27, but I'm actually 46.
That's a whole lot of numbers I just had heard. Oh man! All right, guys. I think I actually got to get off of here, but yeah, it was great chatting with you. I look forward to next Tuesday. I got it written down on my calendar.
Absolutely, Thought Forge. We'll do it again, man.
Yep. Steve, Ronnie, good chatting with you. Citizen.
Pleasure, man. Thanks for coming, bro, and we'll see you next Tuesday for sure. Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. And Phil Monty, thanks for coming in too.
Yeah.
Right on, brother. Have a good one, brother.
You too.
That was a damn good debate. I got to tell you that. I mean, both of them very respectful and a lot of damn good
I will
points.
admit he had some great points. He had some great points, man.
He did, and so did you. I mean, I would love to be able to take an all-around vote, and see just to see who everybody thinks won. But I don't think that would be not feasible. But I don't think it would be the wise thing to do.
I mean, we can. I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Well, Steve's the main man, so.
Because here's the thing, Ronnie. The whole point in having these discussions and having these debates is not really to win people over and make them believe Earth is flat or nothing like that. It's simply to educate them on why there's so many people out there that are seemingly intelligent people that will believe something so radical. That's it. That's all it is.
And I agree, but that's just what I'd like to see, where everybody stands after you two guys debate it, but particularly after next Tuesday when y'all are both way more prepared, and you've looked at each other's stuff and everything. That would be really interesting.
Yeah.
Not necessarily tonight, but I mean, next Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever, if Steve wants to do it, whenever he wants to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Steve's he's in a trance right now, so he don't
know. No, I'm sticking next Tuesday. I stick to next Tuesday. I mean, it's hard to read all this shit and listen and
hey, Ronnie.
Tuesdays are good. Tuesdays are good for me because I go live. My shows are Sundays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So Tuesdays are the best days because then after the Sunday show, I get a night off on Monday. I can, I come on the show on Tuesday. Like Ronnie, me and you do the shows on Tuesdays, right? We did the last show last Tuesday, didn't we? Or was it Saturday?
Yeah. No, it was Sunday when I was on your show.
Yeah, you were on my show on Sunday, but when was I on your show? Was that Saturday? Or was that Thursday? Or
I think it was Thursday.
It was an off night. Yeah, it was an off night for me. Yeah, but Sunday, Wednesday, Friday are my days, and I can't do anything else on those days. Shit, I don't even know what to say, man. I don't even know what else to say. I'm cooked.
Well, I can understand that y'all had a damn good debate,
Yeah.
Oh,
here's the thing. I'm not even a flat Earth expert. I'm just a guy that believes in flat Earth, and all I can do is give you the reasons why I believe. You know what I'm saying? That's it. I'm not here to convince anybody. Here's what I say. I'm not here to convince you to believe what I believe. I'm just simply here to share with you what convinced me. And that's it. You can keep on believing whatever you want to believe, but just respect my belief as I respect yours. Because that's what we're about, right?
Absolutely.
These are facts. facts can't be debated. Beliefs are to be respected, but they can be debated because all beliefs are supported by facts, or they should be at least.
I thoroughly agree.
You know, so that's
why I
my
say
whole,
both you guys had some very good points, you know, and the way y'all were debating back and forth was hell. It was great, you know. At least I thought it was. You know, everybody else may not think so, but I was just sitting here kind of transfixed, you know. So
that's all it's about, man. That's all it's about. Because I already know there's people that, just like there's people on the left that us conservatives will never be able to convince to wake up politically. I understand that there's people who will never be able to. I'll be able to convince that the Earth is flat. It's just a human, you know, part of the human existence. Not to say that people who believe in the globe are comparable to liberals or anything like that. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that people standing firm in what they believe is just a part of the human condition, and they'll always believe what they want to believe. Just like you'll never be able to convince me that Earth is a ball ever again, and I'll probably never be able to convince you that it's a flat plane. So, but I can understand why you believe it's a ball, just like I would like you to understand why I believe it's flat. And that's all it is.
Well, here's the thing. You say you're not a flat Earth expert, but God damn, you did. I don't think you missed a point. I mean, if you did, I didn't hear it. And, you know, I mean, the way I would say it is, both you guys, if either one of you missed on a point, it was maybe 1 or 2 points apiece, and I wasn't sitting here grading it or nothing, you know, just off the top of my head. I mean, it seemed like both of you were very well educated on what the hell you're talking about.
Well, I appreciate that, Ronnie. I appreciate that, man. And that's what it's about. That's what it's about. It's about sharing information, because we got an audience listening. They want to hear what I have to say. They want to hear what Thought Forge has to say, and we both have to allow each other the room and the time to say what they have to say. Now, I will say this: he did cut me off a couple of times, but I didn't make an issue of it because they were valid points that he made, and I was able, and he allowed me the time to respond to him, so I couldn't take issue with that. But like I said, man, you know, we gotta first thing we have to understand, because there was a lot of people hurling shit, or a few people I should say hurling shit in the chat. I wasn't really paying attention to it, but I caught a couple of comments. We have to understand this: when somebody expresses a belief that you don't agree with, as long as it's not something immoral, you know, using ad hominem attacks against that person takes away from the intellectual argument. So if it's your position that I believe this, which is contrary to what you believe, you know, using insults and, you know, demeaning words which don't have anything to do with the actual topic itself, it takes away from your argument, and it gives credibility to the person who you're trying to discredit and argue against. And I noticed that when it comes to the flat Earth globe Earth argument, even in conservative circles, I see a lot of conservatives falling into that trap of, you know, ad hominem attacks, just like the liberals do. And, you know, another reason for me expressing my flat Earth belief is to help break us out of that mentality. Break us out of that mentality of, oh, you don't believe what I believe, so you must be bad. So now I ridicule you. Now I call you names. Now this and that. You know, but if you disagree with me, tell me why you disagree. Give me some intellectual points. Let's have a discussion.
Well, you know, the way I looked at it is y'all both came across as very intelligent guys, both of you. You know, so, you know, wherever you fall on the globe Earth, the flat Earth, or whatever, you know, at least admit, you know, that both you guys are very intelligent. You know,
and imagine this. And imagine this, Ronnie. Imagine if he came out the gates calling me stupid and all this shit, and I responded in kind. Like how horribly devolved that conversation would have become if we would have went that route. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And it would have been totally unnecessary. And guess what? The audience would have had nothing to take away from it except maybe some new names they can call somebody they don't like.
Yeah, you'd probably got 1,000 more people in here, you know, but you know, it just went off on each other. But I'm damn sure glad you didn't, because that takes away from it takes away from the learning experience. And whenever you do that, and it don't make any difference what you believe on it, it takes away from the learning experience that both you guys were stating at the time. You know, if you believe in the globe, well, you know, that's great, but listen to your points. If you believe in the flat Earth model, that's great, but listen to Ford's model.
I always say this: there's no winners or losers in a debate. The person that's perceived as the winner is simply viewed as is simply the person who was able to impart information onto the other person who is perceived as the loser. So there is no winners or losers because whoever you see as the winner had the opportunity to teach, and whoever we see as the loser had an opportunity to learn. So either way, both people come out on top because you acquire information for what purpose? To share that information, to impart that knowledge. You don't keep knowledge to yourself. You don't get knowledge and not want to share it with anybody. I mean, if you make a new discovery, any of you guys, what's the first thing you're going to do? You're going to run to the closest person to you to try to share that with them.
Damn right.
You know, like, oh, look at this. Look what I just found, you know? So that's the whole point. That's the whole point of having the debate. It's to share information, either educate or be educated. That's
okay,
it.
well, let me ask you a question right quick. Do you think Steve or I, either one, should have jumped in more? Because I mean, you guys were going at it plenty good. I didn't see anything to jump in for.
No, I think Thought Forge handled himself pretty well, and I tried my best to handle myself as well as I could too. So, no, I don't think that would have been necessary. Now, if we would have got to arguing and yelling over each other, then but that didn't happen.
Right, yeah, if it would have came to that, yeah. But no, that's what I mean. Like, it was rash. You guys are both rational, open-minded, and like even Ford said, you know, when you start screaming at each other, I'm right, you're wrong, nothing comes out of that. You don't get nothing out of that.
Yeah, and y'all both agreed to come back next week to debate again. So, you know, you both got to have respect for each other. You wouldn't have done it. Wouldn't have agreed.
Yeah.
Right.
And like I was saying on Sunday too, like I said, Chadwick and Citizen Man, I've known them both for a while. They're both good people. They're both intelligent people. They're both my friends. So, you know, it's like, just, yeah.
Well, I just met Chadwick in your chat I guess it was Sunday. First time I seen him in there. But, I've known Citizen Man now for a long time. He's the one I'd lean to because I've built up a lot of respect. He's built up a lot of respect over time with me, you know. And so it's a lot easier. If I was going to have to believe either one of them, it would be Citizen Man. Simply because of all the respect I have for him, built up already. But that's not taking anything away from Chadwick. I'm saying, I was listening to both of them, and I thought they both did a damn good job. Thanks, CM, and keep Chadwick if you're listening.
Yeah, definitely. Well, fellas, it's almost 2.5 hours, so I'm gonna go ahead and sign off myself. Steve, I really appreciate you having me on. Ronnie, thank you for sending me Steve's number so I can get in touch with Steve. Steve, I got your number saved, man. So if you're ever in Florida, we can link up. If I'm ever in Hawaii, I can get up with you and we can do something. I don't know if you smoke the weed or nothing, but I smoke the weed, and I heard they got the good weed in Hawaii. So
yeah, they do. I don't smoke, but everyone I
want to get some of that Maui Wowie.
Get way out of your mind there, and when you get back home and on the plane over or back home.
Yep, I'm bringing my gyroscope and I'm going to test for curvature. Monty, appreciate you coming on, brother. Appreciate your insights. Much respect to you, and much respect to Thought Forge too, man. That was a great discussion. I really, really enjoyed it, man. I really did. And I'll see you guys on the next one, fellas. Peace.
Yeah.
Good night, man.
Thanks, man.
Later.
All right.
But me and Chadwick, we both watch a live stream every week, which is just music. So it's nothing political, it's just music.
Yeah.
And that's how we know each other. So that's like the first time when music, we weren't talking about anything but music. You know what I mean?
Well, you know what? I was surprised when they both agreed to debate it, because I figured one of them said, no, I hadn't got time, or what. And that's plenty understandable, But when they both agreed to come on and debate it, and again, I don't know Chadwick's position, but I know Citizen Man's, and I know he's a busy guy. And I'm sure Chadwick is too. So, thanks to both of them. I mean, hell, it took 2 hours or whatever other time there, 2.5 hours.
Shit. A little over 2 hours, yeah.
I mean, hell, I don't know what else to say. I think they done a damn good job. What'd you think, Monty? Did you listen to the whole thing?
Yeah.
Did you?
Okay, so
And by the
from
way,
what
it's
I
nice to
gathered,
meet you, brother. I've
and
seen you on rescue and everything, but I've never met you before. So nice to meet you.
yeah, I've seen you up on here before.
But
Okay, so in my opinion, and everything they debated it respectively. I mean, no one flew off the handle. No one got mad and rage quit the panel. I mean, I've seen that in other debates before, so that's why I was saying that. Yeah, I think it was a decent debate.
It was, and you know, and both of them, you know, they both admitted that they need to do more research into each other's, you know, opinions and things. So they were both very honest, I thought, you know, and upfront with their thoughts. Hell, I don't know what else you could want, you know, in a debate. I mean, I'm not a debater.
That and I think I remember both of them at one point saying, you know, I don't know the answer to that, you know.
And
Exactly.
It's like you said, being honest, you know, it's not like I'm right, you're wrong, you don't know shit, I know everything.
Yeah, that's
You know?
probably where I'd have went.
that's what I was saying.
No, I wouldn't have done that. But
I've looked at both theories. I've watched a lot of videos on both, and I know what my opinion is. And I mean,
well, come on, spill it.
all I'm gonna say is planets are everything else is round.
Right?
Marbles are round.
You get a point
That's
there.
why I'm in
don't get me wrong.
that actually would answer a question too. I think Howard County Observer asked earlier. He never heard where my position was, but I think to answer that question and what you were just saying, Monty, I think that's why I stand where I stand. Because to me, I don't feel like it affects me. Like if the Earth is round or flat, I live on it. That's all I know. I mean, it could be a rectangle. It could be whatever it wants. But as long as it works for me to live. So at the end of the day, I don't lose sleep over it. But with that being said, it's an interesting conversation, especially when you have, you know, certain people that are so passionate about it being round and people are so passionate about it being flat. That's why it's like very interesting to me.
I agree. And, you know, the other thing is that let's say, like I said a while ago, let's say, for instance, if they're lying to us that it's round, if it's not round and they're lying to us, well, then why did they lie to us and whatever else they lying about? That's the part I want to get to, if it's ever possible, which it don't look like it is, because we're not ever going to be able to go up into outer space. We're not ever going to be able to go up in a whatever the hell that plane is that flies way high to look at, you know. So how are we going to know? And that's what both of them more or less agreed on, you know, was that plane that flies real high is the only thing you can really tell. I don't know. I'm just saying that's what they agreed on. So I mean, man, it's just a lot of stuff that you can definitely look into if you want to, for anyone. Not saying that I want to.
Last night, Ronnie. I started like researching last night because I'm like, I want to at least know a little bit because I never looked into it. And next thing you know, it's 3:00 in the morning, and I'm like, oh shit, man. Just like going and going.
There's a 5-hour video I could share the link to you, and it talks about nothing but flat Earth. And I'm like, I've watched that, and so in my opinion, my own opinion, I think it's round. I have looked at the other aspects, and there is some theories that I can see on the flat Earth too. But deep down, I think it's round. I mean, it's just like, okay, so for instance, Moose Man I just was glancing at chat. Moose Man was talking about how when they communicate to submarines and stuff like that, because the curvature, right? The ionosphere and whatnot and everything else. I'm not going to go in word for word, but if it was flat, then TV signal and radio signal and everything else, the microwaves can go in a straight line. There wouldn't be no skip. You know what I'm saying? It would be straight in an instant.
Well, can I add something to that, Monty? and I'm not saying this is true. I'm just saying consider that all these balloons they've got up, the helium balloons, and they're everywhere. They've got us surrounded. What if they're beaming these things off each balloon, like they do these, more or less?
Right.
I don't know.
I get. I mean, I understand what you're.
Just a point. I'm just saying, hell, I don't know. I'm a dumbass here, and I'll be the first to admit it.
Makes you do the old Arsenio Hall.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Steve, it looks like there may be some people wanting to come up yet.
Yeah, I just dropped the link again. Did it go?
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it did. It went up.
I didn't know if you'd seen it, so I thought I'd holler at you.
Yeah, for some reason that you hit the three dots, you should be able to pin it, but on StreamYard, it's not.
You can't pin it on StreamYard. You got to go to the YouTube side to pin it, brother.
Yeah, that's what I've been told.
Remember, you're on your birthday. How I showed you, I was telling you how to do that.
Yeah, that's what I was funny. I was talking to Nina New about that the other day because I was like, that was my first live ever, and I was so overwhelmed. I was like, remember all that shit I did? I'm like, I can't remember anything.
So and by the way, Steve, did you learn the Trump dance with the Q? Did you learn to do that yet?
Oh no, I forgot. I was down the rabbit hole for the flat Earth last night, and then that job came in earlier, and I had to go, and then I was like stressing out because I'm like, I gotta get this done and be home on time.
It don't matter. I said throw that in there.
I do want to learn that though. So what's that?
Moose Man. Well, I mean, okay. So according to MonkeyWorks, there is some surveillance balloons that they're using. That they are using because he's got them clocked at doing 20 mile an hour or 20 knots or whatever on these aircraft.
Yeah, that was one of them.
Whatever he's using.
I saw that. That was one of them. I think it was.
Now he was talking about the E3, E4s and the E6s, whatever those other the Doomsday planes and all everything else. He keeps track of all those other ones, the tankers and everything else. It's a pretty cool app.
Oh, it is. That's a great app. I watch MonkeyWorks all the time. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I just misunderstood that at first. Yeah. Oh, Monkey's cool, man. I'm telling you what, that dude knows what he's. He did admit yesterday though that he wasn't. He didn't know what that one drone or whatever the hell it was up there. He couldn't identify it. It was a new one. He didn't know what it did or anything. First time I ever heard him say that. But
yeah, I watched that show.
Monkey's up or shit. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'd hate to see what all he spends on those apps.
I would love to see what all he makes though.
I started watching him way over a year ago, and from when I started watching him, his apps have greatly improved.
Yeah, they have. Oh, that new one he's got Sky Glass. That's amazing.
Howdy, y'all. Hey, what's up?
How's it going? Aloha.
Yeah, it's going.
Archangel for Truth. I think your volume might be a little low.
Pretty good, guys.
Oh, there you go.
Right, Moose.
Wanted to talk to the guest for us, but anyways, I wanted to put my 2 cents worth into the discussion because there was certain things that I was able to explain that the other guests did not, as to the questions that were being thrown out. So why water doesn't spin out if it's a globe and so forth. So
I can't hear him.
Yeah,
Archangel Steve, on your side, you can adjust his audio. On his box, the 3 dots on his.
Right.
You just click, and it says adjust audio settings.
Oh yeah, edit mic settings.
You can boost his.
my
Let's
audio
see
not
here.
good or what?
Okay, that's all the way up.
On Archangels.
Yep. You still there, Archangel?
I think he's breaking up.
Yeah, I got it all the way up, and it still sounds like real muffled.
I don't hear a word.
It depends on the browser he's using to come up on the panel.
You hear him, Ronnie?
It's distorted. I got headphones on. It's
Yeah, that's why I asked. You had them headphones on.
Yeah, I hear it. I can barely hear him, but I have it turned all the way up. Oh, there you go. I just got a little louder. Yeah, I think it might have it.
I got my next. Like, anyways, I don't know how much you heard. Now. Basically, what I wanted to put in it regards to the sense of the matter is as it pertains to the question that was asked about.
I have no idea what it's saying.
Now it sounds like a bad connection. Now I can hear you, but it sounds like a bad connection.
Are you using Google Chrome?
No, not at all.
I didn't catch that.
I don't think I've caught 3 words.
Maybe if you try to jump out and jump back in, it might just be a bad. Or do you have headphones? Are you on a phone or on a computer?
Well, I don't know, but he ain't coming in, that's for sure.
He's on his phone. So, okay, I experienced this about a year over a year ago. When I first was using my phone, I was on DuckDuckGo and whatnot, trying to come up on Restream and StreamYard panels, and it would do that exactly what it was doing right there. It would break up and wouldn't allow it to sync. And so Brave and Google Chrome is the 2 browsers I know that will work is compatible with those 2 platforms. If you're using an iPhone, you got to stick with Safari because that's their OS kind of platform thing.
That's a good point. I didn't know that, Monty. That's what I use, Safari, and I didn't know that, but that's what I'm on. Maybe that's why it works so damn well. I have no idea, man.
Well, before, like I said, I was using DuckDuckGo that one quite a few times, and my phone would overheat real quick. It would kick me off. It would be distorted sounding. And so then I downloaded Brave, and then I ended up having to download Chrome for the phone and laptop. So, hey, Car Mob, Nina.
Oh, and yes, a big hello to Nina. I don't think I said hello tonight. Or to V. Yeah, I said hello to V.
Hello, chat.
Yeah,
that's the simplest way. Hello, everybody.
V was asking questions earlier, and I was putting them up on the screen, but they kept talking, going back and forth, and I don't know.
Don't want to interrupt them, when they got a good thing going there.
So I was just hoping they'd see the screen and read the questions, but and then I was asking V to come up, but I forgot she's not feeling well, so I wouldn't want to jump up either. But V, I was trying to get him to read the questions. I didn't want to like interrupt them. And
Search engine, browser, it's all the same thing, Aunt Jack. You get what I'm saying. I just know what from experience what I used. Excuse me for not knowing the technical terms.
We got a debate going between Monty and Auntie now.
There's always always.
Wobbly Boost. Now, he sent Uncle Ronnie. I don't know who that is.
From down under.
Better clue than that. I got a lot of nephews. I don't know if he's talking to me or not.
Are they from down under? Did they throw another shrimp on the bobby?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Are they dealing with a little ankle biter? Going to walk about on the bush.
Probably wasn't even talking to me. I don't know. I just seen that.
Sorry. Sorry if I just butchered some of your language.
No, you didn't bother me. No. Now, I tell you, I don't know about anybody else, but I'm kind of hard to embarrass or anything myself. So it don't make me no difference.
Same for me. I mean, I'm really hard to embarrass because I'm always acting like a jackass anyway. So
it's kind of the way I am.
Hey, Ronnie, that accent a little bit, is that Tennessee or Texan?
Texas.
Nah, that's what I was thinking.
Where you from, Monty?
Kansas.
Kansas? What part?
Yep.
What city?
I'm just straight an hour south of Kansas City.
Of Kansas City?
Yeah,
okay.
Due south.
Okay, I still have a sister that lives in Wichita, and I did have two, lived in Wichita, and then the youngest one passed away, and I had a sister that lived in Salina, and she passed away. Both younger. But nice to know you're from Kansas, man. I mean, they've got a little bit in common there.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been to both those places.
Well, you know, that's one good thing about Kansas. It's not all that wide or, narrow.
I can definitely tell you Western Kansas is pretty freaking flat.
Yeah, no doubt. And so is Western Texas, at least most of it, unless you go a little southwest,
Once you get out west of the Flint Hills, it is flat. It is. It really is. It seems like
I drove from Detroit to Colorado back in 2000 or 2001, and I drove through Kansas, through Wichita actually, and stayed the night there because I just wake up, drive for a few hours wherever I was at. I just hang out. I made took me like a week and a half to get there, but yeah, Kansas was boring as hell.
Oh, wouldn't it?
No offense.
It's me. I tell you what, I stayed out there with my sister and brother-in-law for about 2 weeks one time in the dead-ass middle of winter and almost froze to death in the house. I mean, it was so damn cold that the water particles were freezing in the air. At least that's what they said, and you could see them falling out, kind of like rain or something. Man, and I ain't been around shit like that. I'm in Texas, not Kansas. We got a barbed wire fence between us,
I don't know if it was up in Alaska or what. When I've seen, everybody's seen these videos where it's really, really cold and they go out with a steaming pot of hot water and they throw it up in the air and it just.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did that. It did the same damn thing. Sure as the hell did.
That means it's really, really cold.
That's the main reason I don't live in Detroit anymore.
Oh, I couldn't live in Michigan. If it's and I'm sure it is worse than Kansas. There ain't no way in hell I could live there.
That's the last thing I said is I'm never shoveling snow again.
You know what the weird thing is?
When I first moved out here, I had for the company I was working for at the time, they hired an apprentice and he was riding with me. And he was born and raised here, Filipino guy. His name was Ruben. Awesome guy, man. Really awesome guy. And I brought up a snowblower. And he's like, "Whoa, what is that, Steve?" I'm like, "I thought he was messing with me." I'm like, "Snowblower." He's like, "What?" Like, and he didn't know, and I'm like, "Oh, you really don't know?" I mean, why would he? He born and raised in Hawaii. Why would you know? He's like, "What is that? Like the things that like put snow on the mountains so people can ski and stuff?" I'm like, well,
Well,
that
yeah,
makes
those
sense
too.
if it was called that, but it's like no, when it snows and you have to like shovel your sidewalk, it's easier to use a snowblower. But
I think it's been on record that it maybe snowed in Hawaii once.
right,
Did it
and
snow
it
where
didn't
y'all
really
are
up
at?
in the mountains.
Oh, it was up in the mountains.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think on one of the islands is you can start your day off at the top of the mountains, snowboard down, and once you get to the bottom, you're surfing.
Well, so which one would you rather do? Was it you on that ski or surfboard? I bet
I'd
it was.
rather ski because I grew up snow skiing, and I never. Well, I tried snowboarding once, and when you grow up snow skiing, the snowboard is completely different. And I tried surfing once, and that lasted about 1 second. So, yeah, I guess it'd be fair to
Well,
say the only time I wouldn't mind the cold is if I was snow skiing.
I mind it all the time myself, but then I don't like it hot either. Man, I'm sure it's been hot in Kansas too. Man, it's been 105, 106 degrees here. Yesterday it finally cooled off, and the last couple of days it's been in the 90s in here in Texas. What's it been in Kansas, Monty?
well, last week it was Hades, and that's what the temperature was. It was so hot that I see meth heads going and putting the copper back in the AC units. It was crazy. Everything was melting. And then finally, like you said, Ronnie, it finally got some rain in here and it cooled it down. Like right now, it's 71 degrees. I
Really?
love that temperature.
Yeah, it's still about, I would say 88 here. I mean, air conditioner's still running strong. I would love to open. If it's 71 degrees, I'd have every window in the house open, man, and love every minute of it.
My AC's on.
At 71 degrees? Damn,
Yeah,
dude.
I have a chilly willy up in here.
I bet
I
you
like being able to see him coming in through the doorway with his scarf on and his little stocking cap.
I'll tell you what. Now, the place to be would be Hawaii.
Here, but it feels like 83.
Say it again, Steve.
It's 86 degrees here right now, but it feels like 83.
Okay, so the humidity must be a little low, huh?
You know, Moose Man, that's pretty damn cold. He said he had his Jack Daniels freeze solid in the truck. And he's talking about when he was up in Alaska, I think.
What's up, as if? Aloha, brother. You there? Oh, I think you got your thing on mute, as if.
His thing on mute.
He's got his yeah, as if can't hear you. He's muted.
Yeah, I see that.
You up north or you down south in Texas, Ronnie?
I'm about 30 miles south of the Oklahoma border. Almost directly south of Durant. If you know where Durant is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're real close to Texoma Lake. I mean,
yeah.
It's
pretty close. It's about 30, 35 miles. I've been there many times.
Yeah, I'd love to go there. My fishing buddy goes down there with his brothers. The yearly annual trip they take, and they
hey boy,
take their straight.
What's up, as if? You there? I heard you for a second. There you go.
man.
A wrestling match there?
Camera.
There you go.
All right, boy. All right, wait. I gotta echo. I gotta track down a man. Give me a second. I gotta track down a YouTube.
Where
I think you might have him too loud now, Steve. Do you turn up everyone when you turn that microphone up, or?
No, well, most of them are on automatic, but yeah, I'm adjusting that right now.
Okay.
See how that should be better. There's Monty. But that's the other thing I don't miss from Detroit is the winters were so fucking cold, and then the summer comes and it's just like, so it's like sticky hot. So it's like one extreme to the next. I hated that shit.
Well, that's damn sure the way it is here, man. Sticky hot. You go outside, and about 2 minutes later, you don't do any good to take a shower, because when you walk out that door, you better hurry and get an air conditioned car, because you're going to be sweating like a goat.
Yeah.
Jason, you already asked me that once when you was up on panel next to me.
Well, how are you, Monty?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
Wonderful.
Hello.
All
Jason,
right. There's Azil.
Chrissy Cato didn't giggle.
There you go. Did you find it? Boom.
I don't know. I thought I had a phantom YouTube, thing going on.
Oh, you couldn't find it? Fuck them.
It was a phantom. They do that. They just fuck with you just so you can buy the premium.
Hey, because where are you at? As if I can't remember where you're at.
Atlanta, Georgia.
Atlanta, Georgia.
Georgia. All right, now I remember that.
Moose Man says he's 70 miles from Durant. He ain't a hell of a long ways from me.
No, he's on the opposite end.
Yeah, I know. Well, I know it'd be 100 miles, but for me, yeah. But I'm saying it's not a whole long ways. When you travel to Salina, Kansas from here where I'm at, that's a pretty damn good distance. So that's kind of what I weigh it against.
Yeah.
Now that's too far for me. My sister been trying to get me to come to Wichita to see her now for about a year, and I said, "Hell, you come to see me?" She said, "But I came to see you last time. That's why come to see me again." It's too damn far to drive, particularly with gas as high as it is.
That's what I tell everyone too. But when are you gonna come back to Detroit and visit? And I'm like, one of us lives in Paradise, so
yeah.
When you gonna come visit? 'Cause I moved away from there. I am
just
not
like
trying
the last.
Oh, I know what happened.
Right?
Like last night, I was listening to a couple
right
that was in Illinois. I was
Hey,
listening to a
right on,
couple
Ezra.
that was in Illinois. They went to that Trump rally. Well, the gas in Illinois is almost $1 difference than Missouri. Not quite, but almost. Like 70, 80, 90 cents difference. So they went right across into the Missouri side and built and topped off the vehicle. I'm like, yeah, see?
You know what the amazing thing about the gas is, and I was really surprised. I bought gas yesterday, and it had dropped 17 cents a gallon from the last time I bought it about a week ago.
Yeah.
And I thought, damn, and Brandon's in office. How did this happen? It's supposed to go up, not down.
Well, I paid on the
Can
way
somebody
home today from that job, I stopped because I was almost on E, and I filled up. It was at Sam's Club. It was $4.99 a gallon. So at regular gas stations, it's like $5.54. I think I seen.
Uh-huh.
Cow.
Man.
It's like it's like around 450 around here. Something like that. Maybe a little bit less. A little bit less.
Damn, y'all a lot cheaper than here. You know what's weird about that is we got all the refineries here in Texas. All the oil, all the gas, we got everything, and it's higher. Somebody explain that to me.
Hey, it's Putin's fault.
Is that it?
Yeah.
I kind of thought
But
that.
I still hear people saying it's still Trump's fault.
Well, up in Alaska, they got refined. Well, they have a few refineries, and they got oil up there too. But yet, it still costs. In that one place, it cost them like I think it was up to $12 or $14 a gallon or something like that. A few years ago, when I was seeing it, because they have to ship it in. They only get one trip a year or something like that. I don't know, something crazy. It's just something I was reading. Hey, Dirk Diggler, what's up?
Bam,
I don't know if Craig's still here, but I told Craig the Hunter I was going to use his idea.
I wasn't looking at this. I don't know which one of y'all looks the goofiest. The toss-up.
American Gigolo.
I think Craig still got you beat a little bit there, Steve.
No, Craig's got the great
Must be
get-ups.
brother. No.
See, man, I just have to like do my voices, man. You know. Except I forgot.
Hold on.
Fuck them.
I was adjusting my camera, and then I came back, and what the hell is going on with Steve? What is that mess? What's a mess?
He don't know which way he is. He's confused.
I'm just trying to figure out which color it is and what's going on. I'm trying to figure out what the mess is, man. Because it's like up here, you know, like, yeah. Anyway. All right, so what you got going on?
A little bit of everything, not much of nothing. What's going on with you, Azil?
Hey, I got a whole lot of nothing going on.
A whole lot of nothing going on. I was hoping you had a bunch of wisdom to share with us.
Well, I got a bunch of weirdness to share with you. How about that?
Well, that'll work too. Go ahead.
Well, I believe that most police officers in this country don't have one damn clue about what the law is.
Oh, I know you're right there.
Yeah, because
no doubt.
You know, because I've experienced the wrap, the handcuffs, the bracelets. I won't use the other term that the other dude said, but anyway, yeah, it you know, it's a thing. I took the ride.
No, they take an oath, but they're just repeating words. They have no idea what that oath is.
Well, here's the problem. They're repeating words that they don't know the origin of.
Yep.
I mean, even if they took the oath, brother, I mean, you know, when they come to you in public, when you're doing things in public, you know, under our constitutional rights, the main problem is that they come at you on feelings. Feelings don't work. Well, for them it does, because they'll just use force. They'll use force to enforce their feelings, and then later they get sued. And, you know, until they get sued so many times that their pension gets attacked so many times to be like, hey, wait, whoa. Maybe I don't need to be doing the job anymore. I mean, how many times does that need to happen before a change occurs?
I take it you're not a
That's
cop.
what we're here for.
I take it you're not a cop, right?
No.
I didn't think so.
No. Oh, as a matter of fact, recently I told the sheriff, I said, his deputies wrote sovereign citizen under my name after I got arrested. And the sheriff came into the, I don't know, I don't know what he was doing, but he came to talk to me. And he said, so are you one of those sovereign citizens? And I was like, well, no. I said, actually, I don't know what sovereign citizens do or what they're all about, but I could tell you one thing about sovereign citizens. Every person in this building with match is more of a sovereign citizen than I could ever dream about being. And the sheriff looked at me like, what? And so I just left him with that.
Well, you know what? I think we're all sovereign citizens, my damn self. You know, they say you got to file paperwork and all this stuff to actually become a sovereign citizen. I mean, myself, all you got to do is, more or less, if you would have said, yeah, I am, what about it? I wonder what the hell they would have done. Could have done differently.
Well, the main part about it was, when the sheriff, okay, look, the whole thing started with, I was filming in a parking lot of the sheriff's office, right? And they arrested me. Because they said, you're trespassing. And I said, I declined. And they said, okay, all right, you know what? You're arrested. We're going to put the handcuffs on you. And, you're no good. And
but you're on public property, though.
Uh-oh. Steve. I wasn't actually 100% sure I was on public property until the week after I got arrested. And my wife, my beautiful bride, was so mad at me that I got arrested for filming the police. She was just mad that I got arrested and she couldn't, didn't know what was going on with me for 9 hours. She was so mad after I told her about everything that was going on. That next week, she went and parked in that parking lot where I was filming. And she walked into the lobby, through the lobby of the sheriff's department. There's a ATM inside the lobby that she happened to have a bank transaction with. She's a member of the bank. And she just pulled up into the lobby. She pulled up into the parking lot. She walked into the lobby. She said, hey, there's the ATM. I need to go to it because, here, it's my bank. And the deputy was like, yeah, sure, go ahead. Not that she needed his permission because it's a public lobby, right? She walked in, did her little transaction on the ATM, walked out, came home, and then later that night told me, she's like, yeah, it's public. I was like, what do you mean? She's like, I walked in there without a camera and did business inside of that lobby that you were filming that they arrested you for. It's damn for sure public. So anyway, that's where we're at.
So she's not mad at you no more?
No. Actually, my wife is in the middle of getting her citizenship, and she is so excited to be a
Where's she from?
citizen. My wife is from Mexico,
Okay.
but she is so excited to become a citizen of the United States of America.
Well, good for her. Sincerely
Yeah.
mean that. That's the way everybody ought to be that comes in here.
That's right. And she knows it, she owns it, and she loves it. And she, I mean, dude, I mean, look, I mean, from people that, okay, all right, so we do these videos and whatnot of being First Amendment. You know, we're very passionate about it. But after I got arrested for filming in a parking lot of a sheriff, and where they got twisted was when I got close to the car.
No.
All right, and the car was so tinted that all it did was put me on the video. I mean, it was so dark. And so they came out like I kicked a hornet's nest and whatnot. But, you know, so I took them ride. I was like, you know, because I told the deputies, I said, you're wrong. Just, you know, this public property. I said, I don't know what you think you're doing. But, okay.
Well, you know why? You know why? Because they're so used to everyone complying with everything they say and do that it boosts their ego. And then when someone doesn't do what they say, their ego gets, like you said, feelings. Their egos get crushed, and then they break the law.
Steve, you are correct. But after raising hell, because I was actually pretty compliant. I pulled one hand back because I was trying to get them to understand that what they were doing was unlawful. They didn't want to listen. At the time where they were playing this game because I actually walked around the whole perimeter of the parking lot, and about halfway through, one officer said, "Oh, we're going to trespass you, and you need to leave now." And I looked at the officer. I said, "I decline." And that's when they went kind of, "Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo." And so I kept taping because I just wanted to do the perimeter, because it was actually a water feature on the, let me see, southeast perimeter of the property. It was kind of cool that most people can't see. It was kind of cool, really. So anyway, I kept moving. I actually kept moving towards the sidewalk. And I was 1 foot onto the sidewalk when they started putting the cuffs on me. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm on public property. I mean,
How long did they hold you in for?
I was there for 9 hours. And I raised hell the whole time I was in there. I mean, once they had cuffs, I mean, I was kind of gentle when they put the cuffs on me, but once they put me in the car, here's a weird thing. It's that was a county sheriff. All sheriffs are counties, right? But the county sheriff called the local city to put me in a car. Now, I was in the jail parking lot. So the county came to get me, put me in the car, and drove me like 30 seconds to the other part of the, the jail to put me in there.
Drive you 20 feet away.
And then I raised hell with the guy because I was like, "You're not gonna hot box me, right?" Because it was hot. He put me in Sallyport. We were in Sallyport. Sallyport is, that thing between one door and the other, and there's no other kind of air conditioning or anything like that. I said, "Dude, I'm hot." So he popped the door, and he kept getting these phone calls, and so the whole time I was screaming, "Civil rights violator!" The whole
You ain't got
time.
to scream.
No, not with you guys. Just one time. I mean, but that's what I said. I was like, civil rights violator. I mean, I was hollering. And I mean, he was getting phone calls on his cell phone. I don't know who was talking to him, but I didn't care. I just kept saying civil rights violator, because they all were. I mean, they violated my civil rights. I mean, I kept that up for 8 hours from the time I was in that patrol car until the time they let me in the gym pop. Well, it wasn't really a gym pop, but until the point where they let me out of my cell where I could call my wife and tell her where the hell I was. I mean, it was a crazy, crazy, crazy. I mean, they just thought they could just put so much pressure on me that I was going to say something else. Wasn't happening. Now, here's the craziest part of all of my incarceration. They let me out of my little cell, right? I don't know. I guess they were trying to contain me or whatever, but made me stop saying civil rights violator to all the deputies. But I got kind of tired of doing that. Anyway, they let me out. I was able to call my wife, and shortly after that, this dude came into the area where I was in, and I said, "Hey, if you're here to talk to me about bail, I got cash. I don't need you." I thought he was the bail bondsman. He was the actual sheriff. The actual sheriff of the county. And I was like, I don't need you. I got my wife's on the way with cash because, we ain't broke. So, I was talking to him, and he kept playing this little game with me, and, you know how we are. So I said, "Hey," he said, "So what can we do to make sure that you don't end up here in this, in this situation again?" I said, "Well, maybe. I have a suggestion for you." I said, I don't know. I'm kind of thinking you're bail bond, but I'm not actually sure right now. I should have asked him for, his badge number and whatnot. And I remember not voting for this guy. All right. But at the moment, because I've been 8 hours in jail, I just didn't remember.
No.
So, I was like, how about you train? How about there be some training here? And he goes, "What kind of training are you talking about?" I said, "Well, maybe more law enforcement than feelings enforcement." And he looked at me like, "What?"
What?
And yeah, but here's the other funny part. On the wall, under my name, under some whatever thing, under my name, it said sovereign citizen. And so he asked me about that. He said, "So are you a sovereign citizen?" I said, "Well, no." "Well, really know anything about that. I've heard about it, but that's not what I am. I'm just a person who knows their rights. And he goes, so what do we do about that sovereign citizen part? And I said, well, here's the thing. Here I am in jail, locked up. And the sheriff talking to me, but he didn't identify to me. But I said, here's the weird part. Everybody in this building, because I was locked up, right? I said, everybody in this building with the badge is more of a sovereign citizen than I could ever expect to be for the rest of my life. And he looked at me like, what? I was like, yeah. I said, here's the thing. I said,
What?
Qualified immunity. And I mean, it was so weird.
Locked up? No way.
I did it. All right. Somebody's got some questions.
Yeah, do you have a good time?
Archangel's back. Archangel's back. He's been being very polite, waiting to talk.
Mhm.
You there, Archangel? Oh, still can't hear you. Archangel? Oh, I guess his audio's still not working.
Hey, am I still here?
Yep, yeah, you're still there as if.
Nope.
All right. For Monte, what you got? I mean, it's just amazing, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I was talking to the sheriff of my county where I live, and I told him everybody in this building is a sovereign citizen. When he tried to accuse me of being a sovereign citizen, and
Hang on. So he accused you of being a sovereign citizen, but yet you...
Well, he suggested.
You claimed that you was a sovereign citizen. So therefore, is he claiming that you are, or what?
Yeah, I know. And then I told him...
speeches.
Okay.
I said, well, everybody in this building is more of a sovereign citizen than I am. And he just looked at me all kind of weird. And he said, so how does that work? I said, well, qualified immunity. And the look on his face was like, sometimes when you say something to someone, it's almost worse than actually physically punching the person.
So you had a jail card?
No, I did not. I offered them multiple chances to vacate the charges. However, that happened in March, and they have not given me a court date yet because nobody can figure
Yeah, we got some static somewhere.
I think that's Archangel. Yeah, it's Archangel.
Well, so as if, did you have a good time? It sounds like you had a wonderful time.
in jail.
Well, the whole experience. Walking down the sidewalk, going to jail, in jail, talking to sheriff.
Wait, let me tell you, the food in jail is absolutely excellent. It's 5 stars.
Really? Now I'm gonna have to go to jail.
Yeah, let's all go to jail. I mean, the food there is fantabulous. I mean,
I don't believe I'm a qualified citizen.
The thing is, the sheriff was talking to me. He didn't identify himself to me as a sheriff. And, I'm telling him that everybody in the building with the badge is a sovereign citizen. And he just, I mean, the look on his face, he just lost his mind. He didn't know what I was
Well, I
talking about. Now, wait,
I bet.
I have a bonus. I have a bonus. Please, everybody, wait. This is the sheriff department that has the Dr. Shaquille O'Neal as a deputy reserve sheriff. You may do your own research to figure out which county I'm in. Dr. Shaquille O'Neal is a reserve deputy sheriff.
So he's a doctor now? So he was a basketball player. Now he's
for my First Amendment rights.
So wait a minute. He was a basketball player, and then he was the owner of a basketball team, and so now he's a doctor, and now he's a cop.
No, Dr. Shaquille O'Neal continued his studies after his during his basketball career. Hey, look, I got no ill will towards his educational aspiration, but he did actually complete his doctorate. Okay, however, he had a penchant for being a bootlicker. And so he became a reserve deputy sheriff in the county I live in, and I believe he became a deputy reserve something in the county before he lived here, before he bought a house here. So, yeah, that's the thing. And here's the crazy part. Okay, so I was filming in the sheriff parking lot while this guy, the sheriff, was hobnobbing with the Dr. Shaquille O'Neal in a car show on the other side of the county, while cameras were focusing on the sheriff and Dr. Shaquille O'Neal, while I was, focusing on the parking lot of the sheriff department. And I got arrested, but none of them did.
Well, Shaq was probably out there.
What was you doing to get arrested?
I would love to have the video, but they took my phone.
Well, let me ask a question. What was you doing? Why did they arrest you to begin with? I don't think I heard that part.
For walking around the parking lot with a camera in the sheriff's parking lot, and I got kind of close to. Wait. Let me see. I got kind of close to a sheriff's car that was so darkly tinted it actually reflected on me. So anyway.
I think he was holding his phone, stumbling through the parking lot, which makes him drunk in public. So,
no.
Was Dr. Shaq a man or a woman?
No, no, literally. I walked down the sidewalk, and I walk inside the parking lot, and nothing happened until I got close to one sheriff's car, and I was kind of like, "Ooh, wait, how come I can't see anything inside of it? All these other auditors can see something inside." And the tent was so dark, all it did was reflect back on me. I was like, wait a minute, I'm not the subject here. I'm trying to see inside the car. I'm not touching it. I just want to see inside the car and make sure my public servants are doing their job. But, so that kicked the hornet's nest. They all came outside, and they said, hey,
I normally don't smoke more than one cigar in a day, but this is too good.
Wait, what?
I'm on my sixth cigarette. What are you talking about?
I'm working on a pack.
This is cigar worthy.
All right, no, seriously, folks.
This is just too.
No, this incident was so crazy. All right, so look, this happened in March. They have not given me a court date yet. Why?
Yeah, don't they usually do that right away?
Yeah, they should. But I called them like immediately after, and I said, "So what are you doing now? You're arresting journalists for First Amendment constitutionally protected activity. What the hell are you doing?
You're a journalist?
Aren't we all?
I suppose you could say that.
And if you
The hell you
flash
say? I
photograph, you are not a journalist. Oh, but hey, Steve,
Technically, we all are.
you're a journalist. Yes, we
Technically,
are.
we all
No,
are. First Amendment.
no, technically, it is protected. So, I said, hey, I called the attorney and I said, hey, so what are we doing? We prosecuting, journalists now? What's going on? And then and they thought they had a case, and then they've been just kind of vacillating for the last 3 months. They don't know what to do. I mean, honestly, they have no clue what to do with me. And so, I guess that, partly that might be okay, but they deleted my video from my phone. That's the part I'm pissed off about. Because I know I saw the video on my phone before they grabbed it. I saw it. I saw the file. They took it. They deleted it. Which means there was a warrant somewhere that nobody's telling me about. But hey, this show's not about me.
Undoubtedly.
It's about all of us. What?
Where's Too Tall Rob at?
Yeah, where did Rob go? He just dropped out.
Hey, is
I'm
there?
back to what Archangel's got to say if he can talk now.
Oh yes, I muted it because it was so like. You there, Archangel? There we go. Archangel? Nope.
Man.
I'm not sure what's going on with that. I unmuted it, but
maybe
might be delayed too.
Damn.
I want to know more about Dr. Shack.
Dr. Shack. Yeah. Was you shacking up with Shack?
Was he
wearing? Have no connection with him at all.
Was he double?
He does live in my county. At some point, I have no knowledge of when he's here and when he's not, but he does have a residence here.
And he had Jack.
And he apparently is a reserve deputy sheriff. I mean, I don't know what that means. You know what? I equate that with, Steven Seagal has a reserve deputy something over there in Louisiana. It don't mean much either.
Well, Monty, what do you got to add to this? Anything?
I'm sorry?
I'm lost at words.
Lost words. Me too.
Except Jaws is getting ready to attack you. That's why I don't jump in the ocean, because what's going on behind Monty there.
That's just Cletus.
Oh, shit. I just noticed. I wasn't even paying attention to that. Yeah, that's what you're saying, man. Damn, Monty got a great white shark up there or something. Looked like one.
All right, so what's up next?
Well,
Next.
I think Monty's got something to say. I'd love to hear from Monty on any point. Go ahead on, Monty.
I thought it was about to get better.
That's why I want Monty to come in.
Still at a loss of words. So was Shaq double dribbling or what? That's what I want to know. You mentioned
I knew it was going to get better.
I don't know how did I don't know what transpired to make Shaq the like the reserve deputy sheriff or whatever. I don't know. I think he had some kind of a similar relationship with another sheriff wherever else he lived before he decided to purchase a house in this county. Um, and then this sheriff just got kind of enamored with him. To me, it's kind of weird. And this county was all like, "Oh, look. We got Shaq up in our county. It's all good." I mean, it's just weird.
Well, let me ask you something. Is Shaq truly as tall as they say?
I don't know. He's not one of my arresting officers. I mean,
I thought maybe you might have met him. I didn't know.
If he'd have been one of my arresting officers, I might have had heavier charges.
Oh, boy. Oh, me. Oh, this is interesting. I got to tell you.
I'm going to have to put my 1970s surfer wig back on.
Right on.
You got to do that again, as if. Look. Look.
Can I tell some of my old getting drunk stories while we're at it here? I got a bunch of them. This is back when I was much younger, but I do got a few of them. But I'm not going to tell them. But I did. You know what? I got locked up so many times back when I was young and stupid that for drinking, and it was my fault. I mean, I ain't like as if there. It was my fault. I need to be took to jail to keep from killing other people, on the highway, I mean. So, it wasn't a bad idea. But anyway, Steve, Monty, as if, one of y'all take it away. That's my story. And I'm sticking to it.
Why you push? No, go right ahead.
No.
Okay, wait.
I ain't got nothing else to say.
Okay. I made my arrest on purpose.
You made it. And hold on. So, hold on. First, you was claiming to be a sovereign citizen, and then the sheriff was claiming that you was a sovereign citizen, and now you're saying that you made your arrest on purpose.
Well, there was a moment. All right. All I was doing was photographing. I walked from the sidewalk and I did a perimeter into the, the confines of the parking lot of the sheriff's. And one of the deputies said something like, "Well, you can't be here. And you can't do this and you can't do that." And I said, "Yeah? Let me tell you something. Watch this." And I walked right into the lobby of the sheriff's office. Now, here's the thing. There is a ATM on the inside of the lobby, and there's one of those pill drop kind of things, where anybody from the public, if they have a little pill, I don't know, expired pill thing or whatever that, they don't know what to do with, they can walk into the lobby of the sheriff and walk up to this little bin and put it in there, and they're supposed to be anonymous. All right? So it's public.
Well, I guarantee you they're not anonymous, especially at a cop shop where there's cameras.
Yeah, I know. I know. I've always thought that too. But there's another cop shop on the other side of town that has the same stupid pill drop thing. But this this sheriff's office, this sheriff's jail office, whatever, has a unique thing where they have a ATM from a particular big ATM, sort of a big bank company. It's not like the ATM is some kind of an independent, ATM where there's no bank name on it or whatever, and you got to pay $5 to get $500 or whatever. So it makes it a very public lobby, and so I don't remember what the deputy said to me, but he made me so mad. I was like, okay. I'm straight to the lobby, and I went with my gimbal, my phone, and I went straight into the lobby, and I was like, and I was like, I was doing the whole, whatever was inside the lobby. I knew that thing was in there, and then I walked out, and I came back out, and that's not where they got me. I came back out. And out of the lobby area, and I walked back kind of to the parking lot, and I was looking at some other things to look at because they had a lake on the other side of the property. It was kind of cool. I just want to look at it, for photographic purposes. And the deputy was like, "You're being trespassed," and I was like, "I declined because what you're telling me is not lawful." I'm on public property. I don't know what you're talking about. And so I kept walking. He let me walk. I kept going. I walked over to the little water feature, whatever it was. And I kept, so I started on the sidewalk. It's kind of a circular sort of thing. And, they tried to trespass me from public property. I said no, and I kept going. But I just kept doing a circular thing where I was going to eventually end up back on the sidewalk, again, public property. And so I kept going, and that's where they handcuffed me. The moment I got on public property.
Yep. The old silver bracelets. Yep.
When I seen, if I were in your shoes and I would have seen Shaq, I would have been like, "What's up, Playboy? What's up, Playboy?
Hey, Playboy, why are you not in that lake?
What's up, Playboy? What's up, Playboy?
Playboy should have been in that lake. Playboy should have jumped up out of the lake and defended my rights. Where was Playboy? Playboy was not there. He was not there to help me. That stupid Playboy.
What the fuck?
By the way, about Playboy, I talked to him for a while, like about a year ago, and then he started a crazy thing about some cryptocurrency where, the premise of the cryptocurrency was to be able to get any auditor out of jail, without them having to raise the funds, right? And so I was in his chat at the time, and I said, "Well, wait a minute, what's going on with this?" And they said, "Well, it would be the kind of cryptocurrency where, everybody in the community would have to decide to get this person out of jail." I said, "So, wait a minute." I said, "Are you telling me that you're all about the Constitution, you're all about the Republic, but what you just, I was so perplexed. I was like, wait a minute. Wait, hold on. Wait, give me 1 second. What
you get one in edgeways with this guy, can you?
He was talking about
Hold on.
democracy.
You don't want to lose your train of
So
thought.
whose turn? Wait, I'll wait for you to finish.
What he was talking
You
about
ain't gonna finish.
with this cryptocurrency in order to get auditors out of jail was everybody had to vote to get that person out of jail. I was like, wait a minute, you're all talking about the republic and the Constitution and all that, but your cryptocurrency is based on a straight democratic method.
Right.
And all of it my banding.
But no, that's what I was gonna say. What's funny is because like I have such a diverse group of friends, so half the people here probably have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh,
Like
definitely.
who Playboy is, or who, you know what I mean?
Playboy Chili.
So like, right, but yeah, I'm sure a lot of people don't know who Chili is either. But
I
that's what's
just learned
funny to
that
me
today.
because I'm sure Ronnie doesn't even know, and Ronnie's like my brother from another mother. He
I
probably
have
doesn't
no
even
idea who either
know.
one of them are.
But because I follow like different groups and different, so I have like a pretty diverse group of friends. So there's
I get it.
political, there's music, there's like there's auditing, there's
Yep.
but
No,
I
I get
as
it.
if I know 100% what you're talking about. But it's
Ronnie,
just
so how's the weather out in Kansas?
Oh, it's pretty nice right now.
Is it? Pretty damn warm here in Texas.
we're not in
Close to a
Kansas
lake, so.
anymore.
Man.
Oh man.
From jail to Bitcoin Bell with Shaq in the back.
That pretty much.
As if's got it made. I'm telling you what, it sounds to me like he had one hell of a time. I'm serious, and it does. It sounds like you had a very good time or a very terrible time.
Well, that's the first time I heard anyone say the food was good. Were you being serious
No
when you said the food was good?
Well, it sounds to me like I'm going to have a 1983 lawsuit. Yeah.
In 1983?
What is that?
Well, that would be a USC. I think it's a 242 1983 lawsuit. It's a federal lawsuit for deprivation of rights under color of law.
Well, I'll tell you, somebody does need to sue them for that. They're constantly doing that shit. To people all over the country for many different things.
That's correct. But I don't film for that reason. Some do film for that reason. I don't. I have a full-time job, and then I have a couple of other businesses. So I don't do it for that reason. I do it for the fact that we have rights. We need to retain them. We need to fight for them. Because if we don't fight for them, we don't have them.
I agree with that.
Yep.
Damn sure do.
So
if you don't use them, you lose them.
And if you don't exercise, yeah, exactly. So there's another person on the panel.
Just
what you got going on, Full Monty? What's going on with you, brother?
I don't know. What's going on?
I don't know. What you got going on?
Monty still feels like he's like sleeping and you're like, this is a fucked up dream, dude. This is a really weird dream.
I've had a moment. But that's my
the earth was flat, then it was round, and then Shaq was a doctor, and then oh my god.
Yeah, drilling in the back of a cop shop in a cop car and wouldn't get in the lake and go pow pow.
I'm still trying to put all this together myself, so I'm gonna have to go back and listen to it again. So I can.
That's the best part.
I definitely need my crayon and my big cheek tap.
That's great.
No. So what's going on with you?
I don't know what's going on here.
Well, Well, I
What's wrong with
think
you,
I'll leave
Steve?
it out. I
Steve.
think I'll
I
leave
have
it
never
out.
been happier. I have never been happier than right now.
Me either. You know, I've never been happier than the moment in my life where I stand up for my rights and I tell a cop to fuck off and just, I mean, I don't want to get in their face. I really don't. But they just make opportunities to just make things happen. And it's just, it's, it's not the existential part of my life that I want to happen, but they just sort of make it happen. So, but I'm ready for them when they do. You know? I
As
mean,
long as you do it, that's the important thing, bro. I mean, shit, do what you got to do, and if you win the case, more power to you, brother.
I'm not looking to even pursue a case. It's not about that. If I do a video about about a particular situation and about rights, it's not about me pursuing a case because I'm okay. Like I'm look, I know some auditors are looking for the end of the rainbow. I get that part, but that's not me. I'm actually financially I'm stable. So that's not the thing. I'm about the rights. In the '80s, uh, there was a parade in front of my house, and I got kind of pissed off about it because nobody told me that they were going to disrupt the inside of my house with all that noise. And so I turned my stereo up. I cranked the radio, and it kind of over compassed the parade that was happening in front of my house. The cop knocked on my door, said, "You got to turn it off." I said, "Why?" Said, "You didn't ask me for permission." I said, "Well, they got a permit with the county and the city and all that." And I said, "Doesn't matter. You invaded my peace." I said, "So what are we gonna do?" I said, "I like my stereo at the volume it's at because I don't want to hear that crap that's on the street 20 feet away from me." You know, and that was like 40 years ago, and I was like, how is it that police can just sort of put their feelings on people and make them do certain things to bend their wheel to however they feel that society should be?
I thought Jesus had the wheel.
I'm sorry, what?
Jesus, take the wheel.
Jesus had the wheel.
Yeah, she had a wheel. She didn't win that day.
Right?
But
I think she
that goes
wanted to.
it goes back to like I was saying, is they're so used to people complying with everything they say that when someone doesn't, their ego gets in the way, and then you have to listen to me.
Yeah,
That's
and that's the
that's when the
thing.
tyranny comes
Like
in.
feelings and feelings and law and all this kind of stuff. All right, look, it's different with family. All right, when you're dealing with family, you just got to deal with family. All right, but when you're dealing with public, it's a whole other thing. That's all I'm saying. I think I'm looking at Full Monty over there, and I think he's got a whole lot to say about something. I'm curious.
Oh
I'm
no.
very curious. I'm very curious. You put that puppy up there, but I'm still curious. I'm curious. He's got something. He got a whole lot of something to say. I just know it. All right, so hey, Steve.
Oh, right
it's
on.
just
Howard County
It's
Observer.
you and me. Everybody's hiding.
Thanks for
what are we
hanging out with
doing?
us, brother. Appreciate it, man. Howard County Observer. I almost said that wrong. Sorry. But we'll be back next Tuesday in Howard. On weekends, me and Nina, my wife, we do live streams on the beaches and follow sunsets and shit. So if you're around this weekend too.
Hey, Steve. It was a pleasure to be here.
Oh, you taking off too?
Well, it's almost 3 o'clock here, so I don't think I
Oh
have a
shit,
choice.
3.
Yeah, I do have to
Damn,
work
3 in the
tomorrow.
morning. Yeah, that's right on. Well, shoot, man, I'm glad you came up. Dude, that was awesome. Definitely glad you came up. Yeah, see, people don't even want you to leave.
I don't believe that.
No, look, right here. I'll put it on the screen.
Try. You know what? I was talking about having a. Okay, I'm a hypocrite. I was talking about having the stream and the
Chrissy,
YouTube stream at
love
the
you,
same
Chrissy.
time. It's not working for me. I just lost.
Yeah, we love you, Chrissy Cat. Hopefully we'll see you this weekend too, right? Beautiful Chrissy Cat.
Steve, I'm here. I'm just having a bite to eat.
Oh, that's cool. Right on. Is that true, Moose Man? That's funny. Just as a frying pan hit him in the head that his old lady threw. Now, I don't believe in coincidences, but that's kind of funny. Oh, so now it just goes all quiet.
No, I'm not going quiet, but
See, what happened was Doug frying pan. Yeah, I
It got
see that.
so exciting for me that earlier I was like, man, just in case I'm gonna bring this up and this up, and then it just got so exciting. My mind's just like, I can't think of anything right now. That's just some really fun shit.
no, that's not what happened with me. I was trying to get the. I actually don't have the YouTube stream up, but
What's up, everybody?
hey Steve, you had a cigarette, but like a minute ago you had a
Yeah,
token cigar.
that cigar was
How'd you
pretty
do
strong.
that? How'd you do that?
That cigar is pretty strong, man. That's gonna be a cigar that's gonna take me 3 days. That thing's strong.
I know, right?
The one I had earlier was perfect, man, but this one's like, whew.
Yeah, no, I get that part.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Ronnie. Exactly what I was thinking.
What's up?
Oh no, Ronnie was just saying something. I just agreeing with him.
Oh, I agree too.
So much is going on. My mind is blown right now.
Got that right.
The cigars is way too strong. That's got to be what it is. Oh, shit. What
All right. I'm back.
Guess who's
All
back?
right.
Back again.
Yeah. That was a little bit of a break. Same here.
I'm back too. Ain't y'all lucky? Look at that grin on Ronnie's face. I don't think he believes that.
You don't believe what?
You don't believe people are lucky because I'm back.
Oh, we see.
No, I just been watching Monty. He's got these funny facial things, that and he reminds me of me, the way his face works and everything. You can't help it, it's just a natural thing. Y'all can pick up anywhere here.
He's back again.
Moose Man, did you take both of them to jail for why both? What was the?
Well, they took the one person for that threw the frying pan. And they took the other person for not listening when they said duck, and the frying pan hit. So
should have ducked.
He should have zagged when he should have zigged. Or he should have zigged when he should have zagged. I mean, either one.
Maybe he thought he thought they were talking about ducks, flying in the air. Or maybe he was hollering "F you" too loud, or just didn't give a damn.
He's like, "You guys are quackers."
Yeah.
Where's duck?
In the meantime, a skillet hits him smack in the back of the head because he didn't duck.
Man, I've seen that.
Man, what do you know about ducks?
I've seen that with my cousins. So he married this black German chick, and when she would get pissed off, that's all that came out of her mouth was German, no English whatsoever. And you could hear her coming yelling out of that trailer, and I'm like, "Uh-oh!" And so one day I was like, "What the hell happened to your head?" He goes, "That bitch hit me with the frying pan."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Guess you should have learned a little bit more German.
Yeah. Did anybody yell duck in German or anything?
It's good to talk, not good and tuck. Whatever. It's good to talk.
Oh, man.
Oh, Shiza.
All the shit I done as a kid or as a young man. Well, hell, we were married. My wife and I were married 50 years, and she never once threw a skillet at me. And I'm telling you what I bet she had a gazillion different reasons to hit me with the damn skillet. Not throw it at me, but hit me with it. I wouldn't have had a chance to duck. Thank God I had a good wife. Uh-oh. We
lost as if. What happened, as if?
I don't know.
There you go.
I thought Monty left at first.
I don't know how that happened. I wasn't even touching anything, and then he brought himself back.
It was me. Me.
It's always you.
Because I need to go to the little boys' room. And I was just trying to figure out how to bring my icon back up.
You turn off, you stop camera, and mute.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm looking.
All right, I got to step away for 1 second. I got to hit the little boys' room.
Yeah. See?
Both y'all same time, huh?
It's okay.
This?
It's okay. I'll be back.
All right, you go.
You know what happens
Go
when you shake it.
ahead. I'll wait.
Oh man.
What
That's, a
happened?
good, that's a good one, Ricky.
You can't see it, but I'm dancing my feet off the ground, you know, because like I really, yeah. So anyway,
Ooh, what a feeling! He's dancing on the ceiling.
Drip, drip,
I'm messing around. I mean, I can wait, but
drip, drip, drip.
oh my goodness. Hey,
I ain't
so
like- When I got to go to the bathroom, I got to go. There ain't no slack cutting. I mean, you know, it hits me, and I got to go.
So my daily job is driving around all over my metro Atlanta area, and you know, deciding what.
So, Monty, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. How are you, Ronnie?
Yeah, man, I'm wonderful. It's good to see you, brother.
We got comedic relief up here.
No shit. Well, it's been an interesting night, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, to say the least.
So, where do we take it from here? I mean, I'm kind of lost.
I don't think anything can top that.
I don't either, man. Damn, I thought the debate was good. That beat the debate all to hell.
Oh, I know.
Oh, man. But, you know, some of us got good stories and got good ways of telling them, and some of us don't. But now the Shaq thing is what got me. I mean, you know, I'm still not square on the story. But he's back to some more, so.
I'll be right back, assholes.
Fuck them.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's great.
What an interesting night this has been.
I know, right?
We had one good debate between two guys and one debate between one guy. So, you know.
Here's the damn part of it. I gotta leave
Well, that
my
was
microphone
fast.
over here. Y'all hear me, you know, in the boys' room.
Man alive, dude. You talk about interesting. This is interesting.
This might be an interesting time to stage door left.
You think? I was kind of thinking that about 30 minutes ago. So, Steve, what's your professional opinion of the situation?
Like I said, I'm having the best day of my life.
Well, me too. I tell you what, since I had you know, when they were debating the flat Earth and the round Earth, I was listening very close, and since as it's been on, I've been kind of, you know, giggling and trying to cover up. You know, I can't help it. You know, particularly looking at Monty. I mean, shit.
What did I do?
What didn't you do? Oh man. Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
Great, man. This is the best entertainment. I mean, this is better than TV or any movie I've seen.
No shit. I tell you what, I agree with whatever somebody said a while ago. You got to put this on TikTok.
Yeah.
Well, I dang sure don't want to go down to Atlanta to that particular parking lot and that jail.
No, me either.
Here's the thing: there's a lot of ATMs in the lobbies of jails. They got them there for a reason.
Wonder what that is, Mike.
It's a two-way thing. It's so you can put money on people's books, and so you get to get yourself out.
That's what I kind of thought. I just want to hear you say it. Oh man.
I mean,
All right, so
twice now that
this
I've been
is how this works. This late at night for me, it's like I don't know, 12 or 1 o'clock. Let me see.
Well, good. I thought you said it was almost 3.
Well, it's Eastern, so it's 2 o'clock. So if I don't get off of this computer, if I don't get off of YouTube, what happens is all the hot Filipinas that are subscribers to me all start going live, and I mean, they're subscribers, so I want to go check in on them. Kind of support the support. But
Oh, it's getting
they
Ronnie.
they get all kind of crazy. They're like, oh, there's a U.S. guy here in the chat. So we're gonna say, hey. Yes, no, not at 3:00 in the morning. No. I mean, they're hot and all, but I'm married, so there's that. I mean, Steve gets it. I'm sure he's got a lot of fans, and his wife is hot. My wife's hot. I mean, to me. So I get it. We're not trying to stray outside of the stream there, but we are trying to build YouTube channels. It's a crazy thing. And I'm just gonna stop talking right now.
Oh man, you've been cracking us up. Keep going.
No, that's gonna get me in trouble. Well, actually, no, because my wife's not on social media. My wife hates social media, so very different from Steve, because Steve's wife is very into social media and she's all up in there, and that's awesome because Steve's wife, she's fun. She's fun to interact with, but my wife just no.
I hope your wife's not watching right now, because that's
Oh,
gonna put
shit.
you in the doghouse, man.
You just double hung yourself, dude.
She's sleeping. She's
I see
sleeping. Doesn't do social media whatsoever. Doesn't look at it. Don't know anything about it. Don't want to know anything about it. I mean, she hears about it sometimes. Hey, you know what? Hey, here's the funny part. Hey, no. Listen, wait. My wife's social media experience in the last month is watching Steve Harloh's sunsets.
Yeah, he's got some good ones, no doubt about it.
Oh, yeah.
Not as good as tonight, though. I tell you that for sure.
That's pretty much her viewing experience with social media, is watching the sunsets in Hawaii. She's like, yeah, I want to go there. Steve,
just remember,
we ended up in Hawaii. It's your fault, dude.
Hey, as if what social media does your wife watch the most? If she watches any of it?
None, unless I show it to her.
Damn, I was going to share it there.
I mean, it's just none. It's just so. Okay, look, she comes from. Look, I'm older than her, and that's the weird part, because I'm older than her, but she comes from a family set of that's not their thing, and so text and email is very new for her. So social media, she's like, I don't want to have anything to do with it. And she doesn't. She doesn't look at Facebook, YouTube, only if I show her on the phone, if I show her some cute videos, or whatever. Social media, not her thing. She has no presence. I mean, absolutely zero footprint.
But damn, I wish she'd watch one, so I know where to share this with, So she.
Yeah, just because you want me dead. Oh, okay, all right. I like you too.
I wouldn't do that to you, Azil. But I'll tell you, I bet you'd find this very entertaining. At least you'd know your side of the damn story. I'll tell you that for sure.
Well, here's the thing. I've been on the internet for 30 plus years, and different sorts of chats. Social media is a little different because it's a little more video. But we did video in chats about 15 years ago. But it was programmed that it was kind of it worked sometimes, it didn't work, but we were what we were involved in was really the beginning of social media. But I was involved in it before that.
Skype?
BBS. No, I was way before Skype. I was BBS, IRC. I don't know if those acronyms mean anything to you, but I've been involved in various forms of connection on the internet for a valid 30 to 35 years. When I go on YouTube and people give me a wrench, that's nothing new to me. I've had my own servers. I've done whole channels, whole servers with multiple channels, and they all have their own hammers, as they were called then, which is same as a wrench. So
Or a jacket.
Yeah, well,
Or what's bananas? When they always say a banana.
Different parts of the world call it different things. I mean,
But is a
but it's
banana
all
the same as a wrench?
they're all the same thing, bro.
Okay.
It's all about supporting a channel or a community. Okay, so I've been involved in hundreds and really thousands of different communities over the years, because I've actually built servers. Before there was this, before there was this, kind of a worldwide platform. We were we were building platforms with like-minded individuals across the world, but we didn't know that it was going to end up being this. So, I left those platforms and came here, but I have experience from that onto this. It's sad that I don't have those connections with those people because the medium, the way to connect with each other changed. That was our way to connect at that time. It was just text, purely text. Being able to send an image to someone, like a GIF or a JPEG or whatever, was the big thing. And like we were all just in one chat. Like a chat would be just this, like top of the chat was here and bottom was here. You can see it, and then your little line with what you type was here, and it would just scroll up, similar to chats here, and that's what it was built on. But I mean, the back history of just chat in general over the last 30 years has been really interesting. For me, I've seen a lot of evolutions of chat. There have been attempts to try 3D or virtual chat, but just never really kind of took off because that's not really the way people want to interact, on the fly. 2D is what this is, two-dimensional. Is more comfortable than three-dimensional or four-dimensional. We're just kind of comfortable, just sort of chatting with each other, talking with each other. For me, my comfort zone is just typing because I've been doing it for 30-something years. I mean, I'll say stuff in chat that a lot of people don't get in this current environment, but I'll catch someone every once in a while, that's been chatting for a long time, with me with decades, and then we go like, damn, dude, that was cold. I'm like, well, I've been at this for a long time, and so I just have fun with it. It's not a full time job. I'm on a full time job, but it's been my hobby for 30 plus years, and I really enjoy it. I enjoy connecting with people. Steve, we've connected lately, and accountability for all. Josh, he's great. Anna, his soon to be. Well, we think. I think those two are going to connect soon, but that's just my thing. That's my thought. Uh, I mean, it just chat. It's just people talking to people. Sometimes chat is aggressive. Different chat rooms, they just want to be aggressive with each other. I'll give you a really great example of a very aggressive chat room in England, which is Cesspit. But Cesspit evolved from a guy that was doing audits, and then for whatever reason he got demonetized, and then he went and flipped the script and went on to something else. I mean, but to me, I watched that evolution happen. I'm like, man, great for him. He created a whole new thing and gained a whole bunch of new followers. I don't even bother going into his chat. He knows who I am. So I don't need to go over there and say, hey, buddy, how you doing? Hey, do you remember me? I don't need to do that. He knows me.
Well, Steve, old buddy, I think I'm going to call tonight and jump on out of here.
All right, on, Ronnie.
Nice meeting you, as if, Monty.
Good night,
Ronnie, you be here next Tuesday, too, for sure, right?
Oh, yeah. Right, good Lord's when the creek don't rise.
Awesome, man. Yeah, I'm
a tad older than you guys, so who the hell knows? And plus, I'm still puffing, so
great.
I can't break the habit. I've tried 1,000 times, and I can't break the damn habit of smoking. Somebody tell me how you do it.
I can't either, but only because every time I think about trying to quit, I just think about it, and I'm like,
yeah, exactly.
I'll do that next month, man. I'm not even gonna.
Yeah.
So I thought about trying to quit, but I've never actually.
For me, it's weird because I could go like 8, 9, 10 hours without a smoke, and then all of a sudden I need to smoke like 4 or 5 cigarettes in like 2 hours.
If that's all you smoking 2 hours, then you're smoking.
Yeah, I think you're doing good.
No
Dude, I'm on 1.5 cigars and like almost a full pack of cigarettes since we've been on. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it varies.
Right.
All right, Ronnie.
Yeah, it's like 1 o'clock in the morning there, huh?
Yeah, it is. 12 after, as a matter of fact. Good night, guys. Been great. See y'all on the next stream. Y'all be cool.
Definitely, Ronnie. And let me know, too, if you're going to do one, and just text me. And if I'm not working, I'd definitely come on your panel.
Okay, well, I'll be doing one here pretty darn soon. So just letting you know.
All right, awesome, brother.
Good night, guys.
All right, love you, Ronnie. Take it easy,
you too,
man.
Steve. Good night, Nina. Chat.
So, what's the new conversation? Damn you. You smoke inside. I have to go outside.
We've been up here.
It's not that I have to go outside. I just don't enjoy smoking inside. I just have this thing where I want to go outside. And maybe it's just my excuse to go outside. I don't know.
Well, you got to remember, too, here in Hawaii, all the windows are open. There's the front, the back, and the breeze is just... So smoke doesn't really even stay inside.
I don't know. I don't know. I've always smoked outside, so I don't think I I don't think I can get over that. That's just
Uh,
me.
Shoot, now that you say that,
Yeah.
yeah, a lot of places I lived before I met Nina, and I moved around a lot. Yeah, there was no smoking, and I actually smoked less because I'd be like doing. I'm like, I don't feel like I gotta get up, I gotta walk, and then you're just standing there, and it's like this sucks, man. But
Yeah.
that's why I smoke more when I'm in between jobs working because I'm driving. When you're driving, it's just like,
Hey,
and
you know
now
that
same thing. It's just
that's funny you mentioned that. Um, because we have kind of a similar kind of probably work pattern, right? Um, we go from one job to the next, you know, wherever the ticket is, we go, to make the money. Um,
yeah.
and so I tend to smoke. Here's the way I tend to smoke. When I'm finished with the job and on the way to the next one, and if it's more than a 45-minute drive, right before I get to the next one, and then if it's outside of that, when I get home, I can maybe smoke one before I eat dinner, and then another one after. It might be 8 hours before I smoke another cigarette. It's weird. I'm not like like I have to have one every hour. I don't have any kind of a time schedule. It just, a pack of cigarettes, 20 cigarettes, right? And a lot of times it could be 3 or 4 days before I finish the pack. I mean, if I bought
For
a
me,
carton, it would last me a month and a half.
oh shit, that's good. I think a carton lasts me a week. If that.
No, there was a time. There was a time, but not anymore. And
My
I'm
thing
not
is,
trying to quit. I just enjoy smoking. It's not for me. It's not a. I gotta have it. But there are moments, during the week where I really need a cigarette, but I don't have that drive with it. And I've had doctors tell me you need to quit smoking. I'm like, why? I mean,
At
honestly,
first,
why? I
at
mean,
first
I
I
just
thought you
enjoy
would
it.
say Shaquille. Shaq. Well, hey, brother, I've been up here for a few hours.
yeah, no, I
Appreciate
was gonna say, I just realized it's been out for 4 hours and 22 minutes.
Thanks for having me up on panel. As if it,
Uh, Thank you, Monty, for coming up, man. That's awesome.
chat.
And,
Love y'all. Moose man, good to see you. Much love. God bless. I'll see y'all later.
all
Later,
right, you
brother.
too. Love you, Monty. Take care, brother. So yeah, I think I'm gonna end it too, as if it's almost 4.5 hours. I think uh I think the longest one I've ever done was like 5.5 or 6, but we were out on in town and I was pretty lit up. I didn't realize I was going so long, but now I'm feeling it. I'm like getting tired. Like, oh man,
Yeah, no, it's all good.
I'm not used to
Uh,
sitting in one spot for so long either.
hey, man, drive the watch hours. Um,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but you know what
I
though?
have,
This
I have
weekend we'll be live again, but next weekend we actually last night we for the camping thing we got our permit and everything. So next weekend the camping thing is a for sure thing. We got the spot for like 5 days, I think, which we're not going to
so
camp for 5 days, but
we doing panels on that?
we can because I was going to try to do a 24-hour when we do the camping. So not this weekend coming up, but the following weekend. But
Can we do
I
some
wanted,
switch panels? Cause like I only have 20 watch hours. Can you believe that? I got 500 subscribers. I only have 20 watch hours.
yeah,
Can
you know,
you? I mean, I just really when I look at other stats and I'm like, wait a minute, I have 500 subscribers and only have 20 watch hours. That is so rare.
Well, until I did my first live, I had when I did my first live, I had 700 subscribers and I think 100 videos, but I only had like 200 or 300 watch hours. And
Dude,
now I'm almost at 3,000. So
good, good,
the
good,
live
good.
the lives make a difference. Lives make
Oh
a huge
yeah,
difference.
I know, I'm sure. But I have 20 watch hours and I have 500 subscribers. I mean, the numbers are really astounded. I'm waiting for the community page to drop because I think that's going to help a lot. Um, I don't do very long videos. I tend to do very short videos. I know I need to do a lot more, because this whole thing is content. But I got full time thing I got to deal with. So, as you do,
Yeah, well, most of my videos are like 2 minute videos average.
dude. Those videos that you put out, those things that you edit are so fucking hilarious. I know they're short, but I'm
Yeah.
like in the middle of the day, I'm like, what the hell? And then I watch it and I'm like, damn, that's so fucking hilarious. But that's only because we are on the same political spectrum.
Yeah.
I'm like, the stuff you put out in the last week is so fucking funny. I mean, all I can do is like and drop a comment and just let the video run because I want to give you the most runtime, watch time that I can give you. But dude, man, I don't know. I think we sort of understand each other on a level of people that gotta go and fix crap all day.
Right. Right.
You know, hey, I wake up in the morning, I gotta go fix some crap, and then the rest of the day is I want to make some cool videos, like the video, the brass dice. That was one thing, but the video I did before, I know it was really quick, but I was sitting there getting gas, and I was watching this cop deal with this old man, and the old man was like, "Are you ever gonna get finished with me?" And I just put my camera on top of my car, and the cop was gone in 30 seconds. But I watched that old man for like 5 minutes being like, can this cop just get done with me?
Right.
And so I felt like it was my duty to put a camera on that cop, and he was gone in 30 seconds. And so I just put the video up, I did it live. And then when it rendered, I just retitled it, and I said "Gone in 30 seconds" because I mean, literally, as soon as I put the camera up, that cop was gone. Because I mean, he looked over at me. He looked over at me, saw the camera, and he was like, "Oh fuck, I'm out of here." And he was just like what's that channel like Caucasian Asian, where he does that thing where he plays that song. It's like, "Fuck this shit, I'm out."
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
I'm out.
And exactly what that cop did. He was like, "Fuck this shit, I'm out. I don't know what the hell happened here. I'm out." And that cop, I mean, it was just so crazy. But the only reason I popped the camera up was because I was watching the guy. There was a problem with the gas pump. And the owner or the manager, whatever, the gas station came out and he talked to me. I had to go inside, and I was watching the old man the whole time. And I had to go inside and pay. And then I go back to the pump and pay again to fill up. I mean, the gas station didn't get me, But I'm watching this old man the whole time, and the old man's like, I don't know what happened, but the old man looked like super like, I'm tired of this. Can I get this cop out of my face? And when I came back outside and he was still there, I was like, fuck it. I'm opening the camera. I put it on top of my car. I noticed later that my car is super shiny, but, you know, I put the camera on the cop and I actually turned around to look at something. Something made a noise behind me, not just that thing that was going off with the gas station thing, but something made a noise behind me. I turned around, I looked at the camera again. I was like, damn, the cop's gone. And then later in the day, you know, when I uploaded it, I was like, oh, I see what happened. And almost as soon as I put the camera up, the cop was gone. And so that's when I, you know, titled it 30 Seconds Gone. And I did that based on that movie. What's that movie with Gone in 60 Seconds? You know, because they were all looking for that super hot Mustang.
Yeah, yeah.
So I just did the title on the video, Gone in 30 Seconds. I mean, because he really was. That cop was gone, man. He looked up and he saw the camera on him. He's like, yeah, fuck this shit, I'm out. It was so funny. I mean, you know, but you got to capture moments like that. I know they don't make for long videos, but they do make for, they're the point behind what we do. And I can't wait till you do it. You know you've got to get some like cops on camera, right?
Shoot, yeah, I always got to film. Always. Last night when I was coming home, right when I pulled into my subdivision, there was 3, and they were like blocking the road, and they're like, we're all like, nobody could get in the subdivision because they're all. And I'm like, fucking, I'm pull over because I got strobe light flashers on my van. I was gonna flip those on, pull over, and start. And then as soon as I flipped them on, they all took off. I'm like, what the hell is that?
You're like,
it didn't have nothing to do with my flashers, but, right?
Wait a minute, give me a second to get my camera up, right?
Exactly. Yeah, I didn't even get a chance to pull over yet. I don't think it had nothing to do with me, but it was just like, man, that's like the 3rd time that I was about to record, and then they just leave. It's like, what the hell?
I know. That's that. I'm telling you, that's what happened. But you know, you either get that or you get the, hey, what are you doing here? I need your ID.
Yeah.
You can't film me.
Or they do the,
I need to arrest you.
You can film all you want. That's fine, but you're gonna need to do it over there. You're gonna have to back up 1,000 feet
over there.
Yeah, like you just can't do it here.
Wait a minute. Look. Let me show you. Watch this finger. Over. Wait a minute. Where's that finger? Over. There, on top of that mountain.
Yeah, you know? That's what we want. Yeah. But you can record all you want. Just not here.
Yeah. As long as it's the ground, you can record the ground. You can record the sidewalk. You can record the grass. You can record, I don't know if you can record the flag because that might be a constitutional problem. And you're thinking, wait,
you know who's
wait a minute. Yeah.
You know who's really good is James Freeman.
Oh man, that dude is insane.
Yeah, he's
so
awesome.
Funny. Yeah.
When he makes those phone calls. And Johnny 5-0 too.
Yeah.
Great.
It's sad that we lost one this week. Ybor.
Yeah, I heard about that. I haven't seen.
I don't know what happened, but I know I watched today, John Felix. John Felix and Ivor and Geo and a couple of other ones did audit together. and the audit they did in Punta Gorda was so funny. I mean, they just straight up walked into some council meeting and just disrupted the whole thing. Because one of the council guys was upset with Geo, and Geo's got to use his device, to talk. And one of the council members got upset about it, saying, "Oh, you can't use the microphone out there." And and Ivor just walked right inside the council meeting and said, "I'm sorry, do you have a problem with my friend talking with a microphone type device? Do you have a problem with the First Amendment?" I mean, they were in the meeting. They were in a town council meeting. And he just went in there and he just blew it up. It was so funny.
Yeah, 'cause he can't talk without that. That's like the only way he can talk.
Yeah, Gio had something happen with his larynx. So that's the only way he can talk. I'm hearing impaired. I have a hard time understanding what Gio is saying sometimes, but what he was saying before Ivor went inside that meeting was kind of funny. It was you have to watch the video. It was so funny.
Definitely gotta check that out.
It was really funny because I caught what he was saying, but it was really a classic audit moment. It really was. Bunch of them. I think. You missed the breakup with AFA and Chile earlier tonight.
It's heartbreaking, man.
No, it's official. It's official.
That's sad.
That
it's really
piece
sad.
of shit had nothing to do with the AFA anymore.
What's up, Playboy?
What?
What's up, Playboy?
But I did subscribe to Delete Laws about a year and a half ago, and then when he did this thing about cryptocurrency, and I'm all okay with cryptocurrency, but the way he was describing this cryptocurrency that he was hawking was, it was going to be the cryptocurrency that would be for all auditors, and then every auditor could vote to determine if an auditor got out of jail. I was like, wait a minute. I said, and I said this in this chat. I said, wait. Okay, so you're all about overturning Terry v. Ohio. You're all about constitutional law. You're all about apparently the republic, for which we stand. But your cryptocurrency wants to go direct democracy, and his mod banned me.
Yep. That's what narcissists do.
I'm like, wait a minute. You're all about the republic, but I say that your thing that you're just talking about is ultimately a direct democracy, and you're about to ban me? Are you serious? Yeah, so I saw that in the wind, like, I don't know. I don't think it was a year and a half ago. I think it was like maybe 8 or 9 months ago. But yeah, that dude, he needs to get out of our community.
Well, he's literally just a narcissist, and he's a salesman, is what he is.
No, he's not.
Because he doesn't care about none of that shit. He's just trying to do whatever he can to make money, and I've met guys like that before. I had a salesman for the last company I had work for us, and he was the exact same way.
Those aren't salesmen. Okay, a salesperson is somebody who's trying to create a great connection between one company and another one, so that it's a mutual benefit for both parties. Anything other is scam artists.
Right, yeah, basically, yes. Yeah, because to me, there's two different types. There's a salesman that you were like just saying, and then there's the scam artist salesman, which is the narcissistic jackass that has no empathy and literally does not care about nobody but themselves.
Yeah.
That's why you got to buy the trifold. Look. Okay, look. Okay, just get the trifold. Get the trifold. Indestructible. Get the indestructible trifold. See, indestructible. Indestructible. It's indestructible.
Wait. I have a
Shit,
deal for
man.
you. I have a deal for you. I believe that you can. I got a deal for you. Are you ready? Are you ready for the deal?
Yep.
I have a deal where you can buy half of the indestructible trifold.
Half of it, sweet.
Yeah, and you can pay full price. Are you ready to pay full price for half of the trifold? Half of the indescribable, indestructible trifold. Are you ready?
What if I give you twice as much? Because that's what I did. Literally, I'm not joking. I bought it.
I don't want your twice as much. I don't believe that you're going to give me twice as much. I don't want your twice as much because I don't need your money. You understand? I don't need your money. I don't need it. Steve.
You're not saying what I want you to say.
Look at me. I don't need half of your money because I have an indestructible half of a trifold.
It's indestructible.
Okay. No. It's not completely indestructible. It is an indestructible half of a trifold. It's 1/6 of a trifold. And it's not even really indestructible. I will send you a piece of paper out of a laser printer. And that laser printer will protect you wherever you go.
And if you pay $25, this is literally what happened to me.
$25, I can get another toner cartridge, and it will cost you nothing.
This is literally what $25, and I would get it laminated and indestructible. Right? You know what I got? A flimsy ass piece of
Wait. You cannot have laminated and indestructible. You can only have indestructible product.
You know what he told me? He said, get it laminated. I'm like, what the fuck did I pay you for, asshole? That's what I paid for.
The way came to me in the first place, you idiot.
You never thought I was going to scam you, though, did you? Just say that you never thought I was going to scam you. Just say that. Just say it.
Did he ask you that?
I'm going to get mad.
Wait. Did he ask you that?
He didn't say that part to me, no, but he did say, just get it laminated. I'm like, I could have paid $5 for the flimsy piece of paper or $25 for the laminated one. I paid $25 for the laminated one.
No. You could have paid $1 for the file.
Right.
And printed it yourself. And paid $5 for the indestructible.
I'm so lazy. I was like, fuck it. I'll support them and I'll get the laminated one. I don't have to do shit. It'll show up in the mail and I'll have it. Nope, didn't work out that way.
I don't know, dude. When I first started watching him, I mean, because like he was kind of all the rage, and I started watching him, and he started talking about this. I mean, he started showing this thing, on the wall.
Yeah, I remember that.
This stuff And I was like, okay, there is something to the way he links everything, right? But the way he presented it, I was like, okay, all right, look, I'm from around the way, so I remember Amway meetings, and I'm not disparaging Amway. I actually did learn a lot from them, but or Avon or Mary Kay, the multi-level marketing companies are okay in and of themselves, but the marketing practices that the individual line get into, or actually the most corrupt one I've seen lately is Lululemon. Uh, I mean, they're ruthless. I mean, they drag people in, they make them believe a thing that has nothing to do with reality. And I guess that's why, for the most part, why the community is really pissed off with Chili, because that's not what he's about.
Right.
He's self-centered. He's a narcissist. He's about attracting money to himself, and he saw a thing that he thought that we as a community are so gullible that we would just throw money at him because he was going to be so much better, because he was going to talk about constitutional this and constitutional that,
Right.
and
Take
and
advantage
and
of it.
himself this constitutional scholar, which nobody even knows the hell that is. I mean, even even
And we know
Tony
he's
professor don't
not
even know what
lying.
that is.
He's not lying. He is a constitutional scholar because it says so on his shirt.
Oh
That's
yeah,
proof.
yeah. Well,
That's proof.
right. You're right. And
What's up, Playboy?
But hey, Playboy, get this. Here's the fucked up part about it. Here's the First Amendment affords him the right to do that.
He's allowed to make an ass out of himself.
Yeah, that's correct.
In front of the whole world.
And as a person of this world, whatever country you're in, you are also allowed to be fooled by him.
Yep. And we're allowed to make fun of his dumb ass too. So.
Am I seeing chat?
Banana Anna.
Am I seeing Anna in my chat? Oh my. Oh, honey. I don't know what.
Banana, the link is right there if you're not doing anything.
Shut up. I'm married.
No, the link to come.
Okay, all right. I'm just gonna hide my face and act like I didn't say that.
You missed it earlier. Banana and Latina Patriot Constitution. We it started out with a flat Earth, round Earth debate, and then that went really well. And then after that, it just became a lot of fun.
Oh, I haven't even watched chat in a minute. Wow.
Oh, too tall. Shoot. Sorry, too tall. My bad. Too tall is backstage. I don't even know.
Hey! Yay, somebody to share the misery. I'm sorry, the happiness. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, what's going on with Too Talls?
I don't know.
Oh, Too Tall's Wi-Fi is not working or something.
I've been having internet problems for the last month. Thanks, Anna. We're here for
Right on,
you,
banana.
and you need to fall asleep with us. Okay, here's a pillow.
You could try to follow. Well, actually, we're like good white noise because I don't think I'm speaking straight, and we're just kind of like mumbling and you
Yeah,
know,
background noise.
perfect. Yeah,
Well,
background white noise.
if I would stop saying background noise.
What's up, Playboy?
Okay,
What's up,
okay,
Playboy?
wait. Okay. All right, look, hey, Playboy, it's time for you to go to sleep. But
Look. See,
it's
you wouldn't
time for you to go to
understand. You
sleep.
wouldn't understand. Okay, you wouldn't understand. You know why? 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 You wouldn't understand because you're scared. Because you're scared. Okay, that's what you know. You wouldn't get it. You wouldn't get it. You never been there. You never had a gerbil shoved up your ass. Okay, you never had to bend over and they shove a gerbil right up your ass. Okay, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know because you never been there. I worked out with a black guy once. I worked out with a black guy in prison. I've never been to prison, but in prison I worked out with a black guy.
Wait. Hey, Chili, I got a question for you. It's just a normal question. I'm kind of curious. You said you've never been arrested. So how is it you have all this experience in the jail? Can you tell me
Exactly.
about that? Tell me about that. Can you,
And
Chili? Come on,
tell me,
give it to me, Chili.
tell me,
Come
tell
on, come
me,
on, come on.
tell me how you joined a gang in prison. Because technically that means you're still in a gang. Because when you join a gang, that's for life. So does that mean you're a gang member?
Where's your gang tag? What
Yeah.
happened? Did
The, the
maybe the
brown
tag
guys, the
is
brown
somewhere that
guys,
maybe
brown
it's
guys tried
somewhere
to
we
kill him.
can't see. But wait, no. Maybe the tat is somewhere that we can't see it, or we don't want to see it. But it doesn't matter. How did you get that tat? If you have a clean record,
Right.
your
Never
record is
been to jail.
clean. Never been in jail. No criminal record.
Never been to
How
jail.
did you get all the criminal activity in your life? Can
But I
you
worked out.
tell us about? Hey, wait.
I worked
Can
out
you
with the
tell us
black guy
about
in
that,
prison.
Chili? Can you tell us about that? Come on,
You wouldn't
come
know.
on.
You
I
wouldn't
know you
know.
know how to do it.
You wouldn't know.
Come on,
You
tell me,
know. You wouldn't
tell
know.
me.
You know why? You know why you wouldn't know? You know why? You know
Wait.
because you
Tell
never
me
had to
one thing.
bend over.
Just say no.
You never had
Just
to
say
bend
no.
over in the shower for a black man in prison that
No.
you never been to.
Nope. Nope.
Just buy the trifold,
Nope.
okay? Just give
I
me
said
money and
nope.
buy the trifold.
Nope.
Hold on, I got to do the.
Hey, this is
My
gonna be
mouth is so
replayed.
dry. I've been smoking weed.
That's okay. Hey, look, I got one for you, and you got one for. Yeah, we're there. Hey, AFA is gonna mix this shit up and fuck us up tomorrow, right? We're fucked.
We could put this at the end. Bye, Felicia.
Hey, wait. We gotta talk about this thing. Oh, wait, how did he do it? He was like, no, I'm not that psychotic. I can't do that. I can't.
What's up, Playboy?
I can't. Wake up,
I'm a
Playboy.
scholar. I'm a scholar. I'm a scholar. I'm a scholar. A scholar. I'm a scholar. I'm a scholar. Look, it says so on my shirt. Look, I'm a scholar. Look. It says on my shirt. Look, I'm a scholar.
It says I'm a constitutional scholar, but a judge, a lawyer, a law professor has no idea what the hell that means. And we don't either. And we don't know what to do with you. All right. So anyway.
See, I told you, like, all my friends are so diverse that half the people don't know what we're talking about. But Latina Patriot, that's the best part. It's still fun, right? It's still fucking entertainment, right?
Yeah.
I don't care what anybody says. This is entertainment.
Hey, here's the crazy part. I mean, the way we're interacting with each other is not much different the way I interact with cops. I mean, when they start acting all clowny, like you and me were just then, I just react the same way. But it it comes with the caveat. The caveat is you got to know what to say and not to say to cops. Okay, so none of this is legal advice by any means. You really need to understand your rights, know what you can and cannot say to the Blue Line Gang. It's a very dicey situation. I've done some filming. Okay, I have been arrested. I have no video of it because the Blue Line Gang took my phone and deleted all my video. Will I get the video eventually? Yes, maybe. But I was arrested in March, and here it is almost July, and they haven't decided to send me a notice of going to court. So I suspect that they're wondering what the hell they're going to do, because they know if they drop the charges, I'm going to drop a 1983 on them and like a hot potato, and it's going to happen. Too tall. How you doing, buddy?
I don't know this goddamn connection piece of shit.
No, I know. Hey, look, I've got a really, I have a good connection here in my house, or I have for years, and something has been happening for the last couple of months that I'm just okay, and then it's just gone. Don't get that morel out of my face. Oh, that's not a morel. That's something else that I haven't nipped on in 20 years. No. Can't do it. Give me a headache. Give me a tremendous headache. I smoked for 20 years, but I can't anymore. It's so sad. It's sad. It really is.
I'm sorry, bro, but my connection's so fucked up. I'll try to catch another night, man.
No, you sound good, right?
Stay here. You're good.
You sound good right now, Too Tall.
You're good. Just stay.
Nope. You dropped out. We love you, Too Tall.
Man, that bud looks so good.
We love you, Too Tall, awesome. Man. You did sound good. You did sound fine, Too Tall.
Man,
yeah, Too Tall is man. Too Tall is definitely the man.
Yeah, Tommy Chong.
Tommy Chong ain't got shit on Too Tall, Rob.
All right. Oh man, I can't. No, I really love smoking. I really did. But I don't know. Something happened about 20 years ago. I hit some one-hit wonder with a friend, and I was we were in a bar, and having a drink and whatnot, and like we did this one-hit wonder right before we went to the bar, and I was sitting there and I was looking at the bar and I was watching all the bottles, and I was discovering the bottles really well for like 3 or 4 hours. And I just looked at my friend and I said, "That's it. I'm done. I'm done." He goes, "What do you mean you're done?" I said, "No more smoking for me. Cigarettes, yeah, but not that." He goes, "What are you talking about? You've been smoking with me for 20 years. I'm like, "I don't know, man. I'm just done." And that was my last hurrah.
That's just I don't have anything against weed. It's not for me. It's not for me. I've smoked it, and it's not for me.
Well, I did
I
for
get
a long time.
paranoid.
It was just that one time it just hit me the wrong way, and maybe the wrong way and the right way at the time. You know, I kind of got my shit together. I was very productive during those years, though. That really, you know, I've got no faults on marijuana, really, none at all, because I. You know, I was a complete piece of shit for a few years, and then you know, smoking and whatnot, or learned to smoke, and then I got involved with martial arts, and I became a black belt candidate. And but it was kind of weird the way I did it. I would smoke, and then I would take a shower and then go work out, so that nobody could smell my herb essence. Tutal, you coming on? Coming on. We're waiting for you, brother.
You can do it with the Wi-Fi.
You are?
Is that better?
Not getting any audio.
Yeah.
Oh,
Can you
we got audio.
hear us?
We can hear you. I don't think you
We
can
hear
hear
you.
us.
We hear you, brother.
Tutal, you
Yeah.
look so sexy with that beard. I just want to rub it and just play with it. Oh, I can't wait to get my hands on you. It's so sexy. Oh my gosh. Can you hear me now? What about now, Tutal? It's such a tall drink of water, Tutal.
Oh my God, he sounds like ASA.
I don't think you can hear me now.
Oh
Tutal, tell me when you can hear me because I'm getting excited. Hey, JCT, aloha. No, I still can't hear us? Ah, shit. Well, he got to play it back and hear
God.
it. I love doing the voices. It's fun. That's why I think me and Josh. If me and Josh hung out, I think we'd get in trouble because our personalities are too much alike.
If you think your personality is similar, oh man, we're all in trouble. I mean, we're just all in trouble. We're all in trouble.
There we go.
Because if we ever,
third time's a charm.
Hopefully.
Not good when it takes that long to come in. I don't even know where Too Tall lives. He's out in, like, off the grid or what? What's good, JCT? You been lurking, or did you just get here, man? Because you missed 5 hours of awesome shit.
5 hours? Are you on 5?
5 hours and
you were at 3.
5 hours, 2 minutes, and 49 seconds.
Oh damn, bro! You are getting massive watch time. That's cool. That's cool. All right, so I guess I got to do a panel. I just don't know what the hell I'm supposed to talk about.
Dude, it's hard, man. It's really fucking hard. Because the
hell
first one I did,
about, so maybe it's not that hard.
First one I did was on my birthday, and well, if you don't mind the camera, it's not as hard. But first one I did was on my birthday, and I had Monty was there, Rescue was there, American War, like Virginia, like all these other people in different groups that I'm in, and if it wasn't for them, man, my shit would have just bombed. But then after that, we start, and the more I was doing it, but it's still hard because you got to pay attention to the chat, you got to listen to the people on the panel, and like,
yeah, I can't see shit. So,
hey, there you are. We were trying to figure out where you were last time. You would not talk to us. Can you hear me?
Breathe heavy. Breathe heavy to all.
Are you looking? Are you looking?
Yeah,
there
that's
you
breathing
go.
heavy.
Hold on, let me put it on
Yeah.
let me
Oh,
blow up the
my.
screen.
Oh, my.
There we go.
Are you looking
Yeah.
at? Are you looking at that?
So
Well,
this is Christmas
how you doing?
and a happy new
Wait.
year.
I got a question. Is that a you know, like one of those kid things where, you know, it's like a lick a stick or something?
Oh no, it's the real deal. It's the real deal. You know, got the stems and everything.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you know, if you lick the outside, and like, how many times do you have to lick it to get to the center? And can you make it?
Yeah, Steve, I was going to ask you if you would have your guest put their microphone adjustments on co-cancel and volume adjust. That takes care of a lot of some of that crackle. I noticed if had a little bit of that. If he could check his settings, that'd be cool. But yeah, my connection is totally fucked. Everything's breaking up when it comes through.
Yeah.
I just wanted to spread a little love with you guys. How you doing? Whoa, shit. I keep bumping the thing and the wires.
I don't have any adjustments I can make to this, but I can talk a little softer.
Well, yeah, I got my special little treat bag. Yeah.
What I'm saying is
So, did we ever solve the mystery about the Earth?
Nope, I don't think so.
Well, I do recall that back in the day I was listening to NPR radio or some shit, and they mentioned that there was a government research son of a bitch that was researching the fact of is Kansas flat as a pancake. And anyway, the results of all that government money wasted and spent it and shit is Kansas is no, not as flat as a pancake. And it's like, well, if you apply that to the theory of Earth, I'm fucking confused. But you know what I'm saying?
Right.
But yeah, I mean, our tax dollars paid for some kids to research the shit. Are we flatter than a pancake? Like, who really gives a fuck?
That's why it's interesting to me because I don't care. I don't lose sleep over it. I don't give a shit. But it's just interesting that people are so passionate about it on both sides, and that it just it's always entertaining to me, I guess.
Are you been down that rabbit hole about the 9/11 garbage and trash and where the hell did all that debris go?
Yep.
It goes down into the Mariana Trench. Eventually.
If we ain't been fucking vamoosed and lied, I mean, shit. Hell, they've been lying to us since they shot Kennedy or Lincoln.
Well,
and Lord knows what got come out before that. You know.
I just don't think anybody understands how deep the Mariana Trench is. Everything can be buried inside of that.
Kansas is flatter than a pancake?
Well, it's
hell,
deeper
okay, so somebody went and debunked that, I guess. I don't know. Fuck's sake.
It's deep. Very deep.
So what's on the menu tonight, Steve?
My ass is flatter than a pancake.
The squids in the bottom of the Mariana Trench are on the menu, and they will be fried and sliced and put on the plate tonight.
Man, I had some leftover barbecue. Had a buffalo loin roast I barbecued. And had that with some biscuits and some free bean salad. That's
Okay,
good.
we can add that. Okay, we can add that to the picnic table. But we're
Some
talking
pickled,
about
had some pickled cowboy taters. Shit.
cowboy. Damn.
What's
Okay, I'm
pickled?
interested now. What the hell is that? A
What's a
pickled
pickled cowboy
cowboy
tater?
tater.
That's my question. Yeah.
Steve, get out of my conversation. Stop it.
You owe me a Coke. We said it at the same time.
God damn it. Don't get in my hey, listen. My brain's not a nice place to be, okay?
After 8 years or so of serenity and celibacy or something, I recently acquired a sandwich maker. And boy, what a deal we got going on.
Tommy Chong ain't got too tall, that's for sure.
Yeah, I found a crib, man. I'm looking at a 5-bedroom house out on the farm outside of Abilene, but it's in the wrong direction of Abilene for Honey and her work. But $550 for a 5-bedroom on the farm, piece of shit that needs plastic on the windows during the winter. It sounds better than what the government's give me in this federal veterans program housing piece of shit.
Right. $550 for the 5-bedroom?
$550, 5-bedroom. There's 4 bedrooms upstairs, and there's a master bedroom, and there's a dining room, living room, kitchen, utility room, all that on the first floor. There's a cellar in the basement. Even got a pole barn for putting shit out there next to the barn I have access to.
Damn, we're talking about a 30-room house.
And that, it's kind of a working position. I'll be a ranch hand or something, so come fucking around on the property. I got a gun I can legally use and shoot your ass.
Well, yeah, that just goes with any property, but I'm talking about a 30-room house. I like the bedroom. I like the basement part. I'm kind of interested in that part because, I was watching a dude on YouTube the other day who was digging a whole underground thing under his house. I've been doing it for a couple of years. I'm actually kind of good at it. I mean, he does the whole concrete thing and the rebar and all that.
Underneath his house?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sure did. In England. It's kind of funny because I've been watching him sort of off and on for the past few years, and just recently he asked permission for the permit. He said, I figured it better to just go ahead and do it and then ask for the permit than to ask for the permit and get denied and not being able to do it.
Hi, Nina.
Dude, I mean, really I do.
I just seen Nina out there. I had to say hi. Yeah, shout out to the lovely assistant, yo. You going outside, Diamond? Yeah. There's my old 84. Had a tree limb come down during that storm. You can't see nothing out there. She's doing her business. Give her some privacy.
Well, we can't see that business, so that's great.
We're in the dark. Man, there ain't nothing helping this signal. I'm down to 0 bars and shit.
0 bars.
You're stuck
I got bars. I got bars. I know how to rap. No, I'm just kidding. I ain't got bars.
I heard those were habit forming, and I don't know. People that's supposed to not made crazy sure seem fucked up.
Oh yeah,
I've heard about them bars before.
Hey, you know what? Too tall. Those signal bars, they are very addictive. If people don't have signal bars, they just lose their mind.
Did I tell you about my Uncle Ted? He used to ride a mule to the bar, right? We thought we'd fuck with him one night. We come home, we were off to the city, we come home, and there's Ted's mule up there at the bar, like, let's fuck with him. So we went in the bar, and there he is drinking. We got some Dr. Peppers, and anyway, we come out, we took the saddle off his mule. What was that damn? I think his name was Larry or some shit. I don't know. But anyway, we took his saddle off and put it back on backwards. That was a good one. Yeah. We were sitting there back at the house there, and he come riding home, and he's hollering, Martha, Martha, somebody took the head off my horse.
He didn't even notice it, huh?
I'm working on a show.
Well, yeah, I guess if you're at the bar and you're all fucked up.
He used to drink a lot. I'll tell you, one night, he sit there, he got home, and he's sitting on the porch, and he fell down or something, and he wound up swallowing his dentures.
Oh, shit! How then? What? You gotta shit them out?
Yeah, Uncle Ted swallowed his fucking dentures.
Damn. That's got to be a bite in the ass. Ha ha ha.
Well, yeah. The next morning, he finally decided, Martha decided, yeah, you're going to the doctor. So we took him to the doctor. And after about an hour in the office with the doctor, he come out and he was just fussing and bitching. And he didn't have his teeth in his hand or in his mouth. And was paying the doctor and fussing and bitching $168. And got to go to the store and get some cod liver oil or some shit. And I had to pay the $100. He was bitching up a storm. They're like, what? I'm going to pay all that money, go get some damn oil from the doctor, and he's going to tell me it's all going to come out okay in the end.
Literally, right?
But I had to pay $168.
But it's literally going to come out okay in his end. Because if you swallow them, how do you get them out?
So, I mean, there's a lesson to be learned from that story, that next time you need a refill of tea, just ask the sandwich maker to take care of it instead of breaking your fucking neck and falling down and swallowing your teeth.
Well, I was just thinking X-Lax, but I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm just thinking it the wrong way.
Blazing for the nation.
Blazing for the nation.
So how's the weed in the island, Steve? Were you smoking anything good?
Nah, I don't really smoke. I get too paranoid.
Oh.
I'm a drinker. I drink, smoke cigarettes and cigars, and I used to do a lot of drugs, but I've been clean for 11 years, so.
Yeah.
I used to smoke. They give me a headache
Trust
now,
me,
so.
you know what I'll tell you about weed? I love the smell.
I think I first tried weed when I was probably about maybe 12.
I was 12 first time I smoked.
But
I was just paranoid. I think it should be legal, and I think it cures so much shit that I don't understand why it's such a big deal. Like I got nothing against it. I just personally get paranoid as fuck when I smoke.
Gee. I mean, next thing you know, they're gonna make ginger root illegal, and who knows what else,
Yep.
And like, You know, this Roe versus Wade and stuff. I think a woman should be able to have control of what's going on with her body. I don't think the needs to be fucking involved.
Right. That's yeah. But the whole Roe versus Wade thing, all it really is that they just turned it back to each individual state, which is what the Constitution says it should be. So it's not really like it's
Well,
legal now.
I mean, being from Kansas, it's pretty interesting out here from what I've heard. But just my opinion, as a man, kissed a few girls. But when it comes to the baby making business and doctor visits and shit like that, I don't think the government needs no place unless there's a crime. Yeah.
Yeah. No, absolutely. But that's what the Roe versus Wade kind of is, that the government's not really in charge of that anymore. Now it's back to each
that separation of church and religion. I'll tell you what, why don't these politicians start separating their politician coffers from those religious contributions?
Right. That and getting some fucking term limits out there. I mean, why do we got people that are 108 years old still in freaking office?
Yeah, I'd say religion should be a personal something or another, personal belief, not a political funded organization, donating dollars to politicians.
Bud.
He's got
it's a bud.
As if's got the itty bitty one compared to Two Talls.
Yeah, it's a bud. It's a TBD bud, but it's a
Two Talls
bud.
had a huge jar, and then
I got another one.
Although I think I figured it out. You know how come they put "In God We Trust" on the back of them dollar bills?
Nah, because they don't trust nobody.
Because they could not print "In Us You Can Trust."
Yeah. Fuck all you can trust is more like it. All right.
This dollar bill is backed by your faith in whatever God you choose to believe. Ain't that fucked up?
Yeah. So, so there's TBD buzz about all I can handle. The full bud. No, wait. The full bud.
I was born and raised in a Roman Catholic religion and family, and I still lean to a Christian belief. But I still, that separation of religion and politics, man, that ought to go all the way down the line. From the political influences to the financial donations.
I'm not talking too loud.
Yeah.
And they were trying to. Oh wait, I was just reading something and I got it straight. But yeah, I was raised in a Catholic home too. Went to a Catholic school.
In God we trust, because your government will fuck you every time. Yeah. That was funny. They just had my house was inspected by HUD about 3 years ago. It's not been properly inspected since. 3 years ago, I called bullshit on this inspector, and the director come out and said she'd inspect the property herself. Well, found out she ain't qualified to inspect shit, and it was nothing but lip service. Anyway, this goofball come out this year, telling me, asking me, hey, you haven't been answering the phone. I tried leaving a message, but I don't understand that Google Voice shit. And anyway, we need to do an inspection on your property because you're up for recertification. I was like, well, you kind of caught me at a bad time. I said, I got company and, call me later and we'll reschedule this. He never called me back. And I asked him when he was leaving, I said, when you come back to inspect, can we have a second inspector available? Because my complaint still stands on you, bud. And he ain't never called back. But anyway, this thing has not been inspected in the last 2 years as required by HUD. And man, I'm documenting a lot of fucked up shit with this housing authority piece of shit motherfuckers. There's a good YouTube channel, my piece of shit landlord's going to be popping the news before long with a lot of dirt on this place.
Home inspectors, they don't know shit. Literally, they don't know shit.
I'll tell you what, though, some research come back, $27 an hour. Watch, I think 72 hours of video, or you watch a few videos, you pass a you pass a 72-hour online class, and you pay a few fees, and bingo, $27, you're a building inspector for HUD. Yep. And just think, all the corruption dollars you can collect along the way. You know, like, okay, this will pass, you know, this is how you doing. I had a fucking private inspector look at this house. He gave me a preliminary inspection. He just walked through and he looked at this thing and told me $600 for a proper legal binding inspection written, and I'll come to court and testify. And we will have all the shit on this thing.
Yep.
But he said I spotted 7 violations. This house should have never been approved for HUD. I'm like, are you fucking shitting me? I was only concerned of a couple of things, you know, like the window in the furnace.
That's the thing with home inspectors out here. You can just get, I think you pay $1,000 and you basically pass. You don't have to know shit about shit. And then they go in and do home inspections and they're like, oh, your light switch cover's cracked. Got to write you up for that. It's like, oh yeah, because the house is going to burn down if my light switch cover is cracked. But,
yep. They got to be certain heights and stuff. And now, see, this corruption I've exposed has even gone into the realm of the city code inspector because, well, for 1 year, she used to inspect under the guise of, we don't inspect rental properties. But after a meeting with the mayor and a little walkthrough with the mayor, he told me that lady will be calling you and make an appointment to inspect. Although she walked out of here without a piece of paperwork documenting her inspection, giving me lip service that it meets minimum standards. The same key words that Housing Authority gave me. It's an old house. It was built in the 50s. It meets minimum standards. Yeah, but what about updates and improvements and requirements for HUD qualifications and safeties? Fuck me, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
But meanwhile, somebody got paid, somebody else got paid, and somebody else is still getting paid for a piece of shit that somebody can't get relocated out of. Yep. So if anybody ever wonders why that flag flies upside down back there, yeah, I'm a very disgruntled veteran.
Oh,
so what's Neener doing tonight?
She just walked in. He's just asking about you right when you walked in.
700.
Oh, yeah. Hi, baby. Where's she at? I don't know if your camera's frozen or not. Turn your camera on and off. It might See if that helps your picture.
Here you go. $795. You become a home inspector.
And you don't need. Hawaii is one of roughly 20 states that do not require a license to become a home inspector. So you just gotta take a class and you become a home inspector.
Just like that. Oh, we lost as if.
Oh, there.
That's all right. I'm actually getting ready to call it a night because I've been on for 5.5 hours. And rescue's coming on in 35 minutes. I put his link in the chat. If anyone here hasn't checked out Rescue, he's Rescue's a great guy, man. I love that guy. He comes on in 35 minutes, and that's what sucks with the time change, because I always try to check out Rescues, but then my night's winding up, coming on, and
I got Fuji apples for my fritters. Rob.
I'm sorry, Nina. I couldn't hear you.
Fuji apples for my. No, it's a Granny Smith, I think. Yeah, for my fritters.
Remember you guys were talking about.
Oh, you got some. Okay. I'm having to look over on my computer because your picture's froze up here on the StreamYards page. My internet is just terrible tonight, Nina.
Oh.
Yeah, everything's froze up and shit.
I did also look for the pineapple.
Yeah, hey, Steve, turn your camera button off for a second and then turn it back on.
Oh, this is fine.
That might change things over on this end.
Yours is fine. Just take another hit, Rob.
I've been hitting all day, girl. I think I'm good for the month. I got 6 more buckets like this. Yeah. Sit there and put some cheese on this, and I got a 1/4 pounder with cheese, huh?
If my sister was still here, she'd be like, I'm going to go hang out with your friend Rob.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, man. I'll see you over at Rescues. Good seeing you, Nina. Love them dimples. Steve, thanks for having me, buddy. We'll see you next time, bro.
Bye.
Yeah, I love you, brother. Yeah, I'm gonna call it. So I put Rescues link in the chat, everybody. Oh, I forgot I was wearing this. How you like my new hair, dude? Sup, bro? No way, man. So, all right, man. Listen, okay. So, I put like his thing in the thing over there, man. So go check it out, man. But no, seriously, check Rescue out. Comes on in a half hour. Great guy, great show every night, and hopefully we'll see all you guys this weekend. We'll be live again for the sunset, and then next Tuesday for another debate. But until then, we love you guys. God bless. Much love, much aloha. Have a wonderful night, a wonderful morning, a wonderful day. And God bless. You can say bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
We love you.